Jetstar 3, contact departures. Line up, Runway 16 right. 101. Qantas 462, Sydney Tower. Runway 16 right, please take off. Qantas 471, contact departures. Qantas 462, wind 070 degrees, 5 knots. Runway 16 right, face away. Runway 16 right, away.
Yes. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the SydSquad show here tonight. Or welcome back, rather. Wow, 24 hours ago we were live, and we're doing it all again. Can you believe it? Are you ready? Look out. Here we go, the first of the A380 movements on tonight's show. The Emirates A380 chopping it in nicely there with the Sydney backdrop. How good is that? You enjoyed this one.
This is 473, line up, runway 16 right. Line up, runway 16 right, corner 474.
Wow. Oh, one whale there and another one out the back. How good. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome this evening to the SydSquad show here today. Really, really nice to have your company. Thank you so much for tuning in. Well, 500 people hanging out with us already. Look out, we've pulled a Swifty on you. We've definitely started a little bit earlier than we were scheduled. We got excited. And we wanted to come out. We didn't want to miss the opportunity to say hello to everybody nice and early and try and maximise the amount of time that we're out at the airport here tonight. And also there is obviously also another special reason why we are out here today at Sydney Airport doing a bit of plane spotting. And I suppose it gives me great pleasure now to introduce two of my most favourite colleagues and friends in the aviation industry. And here we are. Look out! What are we going to call ourselves tonight? The Three Stooges, or
you
the Three Musketeers? Will, welcome back.
Kurt, thank you. And you put on an absolutely fantastic, mate. Look at that sunset.
How good is the weather at the moment?
It is just absolutely fantastic.
What an incredible day to be back in Sydney. Kurt,
Darren, how are you, mate?
Great to be here.
Nice to have you
Thanks for having me, mate. Very great to be here.
Ladies and gentlemen, you all know who I am. My name's Kurt. I'm the host of the SydSquad show here. It's really nice to be back here again, bringing you the plane spotting show. I've got Will. Will's up from Canberra, retired lame. That sounds pretty lame.
I know, pretty lame. Try using that one at a party when someone says, "What do you do for a job?" I'm a lamey. It goes down really well.
The proverbial lead balloon.
And extra special surprise tonight because we've got Darren, who's here on the show now. Darren is a current Australian Boeing 787 pilot and off duty, of course, hanging out here tonight. And we've been in touch. Actually, we've featured you on the show once before.
Once before, a few months ago.
We had your beautiful dulcet tones on. It would have been. Now remind me, there were some diversions taking place.
Yeah, there was a pretty crazy night in Melbourne, I believe, and there was some unforecast fog rolled in, and there was aircraft diverting all over the place.
Yes.
And I hopped online for just a couple of moments with a bit of tech information in the chat, and then we sort of jumped on. We had some audio problems. We sorted our way through, and
we did.
Yeah, we shared a bit of good information.
That would have been about half a year ago.
Yeah,
now,
probably 4 to 6 months ago.
But, we were down at the 16 Canal. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered. You were at home on your headset. But I'm in great company here now. I'm way out of my depth in terms of knowledge and expertise from these two lovely gentlemen in the industry. But I'll do my best to try and keep up. But I just want to thank you guys. First of all, one for coming up from Canberra. I know you're down from.
I'm working. I'm going up to Japan tomorrow. So
right. It's tough for some, isn't it, Will?
Yeah.
But no, thanks for hanging out with me tonight on the show and keeping me company.
Great to be here.
And we love being here. This is fantastic.
The Curfew show has been appropriately coined from one of our wonderful viewers. Means that it's the Kurt show and we go through until curfew. So local time now is 5:31 p.m. here at Sydney Airport, down under here in Australia, for those of you tuning in from abroad. And we plan on going all the way through till 11 p.m, assuming the tech holds up and the internet and all that all the fun stuff here that you can see in front of you, the studio. If it all works, we'll be going for the next 5.5 hours, as we can see just above my head, just here. And,
I was going to say, you might have been a little bit out of your depth with us two in terms of aviation, but if people could actually see the amount of technology that it actually takes to get this live stream dream going.
Up and running.
You were
Absolutely no
Kurt
clue
is
how to put
definitely
this.
not out of his depth.
No way.
We've been standing here in awe for the last hour watching him assemble this incredible portable studio.
All the gear, no idea. But I'm really buzzing actually that you guys are here tonight. It's going to be a lot of fun. Now it is a little bit of a not a quiet night, but we don't have our freighter movements. Push some of the freighter movements pushing right up to curfew tonight. But there is all still the RPTs. It is Friday night, so a lot of people going home, a lot of domestic services to run, and it's 5:30, so it's still pretty early on the clock. And there's going to be plenty of action coming, and there's going to be plenty of conversation as well. So as we always do, we go through the chat as much as possible. The guys will be reading it as well alongside me. We'll highlight those super chats and the membership anniversaries, and we thank all of our regulars for coming back and joining us here on the show again. Really do appreciate your company. So sit back. It's only 5:30. You're probably just getting home from work or getting the kids dinner and stuff sorted, but get yourselves on the lounge, set up, get your popcorn and your pizza and your flavoured beverages, because it's going to be a pearler. I can't wait.
It's going to be a great night.
Good weather
It's
too.
going to be fantastic. And
Now,
look, if you've got any questions tonight, anything about aviation, aircraft, certainly between myself and Darren, we will talk it out, and
We're
we
pretty
should
lucky.
be
We've
able
got
to...
both sides of things organised tonight. We've got,
we've got
the flight deck
engineering.
side, we've got the engineering backup side. Like
And
it's,
We're completely
I'll
covered.
just stay over here somewhere. I'll run the show. No, it's going to be a lot of fun. And what we'll do is we'll get into the plane spotting straight away and get through some of those early messages. A lot of messages already popping in, and as you know, we do our best to try and read everything. Although we average about 1,200 messages through the live chat per hour, so it's impossible to obviously move the camera and read the chat. Every single message at the same time. So we'll apologise early, but we'll get through it. It's going to be exciting. A lot of A380 movements as well coming up, and plenty of good questions for you guys. So
if there's any gaps in the traffic, I'm sure we can fill them with a bit of conversation.
I don't think it's going to be a problem.
A few old war stories.
They're already off and running, you see. Yeah, war stories would be a lot of fun. So that's it. So welcome, and sit back, relax, and enjoy your time here on the show, and we'll get stuck into it. So
And so get your friends on the line too. Get everybody on the line to make it one of the biggest streams ever.
oh geez, where do we start?
And that is half the issue. Where do you start? I mean, it's we've got the Emirates A380 over there that you've that's just arrived
And
from.
there's a Qatari one. I think someone's put in the chat just a moment ago, coming in at a 4-mile final or so.
Yeah. Now that is something you don't see in Canberra, actually.
There we go.
The stairway to heaven.
There we go.
Aircraft.
So that's good
there
for
we
you
go.
too. That's good for you as well.
November 4 Alpha Uniform, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff.
And down there on the freight line, Darren, we have a couple of nice A330s. We have actually
lovely aeroplanes.
we have one that is a dedicated A330. Built from scratch, so it has the actual extension on the nose gear and the blister fairing on the front. We'll probably see that a little later on as it comes, as it departs. But we've also got the converted.
Is it EBE or is it EBF?
I can't exactly see from here. Maybe we'll get the cameraman to pan in on the
after this 380 comes in. Maybe that might be the 330 I actually delivered from Toulouse.
What a view
EBE,
there.
yes,
You
it
can
could be.
see them lining up for miles out the back there.
That looks fantastic.
The
What have we got?
stairway to
5
heaven,
aircraft.
they call that.
Well, there's one of your biggest
parts of the
aircraft on screen, and then one of your smallest ones out the back there on the parallel runway. I was going to say we're currently operating runway 16 left and right, parallel runway operations in progress. Now, there is a wind shift that is due to come in around sort of 6 o'clock. And we could expect winds to shift us onto the runway 34 left and 34 right as well. So stand by for that a little bit later on, which will be exciting because we get to see a little bit of both action on the show, a little bit of both from the north to the south and then from the south to the north. So something to keep an eye out for. We'll keep tabs on that as the night goes on. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the Super Q coming in from Qatar Airways, about to drop it in runway 16 right.
Killing 453 Delta, sign heading right 210, line up 16 right and wait, number 2 to depart. Sign heading right 210, line up and wait, runway 16 right, killing 453 Delta. Correct 143, number 1 to the dash line at the full length, line up runway 16 right. Line up 16 right.
Well, I think we started at a good time, gents. We've had two A380s in the space of 10 minutes.
I know it's just fantastic what's happening at the moment, and I think we've got a couple of 330s coming in very shortly as well.
You get the A380 in Canberra, Will?
No, we don't. I'm not even sure if we can technically land there. I think it'd have a little bit of trouble just getting around the taxiways. I think what probably be more its issue. You'd probably be.
Yeah, I agree with that. The large aircraft have in some of the smaller airports.
We have had the 748.
Which a lot of people may not know that all these big international airports around the world, like for aircraft like the 380, they actually have dedicated taxiways where those aircraft are only allowed to taxi down those individual taxiways for wingtip clearance from adjacent taxiways. So they have to can only use a very limited number of taxiways, even at the world's biggest international airports, like here in Sydney, JFK, LAX, places along those lines.
It's restricted to where you can taxi.
It's quite restrictive, and I think in New York they actually have quite a lot of problems with the 380s manoeuvring around and taxiing around on the ramp. I think the New York controllers.
Being an extra large aircraft, it sort of brings back some memories of the old Kai Tak airport. And that apparently had the closest taxiway to runway anywhere in the world. So I just wonder how the 380 would have gone at Kai Tak.
I remember reading some stories and talking to some friends who were lucky enough to fly into Kai Tak years ago, and they said the scariest place in the world to sit was to be at the holding point on runway 13 at Kai Tak with an Alitalia or MD-11 coming around the corner, because if you've ever seen any of the video from Kai Tak,
checkerboard, turn it.
There's a few very late turns that happen there, and you can have wind tips going past the windscreen not that far away.
I do miss that place, and I was very fortunate to be able to spend a couple of days at Kai Tak and sit there at the Aero Club and watch the aeroplanes come in. Absolutely fantastic.
I've been fortunate to be able to travel around the world and take some photographs at some great airports, but that is one place I never had the opportunity to go to, so it would have been a great place to go and check out.
I think we've got a UPS 74 coming in a little bit later on tonight as well, and somebody on that aircraft that we might know. And it's not Captain Marco, by the way. So we're going to have a 74 as well, which is going to be great. We're looking forward to that.
Runway 16 right, clear to land.
Yeah, Qatari looks very nice tonight, dressed up. Last night you were at the Qatar A380 with the flashing logo light.
Yes.
Yeah. So,
a flashing logo light. I haven't seen that on that.
Yeah, well...
just for fun. They just got one finger on the light, just flicking it all night. It's great. Yeah,
you sure it wasn't someone in the aeroplane there who was streaming off their Wi-Fi?
What a lot of people were confused with, that they thought it might have been the pulse light setup turned on. Now, I'm not too sure if the 380 has a pulse light selection, but pulse lighting is quite uniform in its frequency. Yeah. It's about 50 to 70 cycles a minute. That was definitely not that.
Someone sending a Morse code message to Kurt, possibly?
I couldn't see any Morse numbers in it. But when I watched the Super Q actually depart last night, it was only the right-hand side that was flashing. So to me, it was either a faulty transformer or some earthing. Obviously, just a technical issue with the light. But yeah, it was sporadically turning off and on throughout the night, and Kurt caught that on last night's stream.
Now, while we were just featuring the A380, one of our viewers by the name of David came up and he had a question for me that I don't know the answer. Yep. Now, on the A380, they only use the two inboards for the reverse thrust.
Because they've only got reverse thrust on the inboards.
Right. So the question that he had was, are all four engines interchangeable?
Yes.
So, and all right, well, that answers the question. Done.
Conversation over.
I think because what he was getting at was, you got the reverse thrusters on the two inner engines.
Yes.
Do the outer engines have reverse thrusters, or can they be interchangeable? What about parts swapping? No. And if you swapped engine 1 with 2, can 2 perform as engine 2, or how does that work?
Certainly on the A380, the engines are absolutely identical across the aircraft. The actual thrust reverser hangs off the pylon. So to remove the engine, you will open the fan cowls and you'll open the thrust reversers and you drop the engine out. As for pin programming, when you install the engine, that would be a simple thing. I'm not too entirely sure if there's any issue there or any requirements, but the reverser, whilst it is on the engine and is wrapped around the engine, it really, in that sense, it's not a part of the engine. So all the four engines on the 380
and I am listening.
All four engines on the 380 are identical and totally interchangeable, and their thrust and power settings are all equal across the board.
Well, there you go. Question answered right there. So there you go, David.
I think one of the questions people go, why do they have two thrust reversers? And And there's really two answers to that. And the first one was what we were talking about before, was that the aircraft is so large. If they have thrust reversers on number 1 and 4, during landing, it could potentially kick up a little bit of dust or dirt.
Quite a bit of debris.
Debris from.
You could have some foreign object damage, ingestion.
And just blowing up stuff on the runway, and the last thing we need to do is leave that for the next aeroplane coming along. One of the reasons that I was actually taught as well was that you've got about 1 to 1.5 tons of thrust reverser on each engine. So you're saving between 2 and 3 tons of weight.
Yeah.
And as we all know in aviation, weight is the biggest thing. So
absolutely.
If you can eliminate 3 ton of
airlines
weight
around the world over the last decade have been going through weight reduction programs. Like even if you fly on an airline today, you have a look. There's no magazines in the seat pockets. They're carrying lightweight catering. They're carrying lightweight utensils in the aircraft. Every attempt to try to minimise the weight, because to carry that weight costs you fuel, and the price of fuel these days, it's a massive expense. So to give you some idea, like when we are putting on extra fuel on a flight, on about an 8-hour flight, to carry an extra 1,000 kilos of fuel, or probably a more relative value would be carrying an extra half an hour of fuel, which is about just over 2,000 kilograms. The cost of that is about $200. So when you start talking about, you multiply that by doing that twice a day, 365 days of the year, and you start talking about, that's one aeroplane. And if you have an airline fleet like, say, like Delta or something, hundreds of aeroplanes, you now start talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in extra fuel expenses
every year.
So
and
the fight for these incremental advantages at the end of the year add up to absolutely astronomical fuel savings.
Yeah. Another thing too, a lot of people also come to me and say, look, I was on an aircraft, I only had 50 passengers on board, and I was going overseas with an airplane. How can an airline make money? And I don't know what experiences you had with some of the services that you performed, but quite often the airline actually makes more money with only 50 passengers, because instead of having the passengers, you put freight on and you make a lot more money with freight. Have you had that experience?
No, we often have when you'd be carrying like 20,000 kilograms of freight.
Yeah.
Like I fly cans a lot, so we might carry 20,000 kilos worth of fresh fruit up to Japan, which gets distributed all both through Japan and also then onward through to Europe. But the charge for freight is much higher than the seat cost for how much people pay for a seat.
And you don't need to feed them.
No, exactly. and they don't complain if you run more than 5 minutes late.
And they don't use the toilet, and so that doesn't need to be serviced. But it is quite fascinating. And look, airlines that depart out of here doing a long run with 50 passengers potentially are making a lot more money. And it's quite a bit of a myth that a lot of people don't realise. We have the Super Q now, positioning in on the gate.
Rude is touching down.
VXQ.
Right. I got a couple of messages that we need to get through, so we might just start getting on and about that. Otherwise, Kurt will find himself way behind, and there is a bucket load of membership anniversary. So let's just get in there with Kenny Bates has gone and upgraded himself to the penthouse. You've got Claire Whitaker, penthouse. You got Kat Sada. These are some from rolled over from last night's show as well. Just Quirky up there. He's got his name on the blue ticker now as well. Richie Yee. And Darren Cruz and Walkstar and Tim, we celebrated last night as well. James PD and Adam Robertson. Duncan Mock. Western Paradise put himself up there at the pointy end as well. Put his name on the blue ticker as well. Tezza was back. AJ's back. Kevin Kelly's back as well. And Eloise Brindley celebrating 22 months. And Flights Aviation has gone ahead and gifted 5 memberships there. And well done to Flights Aviation. Thank you so much for that. And congrats to all the newest members here. Graham Ellis is there in the chat saying, have a great stream. And good on you, Graham. Thank you for your support, mate. And Oscar Boone has put himself back there in the Sydney Harbour Suite. Well done to you, Oscar. One of your mates down there in the nation's capital there, Will. Love
Hello, Oscar. How are you going?
I remember that.
Jack's here as well. Awesome quality. Hey, Kurt and Will, this is what I love most. Awesome effort each stream. SydSquad, well worth the 20 months. Don't worry about Darren. we do have special guest Darren in the house as well. We should amend the title, but I didn't get around to that. Something I marked up. Good on you, Jack. Carwyn Davies up there for 16 months. Well done, Carwyn Davies. And Rhino for life there as well. Hey, Kurt, my mum's on the Qantas 380 going to San Fran tonight, so that'll be the one in front of us here on Bay 8. Have a great stream. Well done, Rhino. We'll get in touch with us a little bit later and we'll see if we can get away from your mum. How about that? Willie Hale there at the Emu Plains is in the house. G'day, Kurt, Will and Darren, and thank you for another wonderful stream. And well done, Willie. And really nice to have your company here tonight as well on the show. And thank you for joining us again. Please pass on our regards to Kay as well. And love to catch up with you guys again real soon for sure. Oh, here we go. Oscar's got a message now saying, hey, Kurt and my dude. Will, wish I was up there, but need to get up there after I got back from Bali last week. Well, Oscar, I'm sure we'll see you real soon. And you're always welcome up here. Come up and say hello anytime. And appreciate having your company. Thanks so much for the fiver tonight. Really do appreciate that one.
And keep Sunday free, Oscar, because we'll probably be out at the airport spotting, and we'll see you out there, buddy.
And yeah, there, Oscar. This is coming in now from Matty Rodolfo. And what a way to finish the week. Curfew time. Well done, Matty. Thank you, mate, for your support. 9 months up there in the lodge. Oh, Will's back again. How popular will the A321 XLR be?
Oh,
good question.
Good question. We'll see how it performs first.
Well, there you go, Will. The short and sweet answer is...
I was actually talking to somebody about the XLR, and...
It offers a lot of potential.
It does, but only an extra 8 tonnes. I'm not too sure.
Yeah, they've had some problems with the certification. The FAA, there's a couple of new fuel tanks that had to go into the wing root, which is basically where the wing blends into the fuselage. But because of the proximity of those fuel tanks to the cabin, the FAA was asking for Airbus to put in quite a lot of extra fire protection material around those tanks. So the original plan to carry... They had to cut back the amount of extra fuel they're going to be carrying on the XLR. So
that'll really chop into its market.
It's still going to have a very... It's probably going to be the modern equivalent of the 757.
Yeah. And the reason this was brought up with me, because there's an article in the Canberra newspaper yesterday or the day before that Qantas was looking like doing a Canberra-Singapore on the XLR. And a friend of mine who's on the 320, he said, we pretty much filled the aircraft to go from Melbourne to Denpasar. Yeah. So to go from Canberra to Singapore, he was doing some rough math in his head. Now, he said it might struggle to do that. And I was also thinking about Canberra's higher with the mountains and single-engine performance.
I think they would actually have one of the biggest issues that one of the obstacles I think that the A321neo has faced, and the XLR will have an even bigger issue with this, is the takeoff performance.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Because the actual wing itself hasn't been made any bigger. They haven't. No. They've changed the flap arrangement to make the wing more efficient, to be able to lift the extra weight that it's carrying. The issue is that actually to still get that aircraft into the air requires a large amount of runway. Yep. And the big issue is not on 2 engines. The big issue is if you have an engine failure at the worst possible time.
That's right.
And then with Canberra, like you said, being up at 1,800 feet or so above sea level.
And you have mountains
and with mountains to the south, the A321neo couldn't actually take off from the Gold Coast to go to Bali. Because the runway at the Gold Coast was too short. So
it's without looking at the exact data, just sort of back of the envelope calculations.
If you've got a big runway here, like at Sydney, where you have, off runway 16, you've got nothing up to the end of the runway, and the same to the north, then you don't have a problem. But if you're going out of somewhere like Canberra, taking off runway 17, and with big mountains down to the south, you are going to have a bit of a problem.
It might be a performance issue. And I know with the 737, you can get them at multiple thrust ratings. And you can derate very easily. We could do a derate from 24,000 down to 22,000. We do that overnight.
Well, we can actually, on the 787, we can do a soft derate, which is basically on every takeoff.
Exactly, yeah. That's
we can actually use we can do 2 things. One is that we can tell the engine that you only want to use 20% less than
thrust.
Maximum thrust.
Yes.
And then we can trick the engine by using an assumed temperature to use even less thrust than that for takeoff. And that's why you'll often hear when 787s take off out of Sydney, particularly where Kurt is tonight, of looking at the threshold of 16 right, is that the aircraft, the engines don't sound like they're spinning that hard, and that's because they're not, because they've got
80% power.
You've got 3.5 kilometres to get the aircraft up to takeoff speed, and with no obstacles at the end of the runway. Now, if you were to come to Cairns, for instance, and sit at the threshold of runway 15 in Cairns, where we have big hills around the airport in one direction, and you have to do an immediate turn after takeoff, is you'll hear the engines there spinning a lot and making a lot more noise, and they sound
And
a lot.
after takeoff.
Those big Gen X's sound very cool. Like,
You do
if
notice
you're
it.
carrying 20 ton of freight and 330 people up to Tokyo, then you'll get the engines sound really cool.
Yeah.
And it's my favourite engine at the moment. But
But getting back to the 737, when we used to derate them, one of the issues was
here comes UPS.
Queenstown.
Oh yes,
You couldn't run a 22K 737 into Queenstown.
No.
It could
Had to be-
operate it beautifully, but it was the single engine performance
Yeah, exactly.
that you need if you lost an engine on takeoff. And fascinating performance science.
Interesting discussion. There's
It
a
really
a
is.
science unto itself.
Well, there you go, Will. You asked one question about the 321 XLR, and we've been talking for 5 minutes.
We've got a couple of questions to answer to. I think Carlwyn was asking for about the Dash 8 anti-collision lights, and someone was asking something about the 7.8 and efficiency and things like that. But with this 7.4 coming in now,
Beautiful, UPS.
looking great.
Yeah, Charlie's got a friend who's actually operating as flight crew on the UPS 7.4 tonight. So wish him a well landing. Well landing. Here we go.
Lovely.
2 sign heading right 210, line up runway 16, wait. Right 210, line up runway 165 on 662.
I think
There
that
we
leads
go.
into a nice question we had before, and you could actually hear the brakes at work. He's only using idle thrust reverse.
Yes.
He has plenty of runway. Now, we had a question about thrust reverses from Deb Blue. I just don't recall exactly what the content was, but it was something like if you lost one of the
That's right.
engines.
Could you redirect it? And it's
No, you can't.
No, you can't. And that's because the actual reverse thrust is coming from the airflow from the engine being redirected by blocker doors or
And
reverse.
cascade vanes and
Yes.
so on and so forth. But
So if the engine itself is not working, then you've now lost the reverse off that engine entirely.
So on something like a 787, a 330, 320, for example, all being the same, if you had an engine failure, or no, let's just step back. If you had a thrust reverser failure, MEL thrust reverser,
Yes.
you'd only ever just use idle reverse on a landing, typically.
Oh, well, reverse the thrust use now because the brake components on these carbon fibre fitted aircraft, the brakes themselves are very expensive to replace, the brake units. And so, likewise, the fuel you use and the wear and the chance of foreign object damage from running the engine at high thrust on the runway in full reverse is another. So effectively what we end up looking at is we use a balance between the amount of runway you have versus the amount of brake energy the brakes have to absorb. So on both the Airbus fleet and the Boeing fleet, they have a performance tool which basically tells you how hot it thinks the brakes are going to get. This is more on the 350, 380. The 320 doesn't really have that. It's more just done off pilot judgment. But off the bigger aircraft, which have, and going into more limiting runways like the Gold Coast or some of the short runways like in Tokyo, they have a short runway there that's similar in length to runway 16 left here in Sydney. Your landing weight will be determined by how many people you're carrying, how much freight you've got, how much extra fuel, that sort of thing. So obviously the lighter weight you are means that you may not need to use reverse thrust, but because if you're just relying upon the brakes to pull the aircraft up, they can get quite hot.
Well, then you've got your turnaround consideration as well,
exactly.
which is then where we get grumpy because you hit the brakes and we've got to get brake fans. And
This is going to be a great night. Pilot versus engineer.
Oh, then you have you have like the A320 fleet, which has who never actually went into service with brake fans. But what they did find though was that back in the early and mid 90s, Ansett in particular, who were one of the pioneer airlines for operating the A320 and did a lot of lesson learning for the rest of the world, found that on tight turnarounds, the brakes on the Airbus fleet were getting super hot.
Yeah, because they carry the heat through.
They couldn't actually then taxi out to depart. Because of the brake temperatures. So, and if anyone wonders why that is that's because if you do get airborne and you have a hydraulic leak, if the temperature of the brakes is above 300 degrees Celsius, it's above the flash point for the hydraulic fluid, so you can start a fire. So it's a very pertinent point that you don't take off with these hot brakes.
Have you ever had a hot brake warning after takeoff? No. I had a friend of mine on a 380. He had a hot brake warning, 150 tons of fuel. And the best way he solved that was he dropped the gear out for 2 minutes.
Well, that is actually, that was, believe it or not, that was actually from, everyone has friends all over the aviation industry, but I've got friends, many friends who worked at Cathay Pacific, and that was a line check question for when you were doing your upgrade to be a captain. Yeah. They would say, you're sitting at the holding point, you're about to depart, and you get a hot brake message comes up on the aircraft. What do you do?
Yeah.
And they go, well, you take off and you just leave the undercarriage down for 5 minutes. That'll cool down.
We get a lot of that on the show. Well, we think we get a lot of that on the show. Aircraft taken off, gears are still hanging out. You got it all hanging out.
A lot of the time that's for brake MELs because like something like an aircraft like the 787, you've got 8 separate brake actuators on each undercarriage load. Right. And so if you have one that has failed, then you've got to let the wheels spin down naturally because normally the brakes are applied and stops the wheel spinning as they retract into the undercarriage bays. But
so when you guys gear up, there's about 500 psi goes to the brakes. To stop them spinning. And you obviously, there's 2 reasons you want to stop them spinning. You don't want that gyroscopic force working against the gear, but you also don't want at a tyre that was liberated, you don't want that slapping around in your landing gear bay. So as soon as the pilot selects gear up, first thing that happens is the gear doors come down and there's 500 psi goes to the brakes.
On the A320, the A330 and the 787, if you have one of the brakes MEL'd out.
Yes.
Which, for those people who don't know what MEL stands for, it's the minimum equipment list, and that's basically you can go flying in aircraft because they have so much redundancy. That you can go with some systems actually not working, and it's all perfectly legal. It's all been signed off by people like Will. Engineer looks at the aircraft, goes, okay, we can do this, and it's been signed off by the manufacturer and the regulator.
That's actually one of my favourite things. Is just we have an issue. You seek an MEL, you work with the pilot, and you talk to the pilot, and you go, these are our options, and we may have MEL, like anti-icing, and I can apply the MEL, but you can't go because you're going into icing condition.
Yeah, so it's one of those things too. Like at the end of the day, the entire industry is a team. It's a team industry, not only between pilots and engineers, but between ground staff, catering people. It takes everyone to get these aeroplanes to move, and if any one component of that actually falls over, then it's everything comes to a complete grinding halt.
I have a little question here from Daniel Hill. Hot brakes is something you see a lot, especially on the 787 family, leaving the gear down to cool.
Generally because the 787 is a very unique aircraft. It's the only aeroplane in the world that has electric brakes.
Yes, that's right.
So with the amount of intricacy within that system, like I said, you've got a lot of redundancy in there. So with one of those brake actuators not working, you can go, but part of the process with dispatching the aeroplane with that is that you have to leave the undercarriage down for a minimum of 2 minutes after takeoff. There's a whole bunch of other procedures that we have to apply, like we have to apply for our performance calculations, weight penalties, etc. So that's something to be considered as well. And at the end of the day too, MELs are all at the discretion of the captain. So, and also obviously the engineers are all very, an engineer's not going to sign something off he's not happy with. But
it works
at the end of the day, when the captain takes responsibility for the aircraft, if there's something wrong with it, then he has to be prepared to happily and operate the aircraft in a safe manner. So part of that. And the MEL list actually gives you a whole bunch of guidance on the way that you have to operate the aeroplane. Likewise, the MEL tells the engineers...
We may have a maintenance requirement as well.
Yeah, we have to check this, we have to check that before the aeroplane can go.
And I have had that many times, Darren, where I've gone and I've said to the captain, I can apply an MEL, but I respect if you don't want to take it, that's your aeroplane, Oh, look how beautiful that Queen of the Sky is, the UPS 748. I do remember an old 747-100 came into Melbourne one day, and just forward of the hatch was a little hole in the interior. And we got, what's that for? And that was for a sextant.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Because the navigation through certain countries, there was no navigation aids. And they used to carry a navigator with and it had a sextant. And I do remember...
Well, the 707 used to have it at the original Qantas 707s. I'm sure most of the other 707s, they used to have like astrodomes for doing celestial navigation in the years before inertial navigation sort of came around
and one day we had a smart captain. He goes, "Oh, I got this trick," and he brought a hose in and he stuck it up in the sextant hole, and using the aircraft's pressurization, he decided to vacuum clean the radio panel. The problem was he sucked some of the knobs up. That one didn't go down too well, I can assure you.
I think one of the more terrifying things you could ever do in your life would ever be have to climb out of that escape hatch on that 747 and scale down using
it's not very big,
they call it an evacuation device.
It's not very big though.
And basically it's a cable with a inertia handle that you hold onto for dear life, and you basically slide down. We actually have one on the 787 as well. So you have the panel in the roof comes in, and you get your escape device.
You just go down and
off you go. Actually, just trying to get out up to the actual compartment to go out would actually be challenging enough.
Oh, Wilson Whitmarsh there in the chat. G'day, Wilson. And clever cookie, that Kurt bloke. Insane setup, all the gear, plenty of idea. Had the pleasure of watching the setup last night. Bring on the questions. Well done to you, Will. Hey, great to meet you there last night. Thank you, mate. And I appreciate your company as well. Welcome back to the show. Francis Waite's in the house. Will the next-gen aircraft have much of an influence on demand for flying from passengers? Well, I think so in terms of comfort. When as we progress through the ages, aircraft are becoming more comfortable. They're becoming a lot quieter. They're becoming more fuel efficient, and I think not only for passengers but from operators' perspectives as well. That's probably a given, in my opinion.
I think one of the next challenges we're going to see, and I don't know your thoughts on this, Darren, but just packing people in an economy-sized seat for 20 hours. I mean, you try and do that in an office and see how far you get with OH&S. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And I think that's going to become the next thing.
Sitting in such confined spaces. I actually think, I don't know, like I think over time, I think if people can afford it, obviously, air travel is very much cost-driven. And we have an entire market now of the industry, which is for the people who, or even just people who are looking for good value, who go with the low-cost carriers.
Yes.
But the concept of, if ever I want to go through to Europe and stuff, I always much prefer to break the trip up and have, particularly coming home with a time change, that going more than 10 or 12 hours being wedged in the back in a small seating environment is not particularly attractive to me anyway.
Yeah, I can see the Qantas sunrise, the non-stop to London, non-stop to New York. I can see economy getting less and less in that, because that's going to be a business-driven demand, not so much a leisure demand. But for exactly what you said, because I would plan a trip to stop in Dubai or stop in Honolulu or something like that.
And if it's, for me anyway, I know, obviously, everyone's in different financial situations. For me particularly, if I can afford the extra couple of $100 to have the two sectors on the way home rather than just one, then I'll definitely try to do the two sectors to break it up.
It'll be interesting to see where the public or the demand goes with that. But I just think that's going to be the next big thing is comfort and room, especially on super long haul flights.
I've probably crossed the Pacific more times than I care to remember. It's a long way, and that's, from Sydney or Melbourne, you're only looking at 14 hours. Now you start talking about 20 to 21 hours, It's a...
Big Bear Ray in the house, 4 months and counting. G'day, the SydSquad family. G'day, Big Bear Ray. Welcome back to the show. Right, lovely to have your company. Thank you so much. Mud Crabs is here. G'day, guys. Love your work. Kurt, your champion. Looking forward to the Olympics starting tomorrow AM. Go the Boomers on Saturday night. The basketballers, yes. We actually just caught a glimpse earlier of Centre Point Tower. It's all lit up in green and gold, representing the Australian colours there for the Olympics. And we've got our cheeky little roadway bridge there as well. And we might even get a bit of a wave here from the ground personnel there. Back to the cockpit now that those tags have dropped out. A bit of a pole there in the way, but there we go. Removed before flight tags have been removed. I always love the keyring size ones, except in real life they're like about half a metre long.
Yeah, they are. Will, did you ever get involved with talking about from the engineering perspective, did you used to do the pushbacks?
Oh, yes. I was just going to say, if I had $1 for every time I've done
it. Wave the pin at the captain, yeah.
I remember when I was 7 years old and I was flying and I saw somebody waving a pin. I go, geez, I'd love to do that one day. And about 12,000 of them later.
Yeah. It was interesting, about 6 or 12 months ago, I had an article in one of the newspapers pop up because I'd written to one of the newspapers highlighting that, like in Japan, when all the ground crew will all line up beside the aeroplane and give the aircraft a traditional Japanese wave off. So there'd probably anywhere between 4 and 12 people lined up on the side of the ramp, rain, hail or snow. And they'll give you the full traditional wave off as your taxiway.
I love it. I think it's great.
It's a real highlight for anyone who's been up to Japan taking photographs at some of their great airports.
It is really good seeing that
very,
tradition.
Very cool thing.
Yeah, we just have an interesting question from Joe A here. What is the red do not handle on the nose gear of the A380? And what's that all about? And it's actually also on the A340, the 600. And it's one of the ILS aerials.
Yeah, I'm actually not particularly...
it's one of the landing guidance aerials for the landing markers.
Okay.
And yeah, it's just basically an antenna, and obviously you don't want anyone grabbing that antenna.
No. Like anything around the bottom of the aircraft, it's like there's a lot of delicate equipment.
Yeah.
Like I said, if anyone's got any questions, feel free to chime in, whether it's about aeroplanes or the industry.
Velocity 863, Sydney Tower.
Started to crank up a little bit. It's getting pretty busy. Got a Singapore 350 just come around the corner.
We're just having a bit of a hello there to one of Charlie's mates there in the flight crew. Just come on down the stairs there. I'll have to play that one back on the replay, Charlie. Charlie's just hanging out with us here in the background as well today. Now we got the Qantas 11 going to Los Angeles. The A380 is now making its way up to the Alpha 1 holding point there for a departure. Now full length runway 16 right. And what a beautiful sight that is there with the Queen of the Skies in the foreground, and then you've got the King there in the background as well. Make sure you get your shots in. Oh, and the DHL, one of the
pushing
hot dogs,
back as well.
Yeah, push back out the back there as well. Great sight there.
Hot dog.
Velocity 863, wind 100 degrees, 6 knots, runway 161, clear to land.
A message coming in from Todd O'Rourke, and heading home from JFK on Qantas 4 in just over an hour, and getting into Sydney on Sunday morning, 8:35 hours via Auckland. Good on you, Todd. Love it.
That's a long day.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if anyone's going to be doing a live show on the Sunday there, Todd. And apologise if we won't see you on the live show. But, wow, beautiful. Good on you, Todd, and thanks, mate, for the 1.5 there. Really appreciate that. A very generous contribution, and have a great couple of flights there, and look after yourself. Travel safe, and welcome back when you get in. For sure, indeed. Another quick one coming out is another space nut. New to aviation nerding, but happy to be here. Well, I reckon you're in good company. New to space. And another space nut, mate. New to aviation. I think you're in good company here tonight. Sit back, relax, and enjoy yourself.
And I do know another space nut, and yeah, he's a legend of YouTube. He's a lovely guy.
There you go.
And
Small world.
A nice hi from the UK. So yeah, Lovely to see Aaron, and you have a great day, mate.
But Space Hounds might have to crank out the ISS tracker, and we might get Kurt to crank that big lens up towards the ISS, and we get a fly past over Sydney this evening.
We had featured the ISS on the show once before. It might have actually been that night that we were talking to you, because we were down at the canal, and it came over from the southwest and went out to the northwest. It's been a while though since I've seen it, but from time to time we do feature the old ISS. But you might joke, but good on you. Another space nut. Welcome to the SydSquad show. Aaron's Aviation dropping in a 1 there. Good on you, Aaron. Thank you, mate, for that wonderful support. Will, you saw something that caught your eye?
No, I was just going through the chats, but...
I've got a question here from Phil Walker. He's asking what's the power cost of having the aircraft lighting on? Well, to tell you the truth, it's basically comparatively small now, because you use a lot of LED lighting inside the interior of the airplanes, so, which cuts down on the energy loss. And compared to some of the other electrical drains on the aeroplane, it's actually a very minor sort of cost.
Yeah, lighting's definitely... It's only about 20 to 50 kilowatts, depending on the aircraft, probably up to 100 kilowatts on an A380, just the cabin lighting and the aircraft's lighting that's required. But, quite minimal. And with LED lighting, as you said, Darren, it's...
well, I was going to say, the amount of power that, like, for instance, the 787 has... like 2 megawatt generators, and it's got enough, creates enough power to light up a small African country, with the aircraft being entirely electric.
Yeah, but it's the hydraulic pumps, fuel pumps, and other systems like that do the big power drain. Look at that nifty 50 Dash 9.
Oh, yeah, the Dash 9. We might even get the nifty 50 grand in for you a bit later there, Will. We might call our friends up at Cathay and sort you out. How about that? Did you watch last night's show?
I did actually, and you
were actually in fine form last night. We're having a bit of a laugh at home last night.
Good. Good. I appreciate it.
Thanks
mate.
for the dedication. That was brilliant.
Stephen Amer's in the house here. Wow, what a great night. ×2. Can't wait for this one. Oh, and go all the Aussies at the Olympics. Oi, oi, oi. Yes, good time to be alive. Well, there we go. Qantas 11
lining up.
Yeah, that's it. We heard them on the old dulcet tones there from ATC. Chicky 26 is here. Is it eerie, strange, scary to fly sod props? Right, well, for those of you who don't know what sod props is, it is simultaneous opposite direction parallel runway operations in progress. Try and say that one 10 times fast.
I've done that a couple of times coming into Sydney, where we've been landing on 34 left and departures off 16 left.
I guess the perfect example, would be if you're landing on the parallel runway to an aircraft taking off, is where you might feel it a bit strange, right? When you're at the front and you see an aircraft perhaps coming. I mean, although they're parallel, so there's a little bit of a distance away, but... It's
been a long time since I've done it, but I was coming back from Honolulu one day and we were landing on 34 left in the 330, and there was an Air New Zealand 747 going off on 16 left. That's how long ago it was. I've actually got quite a good photo of it on my website, actually. They come past the opposite direction, but it is unusual to actually see someone sort of coming at you in the opposite direction.
Well, there you go.
They tend to do quite a bit at LAX too. I've seen that when I've been. LAX uses some opposite direction operations.
All right, well, here we go. It's the Qantas 11 now. It's the A380 about to rip it out. Runway 16 right. Let's enjoy this one together, shall we? Here we go. Oh, she's dark down there. A long way away. I see that Muzdog's there in the house, passing on his regards to you, Will, and to Darren. Craig Murray, that is.
Craig. Hey, Craig, how are you?
Craig.
One of the original Sydney legends.
Yes.
And I was just going to say on the back of that too, I mean, how long have we all been spotting for? 40, 50 years, and that just never gets old, does it? No. It never gets old.
How good is it?
We have a lovely question there for you, Darren.
Hey, Daniel. Question from Daniel Hill is on the 7.8. Is the electric start very different from the normal conventional start on for an A330? Well, it actually is, because as I was saying before, the your conventional engine start uses air that's ducted off an auxiliary power unit or off another engine or off a ground cart on the ground to spin the engine up to a minimum speed before you can put fuel in, and then it will light off and start up. On the 7.8, it's simply similar concept, but it doesn't use bleed air, it just uses electric starter motors. So there's 2 starter motors per engine that spin the engine up quite quickly, actually, and it gives it a very quick startup once it actually lights off. So it's just using an alternative power source. Instead of using compressed air to spin the engine up, it actually just uses electrics.
On the 787, there's a question, because I haven't ever been involved in 787s, but do you have like a deboeing cycle or like a hot start cycle, and is that computer controlled?
The engine now these days with the engines are so smart, and the digital engine controllers that actually run these engines are so smart that what the engine will do is it will actually spin itself up. It doesn't have a dedicated deboe, which basically means the main axis of the engine or the main shaft of the engine gets bent because of uneven cooling on a turnaround. So on a 2-hour turnaround, which is pretty frequent for a lot of international aeroplanes, they'll often find that the engines do generate quite a bit of vibration on the startup, and then the digital engine controllers are then metering fuel in and out to try to minimise that vibration, but at the same time still keep the engine starting up. So the 7.8 has that.
Yep.
As do
the Neos and the Maxes.
Neos,
they're all got the same.
they have a dedicated cooling cycle.
Yep.
As the 7.8, not so much. It's more incorporated actually into the start itself.
Talking about a blast from the past, Mr. Kawasaki, strangest passenger jet you've ever seen. Mine's the Vickers VC10.
I've always loved the Tupolev 154. I remember photographing one from the Czechoslovakian government here in Sydney in I think it was about maybe 2005 or so, and it was looks like something out of the Thunderbirds rather than a civilian airliner.
Who remembers the IPEC Argosies?
Well, I grew up in Melbourne, so it was what did they say? It was a constant noise, variable thrust. And even then, it didn't have much thrust. At Essendon Airport, it used to go out down at Launceston every night, and it would, on a 35-degree Melbourne day, it was only barely getting airborne with all 4 engines going.
Wow, they were memories, I tell you. God,
there's actually a Hercules up at what's it? Hercules, the Bristol freighter up in Cairns at the moment that's actually being restored back to flying condition. There's only one left in the world.
Wow.
It used to be owned and operated by Heavy Lift, but it's in the process of being restored at the minute.
Absolutely sensational to see that Bristol freighter operating.
Mulkey Stoddart's in the house. Another month. Cheers as ever for the great work. And on your Mulkey, appreciate that wonderful support. Thank you there. Also got a message coming in from Anthony S. Good evening, boys and chat. How are we? Oh, Anthony, we're doing well here tonight. How are you, mates? More importantly, wow, one of the wing lights out on that dash there. Only the left prop you can see that there, Will.
Yeah, a bit of an ML on that one, I guess.
Yeah, I'd say so.
we
can apply that.
Sort that out. And Katana Combat in the house. Evening to all aviation enthusiasts. Drink in hand, snacks all set for the live stream. Well done, Katana, and lovely to have your company here tonight, and appreciate that. And Mulkey's got 16 months in the penthouse. Anthony had 5 in the Harbour Suite at the pointy end, along with Katana for 15. Wonderful support here at the SydSquad show tonight. And H-Man's in the house, dropping a 1-0. Great stream, boys. Fantastic knowledge. And yes, you won't get that anywhere else, I tell you. Quick shout out to my wife, Sandy, and my son, Hunter, heading to a very cold Canberra. Well, there you go. You escaped the cold, Will. And, thank you, H-Man, for that.
It was actually quite warm last night. It only got down to 6 degrees, so it was good.
It was. You'll have Kenny tell you that it was reasonably warm here in Sydney last night as well. And when the wind went away, we lost the wind chill, and it was so balmy. It was really good. I packed up in just a T-shirt, so it was great. Get on your H-Man, and lovely to have your company. Mrs. Dashcam, loving tonight, lots of info. Kurt is so quiet. Well, Kurt is operating the camera and taking it all in just as well as you are as well. And we don't often get Will on the show, and we rarely get Darren on the show, so it's going to be one of those nights where I'm happy to take a little step back and just enjoy listening to these powerhouses of info. And so I hope you all enjoy yourselves tonight and learn something along the way, which is what it's all about. And right now we've got our Singapore Airlines friends. It's the 242 service, the 359er.
Nice.
And going home to Singapore. There we go. Cleared for takeoff now, runway 16 right. Yes, Will.
Yeah, we've got a question here from Cog Gamer 380. He's asking the electrical systems, are they started off on the ground and who's that done by?
It's all done automatically now.
It is.
Everything is all fully digitally controlled by the two central brains on us.
And that's all controlled from the cockpit, whether it's us engineers in the morning who start it up or whether you guys get on the airplanes first and turn it on. But it's just like turning the lights on in the house, I guess, but just a lot more complex.
It is. Takes a lot longer too.
Qantas 806, wind 090 degrees, 6 knots, 16, please fly. Runway 16 right, close that here.
Thank you, Will. Kurt was daydreaming there.
I love the custard duck emojis. I wonder where they got that from.
I can't imagine, Will, where that came from, mate. I can't imagine.
Fell off the back of a truck, right?
Look at that. A330s are close to my heart. I'd probably take the 330 before I'd take the 748.
Check a little A380 question. Is the Rolls-Royce Trent 900 louder than the GP 7000 on the A380s?
Well, look, I don't really know the exact decibel ranges. Look, if I was a betting man, I reckon the GP, the General Electric Pratt, would probably be the noisier of the two, but there's not much in it. We're talking decibels.
It's just loud.
But speaking of that, but before we started tonight, I was doing a little bit of spotting down Sheps Mound, and we had a 350-9er taxi by and an A321 Neo, and I tell you what, you're just about not going to need earmuffs anymore. They are so quiet.
So quiet.
And you could hear the brake fans are louder on the Neo.
Will. That's why I was so happy when the 767 and the A330 ripped past late last night. We were like, here we go. Now the sound. Bring the sound. And that was spectacular. Great shot there with our Kiwi friends also coming in on the far runway there. New Zealand 220 in from Christchurch. Going to Christchurch, sorry. They're departing, I should say. And
DHL just started to line up now.
the tripler.
Oh, beautiful.
The boss.
I did say to a pilot who was considering going onto the 777 once when he was having a chat to me about it, and I said, I can't give you advice what you should do with your career as an engineer, but I said, there's one thing I will give you advice with the 777. I said, if you elect to fly it, only word you'll ever have to learn how to write is nil, because that's all you'll ever put in the tech log. Yeah. They are so reliable, those airplanes, it's incredible.
21, runway 16 right, clear for takeoff.
Oh, big shout out quickly to Johnny from China Airlines, one of the staff members just leaving the office for the afternoon, just behind us saying hello. And hello there, Johnny from China Airlines. Have a great night. Make sure you tune into the show when you get home. And here we go. It's time for the tripler out the door now. Let's enjoy this one together.
We just had a very interesting question from 75DT21, if I remembered it correctly, because it's gone away off the screen. It just goes too fast. Yeah. But the question about Concorde, why don't we have a Concorde now?
To me, I think it effectively just comes down to fuel.
It does, and
the amount of energy that it takes to move something through the air at twice the speed of sound.
That is right.
Is massive, and the only way technology we have right now is using basically turbojet engines.
Yeah.
Turbofan's really not effective at that speed. You need to use pure jet, which basically puts your fuel cost up.
So as you go faster through air becomes thicker. So we can wave a hand through the air. We could hardly feel it.
It exponentially becomes thicker as you get closer to the speed of sound as well.
It's like going through syrup. That's probably the best way to describe it. So you need that energy to punch through it. Second thing is heat. Structural issues with the heat, and that was what limited Concorde with its speed.
So Concorde actually had a temperature indicator on the engineer's panel, and I think it was above 107 degrees Celsius or thereabouts. They then had to slow the aircraft down in the cruise. 127, sorry. I missed out the 2.
Oh, he's Concorde. The Concorde encyclopedia over here.
He's beat me to it. I was going to say, you're going to hate me because it's 127 degrees.
There you go.
But that's also one of the issues. But I am keeping a very close eye on boom technologies. And as skeptical as I am, and I continue to be very skeptical, I am raising an eyebrow, and every day that goes by and each announcement they make, I'm getting more and more interested in what they're doing and keen to see where they're going. And I think I'm starting to get a bit of faith in it. So I think in the next 5 years or so, if all goes well, we may see SSC transport back.
I think that might be an opportune moment for myself to jump into this conversation. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Charlie here on the stream. Kurt's decided he's had enough talking, but he can still hear us. The topic of Concorde and any sort of supersonic travel always piques my interest. So I'm with you. I'm very cautiously optimistic when it comes to boom. I think there's a lot to be sceptical about. The deals with Rolls-Royce that fell through a couple of years ago and then developing their own power plant, I look forward to seeing where that particular arrangement goes. But I saw that Chief Concorde pilot Mike Bannister was there flying the sim at the Royal International Air Tattoo last weekend, and he seems to be relatively impressed by what he sees, as do some of the other Concorde flight crew that were there as well. But they've got a long way to go before it becomes a tangible reality.
They have. And look, some of the math that they're proposing.
Any pioneering technology is going to be astronomically expensive.
Yeah.
I did see a big fault with the boom cockpit, I must add.
Oh, the fact that it doesn't have any windows.
No, it doesn't have a flight engineer's panel.
Oh, the flight engineer's panel, you may have already said this, but one of the great things, the unique things about Concorde is that because it flew so fast and the friction of the air on the surface of the airplane heating it up, as you mentioned earlier, to over 100 and, the limit was 127 degrees.
400 knots and above air becomes friction.
Correct, and so with that in mind, we all know what happens to things when they heat up. They expand. So Concorde actually grew in length by about a foot when it was flying at Mach 2. And the flight engineer's panel that you mentioned, on the ground it's hard up against a bulkhead. At Mach 2 there was a gap in it wide enough that you could fit your hand in. And on some of the last Concorde flights, the flight engineers put their cap in there, and then when the aircraft slowed down, it contracted. Unfortunately, some of the museums have removed the cap, which I think is criminal, because it was a great talking point for those that have been to see, I think it was Alpha Foxtrot, they removed it at Filton, which was the last Concorde to fly.
Yeah, no, fascinating aeroplane, loved it.
Yeah.
And it was actually Airbus, believe it or not.
Yeah, the precursor of Airbus.
Yeah, that killed it because they had to do the engineering and technical support, and a lot of people don't realise that.
And there's a lot of technological, like the colour of the hydraulic systems has all carried over
Green,
to
yellow,
the modern Airbus fleet, and it was the precursor of Airbus.
Well, Concorde was the very first airline to use fly-by-wire technology. It was the first airliner to have carbon fibre brakes, and it was also the first airliner to use the transfer of fuel to trim the aircraft as well. Airbus decided in the early 2000s they were going to increase the maintenance costs. Air France never really made any money with Concorde, whereas British Airways did. And the agreement was to 50-50 split the maintenance costs. So unfortunately, after 9/11, when half of the regular Concorde passengers were sadly lost, and the double the maintenance costs when Air France decided to pull out, there was no economical way that British Airways could keep the aircraft flying any longer.
Very unique part of aviation history.
Yeah, I mean, as Kurt knows, I could speak for hours and hours on the topic of Concorde, so don't tempt me. 26th of November 2003, I was there at Filton. It's over 20 years ago now since Concorde last flew. And in fact, it was a very sad anniversary just yesterday, 24 years since the awful accident in Paris. Nothing before or since has ever come close to replicating the romance of aviation the way that Concorde did, in my opinion.
And look, you're very correct. We all know that the Russians made their own version of supersonic transport. But unfortunately, yeah, that never even came close. It was just too impractical.
Too noisy.
Too noisy inside, too inefficient, and it was just more for glory than anything else.
Absolutely. I think that's probably my time to bow out and give the headset back to Kurt. Otherwise, this will turn into the Concorde stream, and we know that Kurt doesn't really want that.
Oh, thank you, Charlie. And what a wealth of knowledge we've got here tonight. We're in good company. We're in great company. And here we go. Someone to have a stab at me. Emsy, this is the quietest I've ever heard you coming in from Queensland Maroons. You should have heard me on. You should have heard me on Game 3 night, Mr. Queensland Maroons. I was pretty loud. Don't you worry. Let me assure you. Hey, you cheeky devil. Thanks for the 5, mate. You're not getting that back. Hey, what we got now is a Qantas 648 service coming in from Perth. It's an A330-200 now, long finals, runway 16 right. How about that on the data tag? Helicopter Qantas 479. How does that work? Mr. Graham Hutchison from 16 Right Media, we better get on to him about that.
Now, while
that's an interesting one, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a Eurocopter, wow.
Well, this A330-200 is coming in, Darren.
We
were talking about how to land a 330 and the three-step method.
The tiptoe through the tulips method that you have to use on the 330.
So correct me if I'm wrong, and I have had the pilots explain it to me many times, but you basically land the aircraft the rear wheels first, and then you have to slightly tip the airplane forward to land.
Obviously, in the airplane, if you watch this 330 when he comes in here, when they get just below about 50 feet, you'll see they start to gradually reduce their rate of descent by pulling back a little bit on the stick.
And then we tip it forward.
And then he'll have the back wheels will touch.
Yep.
And then on the 330, because of the gear arrangement, you then relax that pressure and let the front wheels settle onto the runway.
Which he's doing a textbook
because
job of.
Now,
Yep.
if you have a look at the back of the wing, you can actually see the spoilers coming up now.
Yes.
And you don't want to do what I did landing in Sydney one day on runway 07.
Here we go.
And only having just transitioned onto the 330, is if you don't relax that back pressure and you let the aeroplane run along the runway on the back wheels with the front wheels about 2.5 metres above the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Remember, these are big aeroplanes.
Yes. Yeah.
What will happen is the spoilers will come up, removing all lift from the wing,
and
the aeroplane will come crashing down onto the front wheels with a massive thud. And that's generally the pilot's ego hitting the floor at about the same time. So the 3-part landing technique on the 330 was touch down the back wheels, relax the pressure. Oh, we've got instant replay coming on. So we'll talk us through here as we come in. So you can see the angle of that main gear, it's almost 45 degrees to level. So on such a big aircraft, it means that those front wheels are almost 3 metres above ground level compared to the back wheels. So the concept is you smoothly fly the aeroplane onto the ground as soon as the back wheels touch, and you can feel them through the seat of your pants.
Yep.
You relax the pressure, and that lets the aeroplane just settle onto the ground before the spoilers come up on the wing. And then you have to then manually, gradually fly the nose wheel onto the ground.
So you're landing the nose wheel
so
as well.
Definitely it's a 3-part landing check, and it was all caused by the way the spoilers would come up and the height, the size of how high the front wheel is compared to the back wheel.
Yeah.
And I've only ever done it once. You sort of learn your lesson very quickly in that sort of respect.
Well, I did have a go on the simulator one day at Qantas, and I did make a mess of it, but we won't go there.
I actually found it's quite a challenging aeroplane. Like, it's a beautiful aeroplane to fly, don't get me wrong. It's a very interesting aircraft to fly. With that 3-part landing technique, particularly in quite a strong crosswind. Because you really want to get that front wheel onto the ground relatively quickly, so that you get that tractional steering helps you keep the aeroplane pointed down the runway.
Because you can lose that rudder steering pretty quickly when you're slowing down.
Especially, particularly when you pull the reverse thrust in, because you get the reverse, the wash off the engines actually disturbs a lot of the airflow over the vertical stabilizer on the aeroplane, which keeps it pointed straight, and so it can become a little bit more challenging to keep straight on the runway.
Now, here's a question I actually have for you, being a 787 skipper. I know on the 747, because the upper anti-collision beacon's quite close to the cockpit.
Yep.
With these being LED,
yep.
We on the 747 they used to be able to turn that off. So you're going through weather.
Well, that's one of the really good things actually about these big LED beacons. particularly like if anyone is susceptible or like strobe lights, when you like either from old nightclubs or whatever, it's when you're flying an aeroplane in very dense cloud. But the Airbus, the A320 and not so much the A330, but the A320, particularly the 320s that were fitted with winglets, when they first came out, they can fit what's called a strobe blocker.
Yes.
Okay, and that stops the strobe light coming into the cockpit. And so, believe it or not, the lights are so bright, it can flash on the instrument panel, and it's actually quite distracting, and it can give you vertigo. But in cloud at night, that double pulse that you get off the very unique Airbus, I think some MD-11s had the double blinking strobes as well, but it's so bright, and because of the rapid sequence of it, and it's so short, it's actually quite distracting. Where on the 7.8 with the big red slow pulsating beacon, you don't have that same effect.
Okay. So
and it's actually quite warming, actually. When you're flying through the cloud,
and you can just warms on, warms off.
And it comes on and off slowly. So you don't have that harsh strobing effect that you get out of a traditional red beacon.
Yep.
Which hence they would turn it off. And likewise, we would often turn off the strobe lights on the when you're flying in cloud for a continuous period of time.
Yep.
Even on the non-Sharklet aeroplanes or on the 320 fleet, because it was just to sort of start to drive you a bit crazy after about 5 minutes. The double flash continually the whole time.
Scotty Shawcross is there, 26 months in the Bondi Beach Cabana. Good on you, Scotty. Thank you for your support here tonight, mate, and welcome back to the show. Hopefully you're doing well. And Willie Hale, all the big questions are coming out now. How does the ILS operate?
Through radio beams, basically. That's the old traditional ILS system. Yeah. There is many different new
and these
types
days we have the GPS, GLS system running.
There's some amazing new things out there, but the old-fashioned stuff was just simple radio waves.
Well, the message now coming in from Jay Morgan. Why is the Dash 8 the only commercial prop still widely used? Mate, I'll tell you what, you're in big trouble here, lads.
Look, I think it'll just come down to simple economics. You think of yourself as a business.
I think also, too, in the United States, they had a couple of significant turboprop accidents.
With the ATR?
Well, they had the ATRs, but also, too, then they also had the Colgan, I think it was, Dash 8, that crashed. Yep. And
that wasn't an aircraft's fault, that was more a pilot fatigue's fault.
But what it did was it triggered a reaction inside the United States.
Yeah.
And effectively people equated propeller aeroplanes with being unsafe as opposed to a jet aeroplane. Even though that may not actually be the case. But in the US, I think it was one of the organisations they have over there that look after the interests of airline passengers and things, basically put a recommendation that if you want to be safe, you fly on a jet, not a propeller aeroplane. And so that then really boomed the introduction of the regional jet fleet across the United States, and that then flowed through to Europe. And so now we have an entire suite of smaller regional jets from 70 seats upwards, which have generally replaced... Now, those regional jets are generally not as efficient as what like a Dash 8 400 is.
And look, that's why I'm sort of raising my eyebrows. I mean, it's crazy because the turboprops are extremely efficient. Q400 to me is a real favourite. I mean, that'll beat the 737 to Canberra, for example.
Yeah, absolutely.
They just get up and boogie, and they're a great aeroplane, super reliable.
Oh, awesome.
Yeah, look, public perception.
Perception is, and it was a perceptional thing.
Yep.
Particularly in the United States after those accidents with the ATRs, with the icing on the wing that was causing aileron activation in flight, and then that Colgan accident again wasn't an aircraft issue at all. But it was the perception also too, and that was systemic also because at that stage you had,
And it's like the DC-10 drama when they were all grounded. And look, when you really analyse it, it kind of wasn't really the aeroplane's fault.
No.
When you really dig deep and unpack each incident, but yet that got a bad name and that had really bad public perception. So.
Yeah, so it's I think that's predominantly led to the withdrawal and the reduction. Now, Australia is we're a bit more isolated from the United States and Europe, and also we're quite geographically different. That we offer some aviation challenges that you don't have in the United States. We have significant distances to cover.
We have better weather here too, which helps.
We do.
Yep.
We have bigger distances to cover, so the payload capability on the things like the Dash 8-400 are fantastic compared to their operating costs.
Yeah.
434 sitting down.
We old mates in the house. They're there in Canberra as well. Old mate, we're doing well. Dropping in the 3 there. Thanks for your company on the show again, twice in 24 hours. Gee, we're lucky. Mr. Blue Sky, welcome to the Bondi Beach Cabana. Good on you, Mr. Blue Sky. Thanks for that. Hey, Impulse Aviation. Dave, g'day, Kurt, Will, Darren, a glass of wine, and SydSquad does the end of a working week get any better? Sounds like it's going to be pretty good at your household. All I need now is Nigel to share a bottle with. Well, that would, well, I'll tell you what.
Here, Nigel will bring out a bottle of whiskey actually to keep us warm here as the evening goes on.
I can tell you it's not going to happen tonight because Nigel's on the farm tonight. So there'll be no bottle of Reds anywhere there. I can guarantee you. Good question. Good one there, Impulse Aviation. And welcome back to the SydSquad show. Ethan Cox is here. G'day, Will, and love the stream from myself and Lockie. Will there ever be a Melbourne squad? Well, Ethan, I've got the answer to your question there. There is a couple of guys who do some streaming down there. Melbourne Flyers, actually. You can check them out on YouTube. But not from our perspective, mind you. We'll be SydSquad, and that's where we'll remain. It is home ground for us here.
And g'day, Ethan and Lockie. Good to see you here tonight, guys. It's
Hawaiian.
It's fantastic having you here. And yeah, maybe you could do a Melbourne squad. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, the Singapore dropping it in nicely now. The Singapore 211, the tripler coming in. A little bit shaky there. Wow.
Velocity 434 at Bravo 4, runway 16.
Maybe another one there for the Little Wings instant replay.
I must say a big shout out for Kurt's photography skills. If everyone could actually see the way he's actually operating this gear set, I have a hard enough time taking a good photo looking through the viewfinder, and he's got this camera perched on a 6-foot-high tripod.
The iPhone 15 Pro Maxibond Plus,
like
Ultimate Edition.
It's like a U-boat commander steering a periscope, actually, and
running a 742
doing a fantastic job, actually.
I appreciate it, mate. Very, very kind. Thank you, buddy.
Sorry.
No, it's all right. We've got to keep the camera moving though for the viewers. You know. Here we go. Seth's in the house. Evening SydSquad members, mods, and curtain guests. How is everyone this evening? Well, gents, how are you? Are you enjoying yourself so far, Darren?
We're going beautifully.
We're going beautifully. Seth, we're having a great time, mate. We're missing your company. We'll have you down here again soon, no doubt. I'm sure. Mark Bingers is back in the house. Hi, Kurt, and Will SydSquad. Hi, Kurt and Will. SydSquad, the best live stream on TV tonight.
Good on you, Mark.
Just tonight, though.
Just tonight.
Ring-a-ding-ding. On your mark.
God, I love all those custard duck emojis. That is fantastic.
Well, yeah, that'll make you feel good there, the old custard duck, Will. You're in good company there, and Kurt, show us your happy squad dance moves. Another day. When I'm in Adelaide. I'm not there today, though. Good on you, Seth. Thank you, mate. And Artush is here up there in the Bondi Beach Cabana for 3 months. Good on you, Artush. Welcome back to the SydSquad show, mate. It's lovely to have your company. Well, you know what? We've got another SQ, I believe, on final. Yeah, it's back-to-backs here because now we've got the Singapore 7441 in from Honolulu.
It's an unusual flight number, 7441. Must be a composite freight flight.
Freighter flight. Trying to get my tongue around this. This is a freighter flight number.
This is the mustard duck, Will.
The mustard duck.
And you might need to give a bit of an explanation there to Darren. He's probably looking at us going, what is that all about?
I know. I've heard. Where did it actually come from? I've heard it multiple times over the streams that I've been watching at home, but what is the actual history behind where the custard duck actually...
Well, I think the custard duck was...
Pretty self-explanatory.
Yeah, it's common in Melbourne. That's probably where I've brought it up from. But, yeah, it's the bird on the tail looks like a duck, and it's very much a custard colour.
Yes.
Right, okay. Hence the custard duck.
And the reason why we call this one the mustard duck is because of the mustard-looking colour of the DHL, which we tend to refer to our DHLs as hot dogs. I don't know, there's a lot of food connotations on these live streams with the mango pancakes for Scoot and the mustard and the custard ducks. Gosh.
We did call Thai chicken Maryland because Thai and Thai can get a little bit confused.
Bravo 4. Sorry, you're in.
1 Wow, beautiful side there. The triple just ripping it out. Wow, full dirty configuration there. Flaps out. Look
They're in
at
a hurry.
that.
They're in a hurry to finish
Man,
work.
tell you what, they just on the anchors.
First on the left.
And they will vacate there to the left because they'll be making their way down Taxiway Bravo to the northeastern park. Well, they'll be parking up there on the 80s bays and hopefully expecting a little bit of a departure from them before the evening is out as well. So more to come from the Mustard Duck 777.
I think Andrew asked a question before about RFDS aircraft and getting priority on the way. And having spent 3 years flying at the RFDS, he's actually correct. There is a priority system in place, but only it really happens when you're actually carrying an ill patient back into somewhere like Sydney or Melbourne, or you need priority through the airspace to be able to get somewhere. So they use a thing called Medical One.
Yeah, oftentimes we'll hear medical traffic, and if we're operating here at Sydney Airport, the parallels they'll find a slot and they'll slot them in 07
and
or,
like Sydney air traffic control is amazing with and so also Melbourne. We actually years ago, because I was working at the RFDS prior to September 11, we used to take the air traffic controllers for fly in the King Air.
Oh, they'd love that.
So that we could show them what the aircraft was capable of, because when I was flying with them, I was predominantly flying out of Essendon, which is literally...
That's really interesting.
It's only 3 miles to Melbourne Airport. And so what we decided to do is put a program in place to take the air traffic controllers out flying, and we'd say, hey, we'll go into a small country town and be able to show them how steeply and how quickly we can get the aeroplane onto the ground. And they go, oh, wow, you can do that? And so it completely changed the way that we could be sequenced on the way back into Essendon with that very busy Melbourne Airport only a few miles away.
Yep.
They would bring us in over the top, and they would give us a steep approach on the way in, and didn't affect passengers because the aircraft's pressurised. So, like I said, Melbourne and big shout out to Melbourne and Sydney ATC for their treatment of my time anyway, coming into here and also back into Melbourne and Brisbane. Fantastic.
Just there we go. Big shout out to Kenny down there. Yeah, hello, Kenny. He was actually the co-host on yesterday's live show, mind you. He's dropping in a nice hello. Oh, Emirates A380 now. Finals, runway 16 right. Here we go. Well, just pull them up now on the main camera. There we go.
Now, as this was coming in, and we were looking at this before, Darren, a little earlier this evening, but on most Airbus aircraft, certainly the ones that are fitted with the more modern flight control software, notice that the ailerons become speed brakes.
Yes.
So, so when this aircraft comes in, after landing, you'll have your ground and flight spoilers are deployed. Once the wheels have touched the ground, the speed sense is reached, tells the computer that we're on the ground. But also the ailerons, and that's the benefit of fly-by-wire because they're not interconnected with cables.
Yeah, exactly. And the 787, we have the ailerons and the flapperons go up as well.
Exactly the same thing. So when we watch this aircraft land, watch the spoilers go up, and then you also watch both ailerons kick up at the same time. And it's pinning the wing down. You can actually see the drop and the flex in the wing when it's landed.
One thing I think that's very unique about the 380 is it has that definite, when you're on the ground, it has that definite down cant on the outer part of the wing, and you see it in flight where it's actually slightly curved up. It's quite a stiff wing compared to like the carbon fibre wing on the 787, which is like a gigantic glider, and it can go up to like about 5 metres at the wingtip. You watch this, as soon as the aeroplane touches down, the wing is immediately back into that sort of seated ground position.
What's also interesting about the A380 wing is you have structural load on a wing.
Instant replay, here we go.
When the wing's flying, it's actually neutral. There is actually no load on the wing at all. Thereabouts in general.
Yep.
But when the airplane's not flying on the ground, it actually has a load component on the structure.
The engineering that goes into these sorts of...
it's incredible.
It's just phenomenal.
So,
how quickly you can actually see in that replay there just how quickly that wingtip actually
drops.
It comes out in probably at least 2.5 metres,
correct.
3 metres, almost over the space of only about 2 or 3 seconds.
7301 Sydney Tower, APEC, continue approach.
Good.
Target over 5477 6477 Sydney Tower.
Oh, okay, righto. That's right. Well, I'll just skim past them. All good there, and
Gun.
Beautiful replay there of the A380, and kind of like this. Watch a landing, and then we get the superb commentary of the on the replay. Now we got China Southern 301 now.
Runway 16 right, clear to land.
Guangzhou 787, the first of the 787s to feature on the show, landing here tonight, I believe. And talk us through this one, Captain 787, standing next to me.
One of the most unique things, such a beautiful aeroplane to fly. You get the combination, the Boeing fly-by-wire system, and it's a common system between the 787 and the 777. Almost identical, with a couple of new features on the 787 which help us out in situations that are non-normal. But the aeroplanes themselves are absolutely magnificent to fly. Now, Sydney today, there's very little wind, so very few excuses. So, but when you're going into like Sydney, landing runway 25 with a 40 to 45 knot northwesterly wind, is really when the 787 is a very unique aeroplane, and in one aspect very different to the 777, because it doesn't matter whether you're coming in with flap 30, flap 25 or flap 20, so changing the shape of the wing for landing. You'll have a look, the aeroplane will land in the same attitude irrespective of the flap setting, which is, it's a unique aircraft in the world of aviation. You'll come in with the nose about 1 to 1.5 degrees above the horizon, irrespective of the flap setting. Now, normally the more flap you have out means the higher the nose attitude of the aircraft will be on approach. There's a lot of what we call pure Boeing magic going on in the back of the aeroplane.
Pure Boeing magic?
Yeah, pure Boeing magic.
What is pure Boeing magic?
Pure Boeing magic is
the
fly-by-wire system is actually shuffling the positions of the horizontal stabiliser, the flaperons and the ailerons to actually provide the pilot with a consistent approach attitude irrespective of the flap setting. One of the more challenging things as a pilot, here we come on instant replay. So you see the 787 does actually fly with approach with quite a low nose attitude. It's only about 1 to 1.5 degrees above the horizon. So it's actually quite low compared to like an A320, which is coming in, it's about 2.5 degrees above the horizon, and then up to 4 degrees based on the amount of flap that you're actually using. So the attitude, what you're seeing from the cockpit, the view changes continuously in those aircraft. One thing that Boeing set out to do with the 787 was to give the pilot a consistent landing view irrespective of the flap setting, which particularly if you're coming in and you've got, like, say for instance, you're making your approach land on one engine, or you've got a hydraulic system out, or you're using a reduced flap setting, that you'll see the same thing every time you land that aeroplane. Wow. And there's actually quite a lot of the abnormal checklists in the aircraft which comment, and they talk about that you may feel buffet in the airframe. What that is all the flight controls being manoeuvred around to provide the pilot with that consistent approach attitude to hopefully give a better, smoother landing, particularly with overweight landings where you may be coming back when you're coming back in overweight, where you have to come back because you have medical or something along with that. So it's a very special airplane for a lot of different reasons.
I have had a few colleagues who fly 737s, and they say the landing of a 700 and 800 can be quite different.
Yes.
Do you have any feedback from colleagues like the Dash 10? Is there any sort of handling difference, landing characteristics?
I think it's the 7
very consistent.
Beautiful. The 8, the 9, generally I would say one thing is the aeroplane is actually maybe slightly easier to transition into the flare when it's heavier, and almost every jet aeroplane is like that. All jet aeroplanes, the lighter they are, the more challenging they are to land.
It's the Dashcam fanatics now in the house. A big shout out to the Dashcam fan bam. Hello, Will. Modern jets have the tiller to steer on the ground, and how do the turboprops, etc. How do the turboprops, etc. steer? Occur 3 streams in one night. Lucky for you.
Yeah, 3 streams. That is absolutely sensational. But look, I am not too familiar with the Dashies. I do know some aircraft will steer by the rudder pedals.
Well, on the ground, you've got a combination of either the rudder on the ground, which is tied in with the nose wheel steering, or it's actually got a steering tiller on the side. The same as like the 7.8, the 7.3.
All the generic, they have a steering tiller.
Yeah, they do.
On the larger modern aircraft.
You'll generally find at almost all transport aeroplanes you can steer the aircraft on the ground using just the rudder pedals, but you only have a limited amount of nose wheel steering capability. What that does mean, though, is that as you taxi, it's very smooth. if you have the tiller and the aeroplane tends to jerk from side to side as you're heading down the taxiway. So, but the dash is the same as a 7.3, A320. They all use nose wheel steering.
I am very familiar with some corporate jets, and they actually don't have a tiller, and it's all done purely through the rudder pedals. Okay. But smaller aircraft. And obviously a bit less complexity.
And we were talking about MELs before, that minimum equipment list. You can actually send the A320 out with no nose wheel steering, just using the brakes and differential use of the engine thrust to taxi the aircraft around. Now, I personally...
if I said to you, I've got an MEL for this...
I'm going back to the hotel now, thanks, Will.
I would go, no problems, I understand. I mean, look...
You do practice it in the simulator as part of a type rating, and also too with, for instance, you might have a failure situation where... but most people will say, no, just get the tug out and drag us in.
Look, and even though I've been working on airplanes for 35 years, it's and unlicensed on the 320. It's amazing still some of the silly little things you can learn even about the own aeroplane. And it is, aviation is absolutely endless.
Oh, it is. And it doesn't matter how much you know, there's always someone who knows more, and there's always something new to learn.
Exactly. I'll tell you what, we have to play this show back on replay so I can sink it all in. It's like going to a year's aviation course or something. The beautiful 717 is going to get up here like a rocket and get into the stars.
And I do love driving people nuts. This is a DC-9 Neo to me.
So what you're trying to say then is that the 787 is the 767 Neo.
I don't know if I go that far, but look, that's definitely it is technically an MD-97.
Yes.
Which is a part of the DC-9 heritage. And you have a real close look at that aeroplane. That is a DC-9.
Mind you, it does actually have the entire auto flight system, and the flight management system is a direct derivative straight out of the MD-11.
Yep.
Which at the time the MD-11 actually went into service as probably the most advanced combination autopilot flight management computer system that was actually available.
That is actually one
aviation
aeroplane, the MD-11. We used to handle them in Melbourne.
Great
airplanes. Just ground handling and servicing was absolutely sensational. And I'll never forget the first night I did my first MD-11, and I said, what do you got to do if you've got to put oil in the number 2 engine?
You get a big ladder?
Well, no. And lo and behold, he came in and he wants oil in the number 2 engine. And it was actually quite simple. There's a panel down the bottom, and you open up and you plug in a pump, and you pump it up until it overflows, and it's full. And you do that from the ground, and it's an incredible aeroplane in that regard.
I must say, McDonnell Douglas were a very inventive organisation, because I got about, during my career, I got about 90% of the way through doing a 717 type rating.
Mm-hmm.
But in the 717, like the DC-9, on all normal traditional aeroplanes, the backup compass hangs between the 2 pilots in the front of the aircraft, in the middle on the windscreen, or off one of the windscreen pillars. On the DC-9 and the 717, the actual compass is in the rear wall at the back of the flight deck. And the way that you would actually see the compass was you actually had to flip down a mirror, and it was a magnifying mirror, so you would flip the mirror down, and it was set from where I point for the captain's seat, and you could actually see what the compass was actually indicating, even though it was like 2.5 metres behind him on the rear wall, by flipping a mirror down.
And you didn't have to go...
The ingenuity of McDonnell Douglas is unknown.
Please tell me you didn't have to go, I've got to head 340, and you go, hang on, I'll steer one.
Overshoot north, undershoot, onus and sand. See, the simple things, I remember that from GA days, onus and sand, which overshoot north, undershoot south.
Stefan's here, and unfortunately I can only listen. Oh, okay, keep up the great show you're doing, and greetings from Frankfurt in Germany. Hello there, Stefan.
There's a great airport to visit.
Yeah, big support there from Stefan there, and Jeff Good. We're just trying to refresh that. We've got a big shout out now coming in from Jeff Goodridge there, and 2 times first for Will. And are the new engines more reliable and easier to maintain? And the second one for Darren. And what did you fly before the 7.8? No offence to the usual behind-the-scenes guys, but tonight's guests can't be beat. Oh, easy. We won't tell them.
Easy.
You go first, Will. High level.
Well, look, that can be a yes and no answer to me. Look, jet engines have exponentially become reliable. Certainly from the 70s and the 80s, the development of indication was generally some of the problems that we had on jet engines. Most of the shutdowns were because of indication faults. the research that went into designing those faults out made gas turbine engines incredibly reliable. What we're now seeing today, and this is probably where the no answer I feel comes into it, is that airlines demanding fuel efficiency, and they're demanding the manufacturers to have the engines perform, and they're really pushing them to their limit, and that's bringing some design and structural issues that we have to combat with today. But generally speaking, they're extremely reliable.
Also too, I think that something that, you know, whenever you see in aviation something happens somewhere in the world, the amount of aircraft that are actually flying on a daily basis around the world has gone up astronomically, even over the last 10 years. So the actual number of issues that you may have per flying hour has gone way down.
It is staggering. If you compare the numbers to 20 years ago, we would have every 3 times a year would have a major disaster 20, 30 years ago.
Yep.
We're lucky to have one a year now.
Darren, what'd you fly before the 787?
787. Before that was 320, 321. Spent quite a bit of time on the 330. And then prior to that life, it was Dash. So Dash 8s 1, 2, and 300.
The full suite of.
Yeah, I got about 4
We're
years.
going to lose the 100s and the 200s.
Yeah, a bit of a
split.
the
200s, rather.
The 200 is the best turboprop I ever flew. And then, prior to that, some RFDS type and King Airs and various other small jets and things.
Chris Dyson is here, and hey, Kurt and Will, and I'll say Darren as well. Great to hear your voices again. I fell asleep during the last night's live show. Will, the A330 is special to me too, mate. Great to hear your voice again, Kurt. Oh, well done, Chris. And, thank you for dropping in that quite the contribution there, the big 3-1, and wonderful support of the SydSquad show here tonight. And well, there you go, Will. You got a friend in the 330 as well.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Thanks for the big 3-1. That's really generous of you, mate. And yeah, 330, very special aeroplane to my heart. Love it.
Ronnie Shiny in the house. Hi, Kurt and Will. Just came in when you're streaming. LOL. Curfew stream tonight, boys. Yes. Good on you, Ronnie. And wonderful supporter over there in New Zealand, there in the Sydney Harbour Suite. Thank you, mate, Ronnie, for the big 2-0. It's very, very kind. I hope you're enjoying the show tonight with the lads. And it's a lot of fun. Bits and pieces. And g'day, guys. Love watching. Be out there tonight to pick up my wife after she finishes her shift with QantasLink. Might pop in and say hello. Good on your bits and pieces. Well, you'll know where to find us. And I did want to say I apologise for missing your shout out to your wife on last night's show. I think there was a shout that maybe I might have missed one of the super chats, and I think yours was one of them. And I did write a comment on the show after the fact, and I don't know if you picked it up. But now that you're here and I've got your attention, apologies there, but we've got you now. Maybe we might catch you a little bit later on anyway. And Jay Morgan is here. Do pilots use Autoland when available? And if not, why? Oh, that's a good one for you, Daz.
You want me to kick off now? We can talk about that.
Perhaps not all night, but
we could easily do it all night.
Put really briefly, Autoland, as great a feature it is it's a two-part. Well, at the moment, it's still a two-part where you need facilities on the ground and you need the airplane to be capable of doing it. So if the airport doesn't have the right facilities, you can't do it, even if the aircraft does.
Yep.
So it's a two-part sort of process. One thing that's changing it now is the introduction of the new GLS system, which is a GPS landing system. And still, though, you've got to have the approval to do it from the local airport, like Sydney Airport or Melbourne or wherever you happen to be going. So we don't like to do it because at the end of the day, I fly airplanes and I love flying airplanes.
You want to fly the plane.
This is
I get you.
So this is like the coolest. You're having a good time up there. So like it's you don't want to sort of hand it over to the airplane to do it.
No.
There are times when you have to, like if we're landing somewhere and the visibility is like less than sort of basically about 500 metres, then you are, based on whatever company you work for, you're probably obligated under their procedures to have to do it. But generally it's good fun and we just want to be able to fly.
Max is here. G'day, guys. Hopefully we're all having a great night and let's have a good stream till Curfew. Good on you, Max. And it's very nice to have your company on the SydSquad show here tonight. And thank you for the Super 10, mate. Really do appreciate that. Right now, just enjoying on screen coming up is the All Nippon Airways 889 coming in from Haneda. And it's the Boeing 787-9er. Finals now, runway 16 right. So it's going to be a beautiful shot as it comes in front of the city backdrop here. And let's enjoy this one together. Here we go. geez, not much flare there, Darren.
No.
Just planted those mains straight on the onto the runway.
Plonked it down.
Didn't he? Would have felt that one in the backside. How forgiving is the suspension there, Darren?
It's very. You can land these aeroplanes pretty hard, and they've got a fair bit of give in them. The issue is not so much one hard landing. Aeroplanes generally get into trouble if you get the aircraft porpoising down the runway, where they call it an induced oscillation, where you react by pulling back and then the aeroplane comes back into the air and then the spoilers deploy and it crashes back down. And you can do that 2 or 3 times, and that's where aircraft can get into trouble during landing.
When a pilot will report that he's had a potential heavy landing, first thing we do is look at is there any fluid leaking coming out of the actual strut itself, because that's the first common sign of a
popped a seal inside the
not necessarily popped a seal, but just enough to push the fluid out. And then that's an indication to us that you have actually done it, and
you've done us one.
And then we've got to go to the maintenance manual and work out what checks we have to do.
On the 7.8, you can actually go into the maintenance pages and you can see what the G loading was.
Correct.
During the heaviest of the landing. So if you actually did land it twice, it would record the heaviest of and also the vertical speed that you would have at the time, like descending at like 300 feet per minute or 100 feet per minute.
And you can find that on the 330 as well, CMC, and you can also get through ACARS as well.
Yeah, you can.
On the 737.
320s were the same. You get ACARS, all the data.
Yeah.
Johnny Vogel in the house, dropped it in one gifted SydSquad membership. Good on you, Johnny, there in Victoria, a wonderful supporter, and congrats to all the newest members that may have been gifted a membership here today. And Johnny Vogel, thank you, mate. Really do appreciate that. Wonderful support of the SydSquad show here tonight. And thank you very much, buddy. Got a message coming in from VH James, and thoughts on the new digital ATC towers like the one coming into Western Sydney International.
I think it's very good. Now, Canberra, I believe, is going to be a digital control tower.
Oh, are they converting, are they?
They are converting, and it's going to be controlled from the city, or as the Canberrians call it, civic. And But if you go on YouTube, and in fact, I was very sceptical of it at first, and not that I know much about air traffic control, but I entered it with a fair bit of scepticism, and I looked at a YouTube video on remote air traffic controls, and it's absolutely fantastic what it can do, and I think it's actually a good thing.
Oh, totally. We already actually have a lot of remote air traffic control already now, like coming into Cairns. The only air traffic controller we have in Cairns is the guy actually standing in the tower. The approach controllers, all the way around the airport, are all actually down in Brisbane.
And I was going to ask you, Darren, would you, when you're in the cockpit, you wouldn't know whether you're talking to a remote controller or not, right?
No, you don't.
The interaction that you have with the ATC is no different.
Yeah, correct.
So it's almost irrelevant.
There's no noticeable difference.
In the cockpit, it's almost irrelevant. Ladies and gentlemen, I did just want to take this opportunity for those of you who are just joining us now here on the SydSquad show. Welcome to the show, and as you all know, my name is Kurt. I'm the host of the SydSquad show here tonight. I've got special guests Will and Darren joining us tonight here on the
great to be here, man.
Friday night show. And thank you guys for coming. There's so much more to cover off in the chat. It's gonna fly by. But I did just want to take this special moment to thank everybody who is watching the show and who is engaging with us. Please continue to do so. We're trying to make our way down the list and answer as many questions as we can, and appreciate your understanding as well. Some of the tricky questions are take a little bit longer to answer as well. But we will continue on and plough through them all. And the lads are here standing, looking at the screen, reading all of your messages.
The chat moves so quickly sometimes, and if someone, don't be afraid to, if your question hasn't been answered, to pop it back in again.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's such a unique night having an engineer and a pilot to give the technical angles, coming up and talking it through. So it's such a unique night. I have noticed a few questions, but you and I, we just love talking, and we love talking airplanes. And they do get lost. So listen, if you haven't answered your question, please bring it up again. And please forgive us if we miss it, because between spotting aircraft and talking airplanes,
interesting to have all three guys all have a very similar love of aviation, photography, spotting, and just sharing that enthusiasm with people.
And I'm just trying to remember the last time that we caught up, Darren. I mean, we've probably known of each other for the last, 15, 20 years?
15, 20 years, yeah. Probably only maybe once or twice in the past, at best.
Literally. But well-versed online. But there we go. I just wanted to introduce, obviously, everyone, for those of you who are new to the show. And I appreciate you engaging. And there's going to be plenty more action as we make our way through to Curfew this evening. So thank you, gents. And we've got a lovely message now from Kibble 175. He's put himself up there in the Sydney Harbour Suite. Good on you, Kibble. We'll get your name there on the blue ticket for the next live show. We will also dedicate the Malaysia 141 aircraft, which is just coming in on finals now, just been cleared to land, runway 16 right. We're going to dedicate that one to you, Kibble 175. You've also given yourself access to all the emojis and the members-only content from time to time as well. So good on you, Kibble. Amy's in the house. Question: my favourite planes are 747 and A380, two of the biggest in the sky. And which plane do you prefer out of them two, and why? Oh, geez.
Good question.
You can go first, Darren.
Okay, I prefer to fly as a passenger on the 380, but I prefer to take photographs of the 747.
Oh, there you go. Well, you've covered both angles nicely there, I reckon.
Now, I will agree with half of that. I prefer to fly as a passenger on the A380.
Yeah.
And I prefer to be the flight engineer on a 747 Classic any day.
Wow, he's floated
maybe a
that one.
747 SP maybe. Now we're really talking.
Now my mouth is watering.
Now that was an aeroplane.
Don't give away your age, lads. Go on, easy.
I actually worked on both those.
There'd be a lot of kids watching today's show that wouldn't have a clue about what an SP is. The old special performance.
Or the small package, whichever you'd like to call it.
Yes. That was brilliant there. The Malaysian A330 just coming in there from Kuala Lumpur and dropping it in nicely on runway 16 right. Bit of a floater actually, and held it up pretty high. I think
searching for that smooth
here we go.
landing.
We'll have a look now as we're answering Amy's beautiful question there. Thank you, Amy, for that, and thanks for dropping in the 8 there. Really do appreciate that. And well, maybe it was my eyes here deceiving me. Let's have a look there. Felt like he was quite high on the nose up attitude there. Floated it across a little bit. Oh, let's have another crack. There you go.
Very nice.
And we've got Seth's in the house. He's dropped in 5 gifted memberships. Well done, Seth, and thank you so much for your support tonight. And congratulations to all of the newest members being gifted memberships tonight. And I really do appreciate that, Seth. It's quite the contribution to the show, mate. And well done to you. We've got a message coming in now from Tim in Melbourne. The wealth of knowledge tonight is absolutely awesome, and we're just packing up the car for our show tonight. I'll get on you, Tim. Good luck to you lads there in Melbourne, and thank you, mate, for dropping in the 5. You're probably not hearing this if you're on your way to the airport, but respecting that wonderful message as well. So good on you, Tim. And yes, and thank you for acknowledging the guys here and their wonderful information. And we're flying through now. And what do we got here? Triple Charlie, Chung Chi Chu.
Charlie.
Triple Charlie.
You know Triple Charlie.
I know Triple Charlie. He's a lovely fella.
Excellent photographer.
Well, there you go.
I think he's just may still be in Singapore at the moment.
No, he's home.
On a bit of a soiree around the Southeast Asia. Oh, he's back.
Yeah.
Well, hello there, Triple Charlie. Thanks for joining us here tonight.
I got your message too, Charlie. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Well, there you go. I'm glad that you guys know him.
Chat with you soon, Triple Charlie.
That's fantastic. And got a message coming now from Ms. Wolves 13. Fantastic hosts, awesome mods, amazing family. So glad to be with you all. Oh, good on you, Ms. Wolves. And I haven't seen you for a while, Ms. Wolves, but thank you for being here tonight on the show. And happy 17 months for you up there in the lodge as well. Appreciate you coming back and joining us tonight on the SydSquad show. It's lovely to have your company. Johnny Vogel there from Melbourne, and Will and Darren and Kurt and Little Wings. Simply marvellous combination. Now he's saying, did Will work for Ansett and Qantas? I'm ex-Ansett also and a WSO from Melbourne. So there you go.
Yes, no, I did. I did 10 years at Ansett, my apprenticeship. I started there in 1988.
Nice.
Believe it or not. And so, 10 years at Ansett, and just before its demise, I moved over to Qantas, and I completed 20 years at Qantas.
Your timing was impeccable then.
It was. Very lucky, in other words. So I spent my tax lotto ticket.
That was actually my dream airline to go and work at, was Ansett. That's where I wanted to go and work. So. But very fortunately, though, during my career, I've now got a Jetstar. Got to meet a lot of ex-Ansett people. Ran basically the entire introduction of the Airbus A320 program.
Wow. Still to this day, Ansett family is a very big thing.
Yeah,
and
no.
Keyword family there, Will.
Yeah, you meet a colleague.
Great people.
As soon as you say, I'm ex-Ansett, and it's just there's this bond that's deep. And it's a really good thing.
Velocity aircraft just coming in now, the service from Perth. They're dropping it in nicely here on runway 16 right. The old pocket rocket 738.
There's a question for Will, actually, that popped up a little bit earlier on. Someone was asking, is there any perceptible reason why the brakes on the 737 would be noticeably louder inside the cabin compared to, say, other aeroplanes?
Yeah, look, not so much as for the design of the aeroplane, but what we have a problem with a lot of aircraft is they have carbon brakes, and they can make a bit of a howling sound every now and again. There's one manufacturer that actually recommends to get rid of that howling sound is to do a heavy energy landing, so really heat the brakes up.
Okay, yep.
Now, that's not with every aircraft, and I probably wouldn't go around suggesting you do it to your 787 if you have a squealy brakes at all, but
heating them up can get rid of the squealing.
Can get rid of the squealing quite uniquely, but that's more the carbon brakes. You probably go on a 737. There are not as many round now with steel brakes, but you won't get that problem of them howling or squeaking through the cabin.
Talking about that, actually, is something that you often see on, a lot of online streams, people talking about the speed aeroplanes taxi around at. Well, I'm not sure people know that the carbon brakes that we actually use on pretty much almost all civilian aeroplanes these days, each application of the brake applies a certain amount of wear to the pad, unlike a steel pad where if you were to keep the brake applied, you would wear it down. So we try to minimise the amount of times that we actually apply the brakes on the aircraft. So the concept is, when taxiing around, is you let the aeroplane, assuming you're on a straight taxiway, you let the aeroplane accelerate all the way up to about 30 knots. It's about 60 kilometres an hour. Then you slow the aeroplane back down to 10. Then you let the aeroplane accelerate again.
Now, is that at idle, or is it just...
Yeah, that's at idle thrust. Now, depending on how heavy the aircraft is, and like a 320... The IAE engine 320s are notorious for wanting to accelerate on the ground.
Yeah.
Particularly, like, for instance,
get away from you.
If you're coming in here at Sydney and you're taxiing past the tower back towards the terminal, it's all downhill the whole way. So you let the aeroplane accelerate all the way to 30, then you apply one braking.
Yeah, right.
To bring the aeroplane. You don't sit there like you would in your car, maybe, where you have your foot gently on the brake, holding it at 30. Because each time you're applying the brake, you're generating more wear on that carbon brake. Yep. You're going to get a lot less wear just by applying one braking to bring the aeroplane back.
So there you go. There's a hot tip for all you flight simmers that are flying on the 787. Let your ground speed get up to about 30 knots, and then apply the brake a little bit, bring it back to 10, and it'll creep back up to 30 knots again.
And one really cool thing about the 7.8 is that when you apply the brakes, you're only actually using half the brakes on each application, and then on the next application it will use the other brakes.
There you go.
So that helps when you've got long taxis at high weights to avoid getting that. We were talking earlier on about the hot brake situation. That helps minimise that by only using half the brakes half the time.
We did have a situation with the A380, especially when you put 200 tonnes of fuel on it and send it to LA. And you got Melbourne Airport, and you can get like a 30 knot northerly. And it's downhill, downhill to runway 34.
Not just the A380. Yeah. Also on the 320, or 321, if you were taxiing to depart off runway 34.
An aircraft already racing away from you.
Yes.
You'll be picking up a bucket load of speed.
The issue was if you actually sat there and then the brake... The way the brake sensors work is that temperature gradually comes up through the sensor, and so you might be sitting there 1 minute they're 110 degrees, the next minute they're 270.
They thermally catch up. Now, with the 380, what we used to do on a hot day with a strong northerly wind was tow the aircraft to Kilo run-up bay,
and start
the engines, and then off you go, son. And that was the solution to that problem.
That's the workarounds that we come up with.
Malaysian Airlines just dropping it in here. We saw them land earlier now, just making their way onto Bay 24. for the evening, and then they'll be out a little bit later on, going home to Kuala Lumpur as one of our last RPT services tonight.
Another Qantas 330 just coming over the fence.
Just saw that one. This service in from Japan, Haneda. This is Qantas 26. About to drop it in nicely here on 16 right. Oh wow!
Great success.
Jeez, where are the butter emojis, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen? That was smooth as
lubricated margarine.
That was quite the graceful landing. I always refer to these the A330s. They're like kangaroos coming in with their hind legs, and they're just because they're so highly perched up the fuselage there because of the mains are hanging out so far. Quite peculiar.
They're quite an amazing undercarriage. If you ever watch the undercarriage on a 330 retract, you know, I was saying before, when you're coming in and the nose wheel's canted up,
right,
as the gear actually retracts into the wing, it's got a straightening mechanism. It actually makes the wheels then more parallel with the fuselage.
We've tried to. Well, we've actually tried to feature that.
The shortening link, it's called.
I think we might have said
the shortening mechanism. Yeah. That's right. Yes.
On the last live show we did together, I think we were talking about that.
The shortening link and how you straighten up the truck effect as the gear goes up. It's a mechanical because it's a gear within a gear, so it's like two oleos.
Yeah, I remember we did a technical course on that. You know, I was saying about we used to run a technical refresher for the pilots, and then went right into how the actual straightening mechanism actually worked.
Yeah,
shortening mechanism, I should say.
That was one of the biggest frights I had one day. Was I did a service check on a 330, and I went home before it departed. Someone else saw it out later on, which was normal. And then as I got home, one of my friends said, "Oh, there's an A330 circling the bay." And I looked up the rego, and it was the one I signed the CRS on. And my heart has just stopped. You know? Anyway, it landed, and I contacted my colleagues, and they took a photo of the shortening link had broken.
Oh, really?
And the gear wouldn't come up because the LCGI wouldn't allow it to come up. And obviously nothing you could see when you're just doing a general service, but God, it makes you think. You know,
I think just for the people listening in too, like the number of sensors on like A330 undercarriage leg that allows that undercarriage leg to retract into the wing and the fuselage. There's so many things have to line up, and if one sensor is not in the correct position, it will not let the undercarriage retract.
Correct, that's right. Yep.
Incredibly complex systems just to bring the wheels up.
And to maintain it can be hard.
Welcome there to BG up there in the Gold Coast penthouse. Thank you for joining us here tonight. And Izzy Gims in the house. Question for Will and Darren. If you're a pilot, who would you fly for? Well, I think we
already covered that.
Yeah, covered that. And where would you fly to? Well, just quickly, lads, where would you fly to? You fly every day as a pilot, so I mean, you're going to Japan next. Where would you fly to as a pilot?
I'll probably go to Honolulu.
And the type of aircraft you'd fly. Are you a big fan of another aircraft, Darren? Even though you're a pilot of a 787?
I would love to have a go at flying a 747.
Right. Well, good. What about are you
But in terms of aeroplanes that I'd rather fly, I wouldn't mind taking a Super Hornet or something, or an F-35 for a run.
I was going to ask you, what about like GA? Are you into GA or anything like private pilot flying yourself?
I'm not really doing much GA flying these days.
Like, would you just get out into a Baron or a Piper one day and just fang it around?
Yeah. No, definitely.
Something to enjoy?
GA is good fun.
What would your welcome to Sydney announcement be? Okay.
And the winner is.
Goodness. He's really put him on the spot there. I reckon, I don't know, that's over to you.
Oh, there you go.
What would your welcome message be if you were a pilot flying into Sydney?
Well, I suppose where you really come from, actually. Like, you know, it's if you come in, from the United States, it's, welcome to Sydney, the biggest airport in Australia and most beautiful city in Australia. And I'm even from Melbourne, so that's a bit of an admission coming in from someone a long way down south. But no. There's only so much you can say.
Thank you for choosing to fly on my aircraft.
Yeah.
And you can imagine the engineer like me. I'd just go, the airplane worked really well. I'm glad.
Yeah,
and we're here.
exactly.
And the weather's great.
We've made it.
And we've made it.
Yeah. Success.
Great success.
Good on you, Izzy, again, mate. Thanks for your question, mate. Appreciate that. And Robert McCrosty's here. Does Will or the other guys and girls have a nickname for the A330? Great show tonight.
I do. I call the A330 the Dirty 30.
Yeah.
That's the one I've heard.
Yeah, the Dirty 30.
Because,
Across
you
the
know,
industry.
a lot of it's funny. It's one of those unique airplanes. I don't think it's really gathered like a unique nickname. Like you have, you know, like a 380. A lot of people call it the Dugong,
Yes.
just because that big forehead on it and that sort of thing. But I've never really heard the 330 sort of gather like an animal-related sort of nickname. Like
It's
some
definitely not got an animal-related, but she's a sexy airplane, so
it's a good machine.
Hence the Dirty 30.
Yeah, there you go. The Australia Post A330 there, just on screen now for your viewing pleasure. And
EBF, I think it is.
Now,
if we'll see that go out a little
Your
bit later on
license
tonight.
on the, you have a rating on the 330. I have an
Yeah,
engineering license on the 330.
And we could take that down and we could go for a fly. You could sign off to CRS.
All right,
and I'll,
Righto,
and you can
lads.
fly.
I'll wait up here and I'll watch you go.
And people say to me, what's it like having an A330 license? And I say, it's like going out with a South American supermodel. Absolutely gorgeous. Great to tell all your mates, but God, it's hard work and it's a bit painful at times.
a bit high maintenance.
Oh, there we go. Louis DeHaan's in the house up there in the Bondi Beach Cabana for 18 months. Thank you for your support here tonight. I appreciate that. Malky Stoddart's back. The ex-heavy lift up in Cairns is a shorts Belfast. My first air show was the RAF launches, back in 68. There's a photo of me in my pram next to a RAF Belfast. Well, there you go, Malky. There's some history for you, lads.
I see there's a dodgy Conti hiding in the stream. One of Australia's best flight sim streamers is actually floating around tonight. So a big hello to him.
Oh, wow. There we go. We're in good company. And wonderful message there from Malky. Thank you so much. And bits and pieces. Shout out to my wife on Bay 17, Q-Link. Oh, Bay 17. Okay, not far away. Where's Bay 17? 17 somewhere over here, I think it is.
Yeah, just to the left.
Just
there
in that little, in the mixer there. Is that, I think that's
that
16.
might be it. That's 16.
And that's 17 there. So she's probably not there right this second. And that message coming in from bits and pieces was probably about half an hour ago, as Kurt's slowly working his way down the chat here tonight. But message there from Blue Dog, take two. And Will, what do you love most about being an aircraft aerospace engineer? And Darren, the same question, but being a pilot. Thanks for such an informative show, Kurt. And first super chat must have got lost in the fog. I'll go back and have a look, Blue Dog. But what do you like being about an engineer, Will?
Look, for me, and the reason I gravitated to this part of the industry is that I just love knowing about aeroplanes and about how they work and, you know, how to fix them, keep them going. That's just the thing that gets me the most. But just, you know, you have pilots, they'll turn to you for help and
absolutely,
what can we do, and how's this work, or why has this happened, or am I going to be okay? And to give assurance to pilots and flight attendants and the passengers, that's just the thing I love about being an aircraft engineer.
And I think it's a really interesting aspect of being an engineer, is that, which I think a lot of pilots actually get involved with, because when you start learning, we're generally inquisitive sort of people anyway, and you start learning about what's going on in the background, it's actually, that becomes really rewarding to then learn. You go into that layer below the first layer and you start to learn the intricacies of how it actually does work, and then you go down and you look at the aeroplane and you get up very close to them and that sort of thing, and it's a really addictive.
It is extremely addictive, and it looks the knowledge and how things work, and both of us, we dovetail quite a lot with our knowledge. Whilst I don't fly, and I mean I can fly, I have flown, but I do know what's going on, and I do have to be able to talk to you guys about why things happen, and that's what I love about it, and I love how you guys can operate this wonderful machine, but yet you also know how it works, and to share that with you as well.
It's also you're also too that it's one of those things that you share your trust with good people, and like we're very fortunate where I'm based. We have a really great team of engineers who look after our 787s, and they're very similar mould to you. as in like they are very knowledgeable about the aeroplane, and they're more than happy if you ask them a question, can you show me this? And they share that information, and the backflow of information from engineers is a fantastic thing. And now I think in Australia we have a very good relationship, I think, between engineers and the pilot group, because there's a mutual respect thing there, and also I think that sharing of knowledge is a wonderful thing that happens, particularly in this country, which makes, at the end of the day, it makes the entire industry in our country safer.
Yeah.
Hey, Willie Hale's back, dropping in a 5. And, what are your thoughts on about remote air traffic control? And I think we might have covered that question, actually, just
Maybe
a moment ago, Willie.
Yeah, rewind about an hour, 40 minutes.
No, I'm sure Willie's here, and he heard us answering that question. So, but Will, thanks, mate, for dropping in that 5, and really do appreciate that. And there we go. Karen Griffith's in the house. So loving the education and the info, loving the stream. Good on you, Karen. 16 months support of SydSquad there in the penthouse. Thank you so much. And we've had a message there from Matt Halawi, dropping in 5 gifted memberships. Well done, Matt. Wow.
Good on you, Matt.
Thank you so much. And congratulations to the newest 5 members, and long-time supporter of the show, Sarah Deal, as well, dropping in another 5 gifted memberships here at SydSquad. And thank you so much to Sarah and to Matt. It's quite the contribution building the community here at SydSquad, and we really do appreciate your input. And for all of those new members that have been gifted a membership, 1 month up there in the Uluru Lodge with an invitation to return, of course, and access to all the emojis and the members-only content from time to time. So thank you so much, guys. Johnny Trains Vlogs in the house. Good evening, Kurt, and to Will, and to Darren. How are you guys? We're doing well, Johnny, and thank you for the 3 there, and I'll look out his trouble. And a quick poll for the on-air team and those playing along at home. Which is best, the Boeing 767, the Boeing 767, or the Boeing 767, or the, what's that one? That's the Boeing 767.
He missed a 747 SP part.
Oh dear, Muzdog, and dropping in a cheeky 767 for his troubles as well. Well, I'll let you answer that question, Darren.
Well, I reckon Muzdog might change his mind if we got into work on the Rolls-Royce powered 767.
Yeah, true.
Good on you, Craig, tuning in up there in Queensland and hanging out with some of your old mates here.
Up in God's country.
I wish you were here, mate. I'm sure the other boys do as well.
Absolutely.
We'll try and catch you soon, Craig. I'll be in Brisbane soon.
Holden HSV Ali dropping in the 1 membership there. Good on you, Ali, out there at Blackett, Western Sydney. Lovely to have your company here on the show, and thank you for generating that wonderful membership there as well. And Valet's in the house. Hi, Kurt, Will, and Darren. Fantastic conversations. Is there any chance that Oscar Quebec Charlie, one of the Qantas A380s, to return into service? It's the last of the 10 A380s remaining. And will Qantas 8 Sydney to Dallas be an A380 operated again? Oh, geez, that's a loaded questions there.
That's a bit of a question for the CEO of Qantas, I think, that one.
That's exactly it. And look, I'm not within Qantas Group anymore, so I'm not privy to any of the plans that they have with the aeroplanes, where it technically stands at the moment, whether they're able to economically get it back into service. I mean, this is all for Qantas to decide whether it does or does not get back into service. None of us really simply know, to be quite honest. And as for doing the Qantas 8 again, I think the 380 actually struggled doing the Dallas flight.
It's a little bit too far, because you've got to think, at the end of the day, the 380 was really designed for going between Paris and New York, that its super high efficiency level was in that 8 to 10 hour flight time. That was when the aircraft wasn't super heavy lifting off, carrying all that fuel to go 15 hours, which means it can then go up to a higher initial cruise altitude. So you're not being penalised by sitting down at 29 or 30,000 feet for the first 3 or 4 hours of the flight. And these big engines use enormous amounts of fuel when you are not operating in their most efficient flight regime area. And so what you've got is that if you can get that 380 in the first 3 hours of its flight up to 34 or 35,000 feet.
I was going to ask, like, where is it want to fly?
That's where it wants to be, in that 34 to 38,000 feet sort of altitude mark. So if you can get there, it makes the aeroplane, then the seat cost per mile comes down massively. And hence why Qantas was, prior to COVID, they were going to shift to 380s over onto Tokyo.
Yes.
Which out of Sydney is about an 8.5-hour, 9-hour service.
Which is perfect.
Which is perfect.
Yeah.
You can fill the aircraft. The seat cost per mile is lower than any other aeroplane in the world to fly over that distance with that seating capacity.
Yeah.
So it's a supremely efficient aeroplane, but when you start running it a long way, it becomes significantly less efficient.
How good, how good.
Good sounds.
How good.
Oh, those G90 115s, they're sensational.
Wow. What a beauty. Mark Bester has dropped in 5 gifted memberships. Oh, good on you, Mark. Thank you, mate, for your support here tonight. And congrats on the newest members as well. And wonderful contribution, Mark. And thank you, mate. Very kind indeed. And again, congrats to the newest members. Oh, Kirst Human put himself up there in the Sydney Harbour Suite. What a legend. Well, the Kirst Human, mate, we're going to dedicate FedEx 6013 going to Guangzhou here, which is the FedEx. It's just pushed back on screen. We'll get your name there on the blue ticker on the next live show. And also, thank you for seeing value in the membership there and putting yourself up as well in the Sydney Harbour Suite at the pointy end as we listen to the second engine start now. Man, that does not get old. So good on you, the Cursed Human. Thank you, mate, for your support here tonight. And Yvonne Shane's in the house, loving the show. Thanks, team. Good on you, Yvonne. Thank you so much for that wonderful message. Eric is here saying, where has the time gone? Good on you, Eric. And, mate, time is travelling at its regular speed. But when you're having fun, it seems to go a lot quicker, does it not? 11 months, wonderful support, and I appreciate that. And, Neil as well. Another quality SydSquad stream. And thanks, Kurt, and evening to Will and to Darren from Neil. Lovely to have your company. Thank you, Neil. Appreciate that. And Jenny Mole's in the house. Great stream, guys. And novice question for Darren. And once you're at cruising altitude, Darren, and what exactly do you do? And what does an entire flight entail for you?
Well, there's actually a lot to do when you fly alone. There are times, sure, when you're just sitting there a bit idle, but as you go through the flight, you're looking at airports that you can divert to. You've got to maintain the flight management computer. You can actually build a secondary route in there, so you can actually have a routing form from where you are at the moment to wherever you're going to divert to. So you've got to maintain awareness of the weather in those places. You're continually updating that route as the flight goes along. You're not just monitoring the aeroplane generally.
Watching fuel, watching systems.
So basically systems monitoring, weather monitoring, and where you're diverting to monitoring again. And updating that as you go, because the nearest, not so much the nearest airport, but the nearest airport that you can use, you have to keep updated. So you're basically just sort of maintaining that. You're then looking at optimum altitudes, what the aeroplane will tell you, what is the best level to fly at, so you've got predicted times to climb. You're always either talking to air traffic control, either over the normal radio, you've got the long-range HF radio, and these days predominantly it's all done using control called Data Link, which is basically a text message service that runs from the aircraft to air traffic control on the ground, so you can request altitudes, deviations. And of course, you've always got weather coming up, particularly this, depending on where you are at this time of the year. There's now the weather is predominantly in the Pacific north of the equator. So if you're going northwards, then you're always zigzagging around weather or trying to stay clear. So there's actually, believe it or not, there's plenty of time to look out the window, but there's also plenty of things to keep you busy, even on long flights.
And it has surprised me, and I have had the privilege of doing a lot of flying, and I'm quite surprised how busy you guys are throughout the whole flight. And I find it's weather that you're working a lot around, and keeping an eye on alternates, as you mentioned.
So, and there is a fair bit to do, and it's as I said, there is plenty of time there. You can sort of relax, look outside, and actually, it's one of those things. I remember many years ago, just going out to Lord Howe Island, which is only 400 miles off the coast here in Sydney. It's an hour and a half on the Dash 8. I remember looking up at the jumbos flying over my head going, I don't know how those guys do 14 hours to LA, but I can hop in here and we do 12 hours to Honolulu.
Yeah.
And the time just goes incredibly fast. And then on the big flights, you've got a crew rest section where you might have 3 pilots, so you might get 3 to 4 hours off. on the run through. So a bit of fireworks going on now.
Doesn't that look magic?
That's cool.
The SydSquad budget is up there at the moment, and they've put that on for us, I believe.
It's all coming out of Kurt's allowance. I've got Hawaiian coming in shortly, apparently, too, which is good.
Wow, what is going on here? Is this in preparation for our FedEx departure? Look at this. There's a screenshot or two, is it not?
No, you didn't have to do this just for me. This is my first time appearing on the screen.
Far out.
Thanks.
There we go.
I appreciate it, mate. Don't worry.
I think that's the thumbnail.
What is going on down there? That's quite spectacular, was it not? I'm just saying hello to Ryan Thompson in the background. He's brought his family up to say hello, so I just took a moment off air just to catch up with Blair. So big shout out to Blair on the show tonight, and an aviation enthusiast and a big follower of SydSquad. They're just down here for the weekend, in fact, and they're going to be doing a bit of plane spotting out of the Ridges Hotel. So welcome to Sydney, down from Newey, and thanks for coming and saying hello to the SydSquad fan bam. And in fact, we should.
No expense was spared producing the show tonight.
No.
We should get them on the BTS camera and give the show a bit of a wave. Well, there we go. There's the whole fan bam. You. So thank you guys for coming down and saying hello. Really appreciate it, and have a wonderful weekend, of course. Good weather, I hope. So, fantastic. There we go. And we're just waiting now for our FedEx friends up there at Alpha 1, almost ready to depart. Full length runway 16 right. And they'll be departing off to Guangzhou, going back to China tonight. And the freighter, the 777 freighter, out the door.
There's a question that popped up before. Someone was asking, is a freighter aircraft or a passenger aircraft more difficult to operate? I said both the aeroplanes are the same. The only difference is the operation of the freighter can be a bit more complicated because of you can carry a lot of chemicals and a lot of goods on freighters that are not allowed to travel on passenger airplanes. But there's generally a lot of paperwork involved with being a freighter pilot, because all the freight has to be prepared, loaded correctly, and you have to have all the appropriate paperwork. So you've got to make sure that's all correct. And it's rare we carry what are called dangerous goods on passenger aircraft.
On a maintenance point of view, they're easier. There's no cabin to deal with, and that quite often absorbs a lot of our work.
Yes.
So when you've got
doors coming astray, and,
seats issues and IFE issues,
IFE,
you name it. But freighter is a bit easier to work on.
Here he comes.
Kate Chidiak in the house. Was up, my favourite people. And hello, Will. Hello, Kurt. Oh, good on you, Kate. How are you there, my dear? And thank you for tuning into the SydSquad live show tonight. Saw Kate last night. She came out and sang hello, which was wonderful. Kate's enjoying the show here tonight. Oh, look out, Shrubsy. Hey, Kurt, Will, Darren. Love these technical streams. And my mum and I are fascinated by all the info and the knowledge. And have a great night, everyone. I'll stay awake longer tonight. P.S. No beers tonight, Kurt. Well, the show's not over yet, mate. Shrubsy, mate, thank you very much for being here tonight. You legend. Pass on our regards to Rosemary. Here with the 777 out the door. Let's enjoy this one. Wow, what a beauty.
Nice.
A rip snorter out there on 16 right, and the 777 freighter. As cargo, I just noticed, was pushing back off the northern apron as well as we say goodbye to the FedEx. We'll transition back in. There we go, the Maz Cargo and the dedicated A330 freighter with the nose bump that you can see on screen right now.
Yep, the extended nose gear.
Yeah.
Now, the reason for that is so it can keep the aeroplane level to make it a lot easier and safer to load.
There you go.
Whereas when we see the Qantas converted freighter, it doesn't have that blister fairing and the extended nose gear.
Got to say a special thanks there to Shrubsy, and welcome back, mate. How's your jet lag going? How's your jet lag going? And thanks again, mate, to you, Shrubsy, and for dropping in the cheeky 10 tonight. It's lovely to have your company, and Rosemary as well. And we got DT here, and Darren and Will, awesome guests. SydSquad, Kurt, thanks for the truly excellent content. Today's show is next level. Oh, DT, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And look, we're in really good company here. I've got to say, we don't often have Will, and even more rare to have Darren here. So really, taking this opportunity to allow these guys to chat and to get involved answering your wonderful questions, and certainly one for the ages. I'm already looking forward to the next one. So thank you there, DT, and I hope you're enjoying it. And Johnny Vogel back for another. Will, I started at Ansett in 88. The Kilo Run Bay still there, and went in engine run at Hangar. Unreal, and the Garden DVE engine shop. They had it all.
Yeah, Garden Drive Engine Shop was the best engine overhaul facility in the world, and sadly it's now a car park, which breaks my heart. But yeah, John, I started in 1988 as well at Ansett, at the age of 17. And certainly different times and great times.
Did the full apprenticeship?
Did the full apprenticeship with Ansett, and became a licensed engineer in 93.
There's 5 years for the entire process to go through.
Correct.
Good on you, Johnny, and lovely to be able to reminisce on the show tonight. Thank you, mate. And how's your puffer order coming? We'll have to check in with you a bit later. Conti's in the house, dropping a $5. G'day, Daz. Great to hear you on the air.
Hey, Connie, how are you going, mate?
You know Connie?
Yeah.
There you go.
He's Australia's #1 flight sim screamer.
Oh, so this is Conti.
Yeah, no, he's excellent.
Right.
Anyone's after some really good flight sim content, he's actually an excellent
there
streamer,
you
well
go.
worth watching on Twitch.
If I was well into flight sim, I should have known that.
He's actually got a commercial license himself.
Good on you, Conti, and thank you for your company here tonight, and we appreciate you being here, mate, and thanks for the $5. Very kind. Appreciate it, mate. Well done. Dave Cowper is here as well, and please no disrespect to Kurt, but probably for the first time ever on SydSquad stream, I'm paying way more attention to the audio than the video stream. Yeah, cheeky devil, David. Yeah, cheeky devil. That just means I need to have these guys on more often to make sure that you're paying attention. Far out. No, I get it. Yeah, back to the regular show next week. Yeah.
Back to normal programming.
Yeah. Oh, good on you, David. Thank you, mate, for your support there. 27 months in the lodge. Now get out of here. No. Very kind, mate. Very kind.
It's great to see all the support for SydSquad.
Oh, look, I mean, without our viewers, where would SydSquad be? We wouldn't have the culture, the same vibe, the feeling about the show.
Be three random spotters standing by ourselves on the rooftop of a car park in a cold Sydney evening.
What are we doing? Exactly. But
we've been doing it for decades.
But we love it. But we absolutely love it. Nathan, I'm going to come back to this one in just a second, because we've got our beautiful Hawaiian Airlines just peeking through now, coming in front of the city. And I'll get a load of this. Gotta love our Hawaiian. I'm a big fan, and I wish that they would bring their 787 down under here to Sydney.
No, I don't. Keep bringing the 330.
Yeah. That's okay. You'll keep.
That's my favourite combo, the Trent 700 on the 330.
When they changed their paint scheme around and put the lay around the centre part of the fuselage, it just elevated it, I think, to like the next level.
And these guys, the 330 will be departing again a little bit later on tonight, so we'll actually get to feature them yet again before the show is out the door.
Line 451, vacate right Alpha 4, continue right on Alpha.
They'll vacate there to the right.
Good night.
Right, Nathan, we had you up there before. Hey, Kurt, can you feature Rex 6534 to Parks? We'll have to have a geese and see where that one is. And the father-in-law's coming home. We're watching from Parks. Thanks for the awesome Friday night. Oh gosh. All right. Maybe we might have missed that because we're well behind on some of these chats. So I'm going to have to go and do a cheeky sniff to work out Rex 6534. Who's got the intel on that? 6534. Nothing popping up for me on. It's probably already come in. That'd be right, Kurt, wouldn't it? What is it? ZL.
No, it's 2 Parks.
Oh, two Parks. 6534. 34. Yeah, that was a 710 flight. So yeah, we're well behind. So I don't know. We might have featured it. We might have already featured it. apologies there. But Nathan, mate, thanks for dropping in the 8 in any case. It's lovely to have your company, and I appreciate you being here tonight. And thank you, mate, as we'll wait there for our Maz Cargo friends pretty much ready to go and lined up. Here we go.
Runway 16 right, takeoff. 6 right, clear takeoff, late 620.
All right, let's hear it go. The 330 in the house, out the door to go.
Yeah, 145, right? 485, Sydney down. 485, 1, runway 16 right away. 1 up on 16 right away, 145.
Another heavy.
Yeah, wow.
Beautiful dirty 30. Gotta love it.
Milestones 6208,
Now,
Off
Kurt,
to KL, out the door.
Yes. Now, Kurt, I've reached into the SydSquad survival pack. And,
the SydSquad survival pack.
the official.
I think I know where this is going.
But the challenge in radio was that you were never allowed to mention the product due to commercial reasons. So I'll see if you can describe tonight's product.
Oh, is it? What does it sound like? Is that what okay, I think I might know what it sounds like. I think we might have heard this peculiar sound on the show once before, maybe once or twice before. Oh, you're a cheeky man, Will. You're a cheeky man. And
He's a bad man.
For those of you behind that can't see the behind the scenes at the moment, it's probably not a good idea as we chow down on our beautiful Tim Tams represent. But
He beat me to it. Oh, damn. Yeah, the survival food of choice by the SydSquad team.
485, runway 16 right, clear to takeoff. Takeoff 16 right, 485.
got a message coming up there now from Evan Nitsua. It's a top night for info, gentlemen. Enjoying the stream from Auckland. Thanks again. Good on you, Evan. Thank you, mate, for being here. I appreciate it. 1 second there, Will. I got hands on the camera here. And but yes, I'll come back for number 2 in just a moment. Beautiful 737 just dropping out now. This service is departing. Oh, I can't see no data tags up there for them just at the moment. Oh, off to Melbourne on the Milcroft.
And doesn't the Boeing Sky Interior look absolutely great on 737?
They call this the icebox. Oh, wow. Plane spotting.
Tim
Tam.
Hello.
Good company. Makes the heart go warm.
We can go for another 4 hours.
Well, speaking of which, curfew is just over 3 hours' time from now as we make our way up to 11 p.m. on this beautiful Friday evening. Conditions are perfect. The stars are out. And local time now is 7:53 p.m. Big shout out to Steve Vischer there from the podcast. Did you know? Have you met Steve before, Will?
No, I haven't.
Yeah. So, and what was Steve saying there? Big radio voices for the win. Good on you, Steve. And Steve joined us on last night's show as well. Oh, here we go. Shrubsy's mum, Rosemary's in the house. And, good evening, Kurt, Will, and Darren. I'm enjoying the knowledge on the stream tonight, and I'm learning so much more about planes. Oh, good on you, Rosemary.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, thanks so much for that. And it's lovely to have your company. And are you looking after little Shrubsy? Have you been feeding him since he's been home? Is he settled back in? Good on you, Rosemary. It's always a pleasure having your company here, and thank you very much again for joining us. And I appreciate that.
I've mentioned this to Kurt many times, is that we love to just give back. You know, we were young once, and we used to look up to people and dream and be inspired by them, and it's our turn to do that now, and
I think
it's great hearing that kind of message
and
come through.
There's not a huge number of ways that you can sort of really drag people, my photos around and that sort of thing. But it's good to get people interested because of, they like something we're talking about, and they love the content because the content's just fabulous.
Exactly. Yep.
And I think I've always said the same thing as well. Like whilst I don't have the same profile as of a job as you guys in the industry, but the ability to be able to come out here and set up the camera gear and share it with everyone, and as I say, open the garage door, and as a plane enthusiast or a photographer as myself, back in the day as well, Darren, as you would know, but now moved into the realm of video work, and being able to mix that with the ever-growing technology side of things, being able to live stream and putting it all together. It's just, for me, it gives me great pleasure to come out here and to be able to share.
Well, you give us great entertainment. I mean, the number of times we sit at home and watch, you streaming from here, whether it's rain, hail or shine. Also too, like, you make a great host too for doing this sort of stuff, because your mannerisms and stuff, it's excellent, which is sharing your love for aviation and being around the airport and the entire airport experience. Like the number of times, of hours I've stood around airport fences, go to Anchorage, it's -15 and it's snowing, and you're taking photos of airplanes take off in a blizzard.
We all know it.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean?
You do it.
It takes a special kind of sickness to actually be able to do that.
I think sickness is a good word.
One of the things that I've been thinking about lately, and the reason I like getting involved and contributing as much, and I really enjoy live streams on YouTube and other platforms, is one of the things that was really abrupt in my career is when September 11th happened and the cockpit doors were locked.
Closed, yes.
And so many of us were inspired when we'd go on holidays and visit the cockpit in flight and see the pilots, and that would lay the foundations for the direction of my career. And that was taken away. And,
it was.
And I always
the number of kids who've been inspired by walking onto the flight deck of an airliner in flight and seeing that and the view out the window and going, wow, this is what I want to do. It's caused, and I actually believe it's definitely caused a major shortage of, because people are not getting that experience.
That's right. They're not getting that exposure and that wham, and that's what I want to do.
It's wow. I remember the first time people will not believe what I'm about to say, but my first time on an airline flight deck was on an Ansett 76.
Yeah.
I did Melbourne to Sydney, then Sydney to Brisbane on a Saturday morning, and we left Melbourne at 7 a.m. and there was an old German captain who'd come out here. This is about 1992.
Yeah, one or two. Yeah.
So he invites me in because I'd gone out and requested the jump seat. Yeah. I actually went out to the Ansett terminal and went up and said, I'm studying for my pilot's license, and they said, yeah, just go up to flight operations. So I literally walked up to flight ops up on level 2 or level 3 in Melbourne, and they said, oh yeah, I'll write you out a jump seat pass. They gave me this jump seat pass.
Jump seat pass.
I turned up on the Saturday morning.
Imagine getting a jump seat pass these days.
And next one, I'm in the jump seat of this 76. We land in Sydney. He goes, I'll go and sort out your checking in. You stay here and help the FO program the box for the flight to Brisbane.
Yeah, wow.
So he then goes, and I'm sitting there with the FO, who was an ex-Essendon football player, and he's talking me through what to do to set the FMC up for the departure for the flight to Brisbane. Then we depart to Brisbane, and we're going through like 28,000 feet. He says, would you mind minding my seat? You can sit in if you like. I'm going down the back to go and talk to a mate of mine who's a 146 captain.
What another world.
And now, it was just like this thing. It was like, it just did not leave me at all. Like it was, actually, no.
Now that inspired you, and you are now today totally. Because of things like that.
Yeah.
Now that's shut. But the work that Kurt does, the work that other people all across the globe do with these streams, to me, is the next best thing of opening that cockpit door back up again. And it's inspiring young kids. And this is why I love being a part of it and would be a part of this. And many of them are all around the world if I could ever do that. And it's just such a great way to give back and get this cockpit door open again for everybody.
And there you go, Steve is saying that's 100% why they started the Plane Crazy Down Under podcast all those years ago, and to hopefully inspire some interest in aviation again by bringing good stories to light.
Yeah, there's plenty of good stories out there. It's just a matter of sharing.
I've got a couple, but...
Nightmare 2373 is enjoying his night. What a great night here at Sid. Thank you, mate, for your 9 months support, and appreciate that. Oh, just bring that one back up. Brady McWilliam and did some circus at Bankstown today. It was a busy afternoon for the town.
Nice.
They forgot to clear me the land 3 times at least. I got some good go-around practice. Wow, goodness me. Well, I'm glad that you're still here to tell your story. There's another good story. Good on you, Brady, and pumping up his flight training. 15 months support up there in the lodge. Well done to you.
Excellent. Good luck with the training.
Amy Knight in the house up there at the Uluru Lodge for 1 month. And now we've got Kay Hale in the house. Hello, gentlemen. Great show tonight. A question for Darren. You mentioned you fly the 787. Do you have to have a different licence to fly other planes?
Now, your licence is just a generic licence. So I have what's called an air transport pilot's licence. But then what you use, you have a rating for the different types of aircraft you fly. So like for instance, when you do the 787 rating, you also get rated to fly the 777 at the same time. So you get a generic 787, 777 type rating. That means you can now go and legally fly that aeroplane. An airline will hire you, do all the line training, and then you get to go flying in it. Likewise, if I wanted to go back and fly an Airbus, I would have to do. I'm already rated on the A330 and the A320, and when you rate it on the 320, you also get rated on this aeroplane that's just landing in front of us, Jetstar A321, and also the 319. So it's like a generic rating that gets attached to your license. It says yes, a bit like Will was talking about before as an engineer. He has a rating as an engineer, and then each, I believe, Will might expand on this, the same thing where you do a course.
Yep.
Specific to every aircraft type, is that right?
That's right. So, I mean, I will say I've got an A320 licence, but if you look at my licence, it is actually A318, 19, 20, 21.
Yes.
I don't have the Neo, but I can just do a conversion course, and I'll get that Neo rating, and that'll be a Neo 19, 320, 321. And look, it's exactly the same thing. It sits in your licence forever. And if I was to just say, go to Jetstar, they would see my A320 classic licence, and then they would bring me up to speed to activate it into their system. But it's something you have forever, but you need it activated. I think it's very much the same.
Very similar. Yeah. So you have sort of the licence is the umbrella, and then you have all these little things hanging off the end of the umbrella, which are all the individual ratings that you need to be able to do something. Which, when you're earlier in your flying career as a pilot, you basically start with like a basic private pilot's license.
Yep.
And then you have a rating that you attach on that, which is your ability to fly in bad weather. So you go and get your instrument rating. Or if you want to teach people to fly, you have to go and do an instructor rating. And they all vary between sort of 40 and 60 hours of flying. Learning how to do those individual things. Aerobatics, you need to do an aerobatic rating. So it's a...
It's completely the same with engineering. You'll do an apprenticeship, you become an aircraft mechanic, but to get a license is like doing your commercial and ATPLs.
Yeah.
And you can have many different ratings. You can have ratings in propellers and ratings in fabric and other things like that. So yeah.
Question coming in now. Oh, good question there, Kay, and appreciate that one there. And 427 Garth now. Sorry, Darren, I might have missed it earlier. Who do you fly the 787 for? But awesome show tonight.
I don't fly for Qantas, so you can work it out from there.
Right, there we go. Question answered. Qantas 34 coming in. This is the Paris inbound service, actually. Coming in from Perth. And so we had them coming in now on screen. The beautiful 787.
Lovely. Look at that wing on that thing.
Yeah, quite the flex.
I used to love the wing on the 330, but when you walk back in the cabin in this thing and fly, and you watch that wing, the way it arcs towards the sky, it's just a thing of magnificence.
What's the travel in flex on the Boeing 787 wing?
When they're certifying these aeroplanes, before they're allowed to fly passengers around, as part of the testing process, Boeing had to put one of these 787s into a load test rig. So basically what that does, it simulates flight. But at the very end of that program, they do what's called the ultimate load test. And what the ultimate load test does is they bend the wing up as far as they can until the wing breaks.
Wow, and they break it.
They never actually broke the wing on the 787.
Right. So
now, when I mean that it's bent, I mean it's bent like a banana. It was bent up like 32 feet or something at the end, and the rig didn't actually have any more give to try to break the wing.
Right. No more
so
trouble.
You often hear people go, "Oh, I'm afraid of flying," because the aircraft. Well, if you fly an aeroplane into the side of a mountain, then the chances are the mountain's going to win. But in normal flight conditions,
cumulus granitus,
like
you call them.
Yeah, correct. Cumulate granite. Yeah. The aircraft are incredibly structurally strong, and these new carbon aeroplanes, like the 787 and the 350, are phenomenally strong.
Wow. What was interesting about the 350 and its plastic wing was that they knew it was strong. They got the data they required from the bend tests that they did, but they refused to break it because they didn't want to contaminate the hangar with carbon fibre. Yeah. Carbon fibre shatters for health reasons.
And it would not atomise, but you get like you said, the actual individual fibres become airborne. It probably wouldn't be that far from
asbestos.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Which would not be good.
Hey, Bits and Pieces is back. What's harder to fly, passenger or freight aircraft? Oh, we kind of covered that one, didn't we?
Yeah, so more paperwork with freight aircraft,
yeah.
But more passengers who have issues on passenger aircraft. So
yeah,
but they both have their challenges. Like,
and Darcy's asking the best pathway to become an Australian airline pilot. Wow, that's a loaded question, that one.
Yeah, no, there's a couple of ways you can go through the cadet scheme at Qantas. Which now is the big pathway. And the other way is to go and basically learn to fly yourself, self-fund yourself, which is the way I went through my career to get in. So I would say go out and do your first trial flight, go to Bankstown or wherever you happen to live. You'll know immediately whether you want to do it or not. That's all I used to say. I taught people to fly for almost 5 years. And by the time someone came back from their first flight, you knew whether you wanted to do it, and you went, "This is what I want to do."
It's in the gut.
Okay,
you work it out pretty quick.
That was fun, but maybe not for me. Whether it's the thing that you want to do.
And that's exactly what happened to me. It was that you are interested in aviation. You think that the career path's to be a pilot. I took a few flights. I went, not me.
Yeah,
I just couldn't do it. I'm sorry. It was just,
it's a thing.
It's me.
It grabs you or it doesn't grab you. And I would say to anyone who's interested in learning to fly, just go out and do that trial flight. You can get them relatively cheap, and by the time you get back on the ground, you'll know
if it's you or not,
or no.
Yeah,
and the decision is actually made for you.
Love A380 saying, great show, Kurt. Love the double whammy. And just a question to the boys. My son would like to be a pilot. And what is the main subjects he would need to complete in high school?
I'd say pretty much you really want to focus on the maths, the more science side of things. Definitely have some, rudimentary maths knowledge, and so mainly focus probably on the maths and physics, and then probably maybe even some IT of some shape or form on the side these days, given the amount of IT that's involved in these aeroplanes now.
Well, there you go, Love A380s, and a beautiful question, and again, a special contribution to the show there with the 1.5, and thank you again for supporting us and for being here yet again, always looking after us, Love A380s, and I hope you guys are well.
Runway change.
Yep, we're going to 3/4s. We did mention that at the start. You can tell it's really, really calm at the moment, so we're in that period of shift, and they'll move now to operate runways 3-4 left. I'm actually interested to see if they're going to do sod props, because it's actually pretty quiet. You could still do departures out at 1-6 left. Yep. But we'll have a geezer, and we actually might even be able to pick up the ATIS.
I'll get the ATIS going on here.
And we've got a question. Does anyone know why the FedEx didn't keep flying the 747, unlike UPS? Oh, geez.
Well,
I don't know.
Yeah, ultimately, a 4-engined aeroplane is more expensive to maintain than a 2-engined aeroplane, and most airlines, unfortunately, are getting rid of 4-engined aircraft.
Well, I think that FedEx got their 747s when they bought.
Temperature
Who was the name of the Flying Tiger?
QNH
Okay.
Hold that thought.
1021. On first contact with Sydney, ground or approach, notify receipt of hotel. Time check 1009er.
Right, here we go.
Sydney, terminal information, hotel. Runway 34 left for arrivals. Runway 16 left for departure.
There we go.
There we go.
Runway 34 left available for departure if operationally required or as directed by ATC. Simultaneous opposite direction.
There we
parallel
go.
runway
Simultaneous
operations
opposite direction parallel runway operations in progress. So there we go.
All going to be happening.
All sod props. Sorry, go back to your, as you were saying before.
Yeah, that,
I just wanted to get
FedEx got their 747s when they took over Flying Tiger.
Yes.
So I'm not sure if FedEx actually purchased 747s by themselves. I think they got the 747s as part of the Flying Tiger takeover. And so I don't believe they probably wanted them.
No, probably
Possibly.
not. And yeah, in a purchase scenario,
They wanted
there
the
would be-
routes. They wanted the route. Probably like a lot of airlines now, when they purchase a company, they may not want the aircraft, but they want the destinations where those aeroplanes go to.
And the other big thing is you need the aeroplane. You can't just go
You can't
and
just
get 20 brand new aeroplanes next Sunday. You know,
Exactly.
you got to take what you've got, utilise it the best you can, and then in time get the aircraft to replace them that best fits your needs. So yeah.
Good.
I think that was
Beautiful
the case,
question,
but I'd be
man.
happy to be corrected.
Well done, Francis. Thanks for that one. And we got a message there from Lee Mitchell. Remember me? What is your dream flight to take? Oh, geez. Well, anywhere that's going, it's going to take me on holidays is my answer, I reckon.
Strap me on the shuttle.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Couple of laps.
Yeah.
Couple of orbits.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty good.
I'd love to go for a ride in there.
I'm with you.
I'd go in a rocket any day.
Yeah, I'm with you. I reckon that's pretty cool.
Depends on whose, but I'd go any day.
Good on you, Lee. Thanks for that one, mate. One message there coming from Kylie Mayer as well, dropping in one gifted membership. Thank you so much. Oh, here we go. Conti's gone and put himself up at the pointy end there at SydSquad. And well done, Conti. Mate, good time actually to get your membership, your upgraded membership going on, because we can dedicate the UPS service, the UPS 35 service going to Singapore tonight, the Boeing 748 freighter. And Conti, thank you so much for joining and seeing value in the membership and putting yourself up there. We'll get your name on the blue ticket for the next live show. And we're going to dedicate the UPS 748 departure coming up for you. He's going to taxi southbound now all the way down taxiway Alpha. He'll do a cross of the crossing runway there, 0725, all the way down to Alpha 6 for a full-length departure tonight. And we've flipped the runways, as you just heard there, on air traffic control. And we are now going to be operating runways 3-4 left for the heavy departures, and runways 16 left for your domestic departures. And most of the arrivals will now take place on runway 3-4 left. And we're now going to be into sod props territory. A little bit quiet on the airfield at the moment, but as you know, we've had all of these aircraft come in, and a lot still to go out before the end of the day's play. And so plenty of action still to come. Local time now is 8:12 p.m, just over 2.5 hours until we make it to curfew. Depending on when the last RPT service does operate tonight, we might even get a bit of an early mark. And but we'll see where we land. But thank you so much for joining us. If you're just tuning in, my name is Kurt. I'm the host of the SydSquad show here tonight. One of your regular hosts alongside Tim usually, and Matt. And I'm joined by special guests, Will, who's come up from the nation's capital for the evening to hang out with the SydSquad Fan Bam, and also another special guest in good friend Darren as well, who is very kind to spend some time with us here tonight. And Darren is a 787 pilot and has got a lot of knowledge, and so we're in good company tonight here, the SydSquad Fan Bam, and we're looking after you with all of the plane spotting action and good banter and aviation talk over the next couple of hours. So thank you for joining us, and thank you for engaging and for being with us. If you haven't already, don't forget to consider giving the show a bit of a thumbs up, a great indication of how you're enjoying the coverage tonight. And if you're new here, perhaps you might consider subscribing to the show as well, and that way we get your company on the next live one, and you never miss a beat. And Well, we're just watching our UPS friends now take the long taxi down into the bay there before they turn around and join us on a full-length departure, runway 34 left. That one dedicated to Conti for sure indeed. Dave C's in the house. Darren and Will, what are your thoughts on a single pilot-only plane as technology advances in aircraft? It has been spoken about in recent years. Well, Darren, you can go first, being the pilot you are. I'm sure you've got an opinion.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, nah.
One of the, I think, something that gets missed in the single pilot debate is that part of the reason why we don't have more accidents is every decision is filtered through another pilot, at least another pilot, and possibly a third pilot. So on normal operations, that's, normally not that super challenging most of the time. However, when you have things start to go wrong in aeroplanes, the workload goes up astronomically. And one of the biggest things I always, even when we currently do our recurrent simulator training every 6 months where you're being given failures and unusual situations that you have to deal with, having that second pilot there is the most fundamental thing to keeping that aeroplane safe. And any concept of removing the second pilot
is bonkers.
No AI. Even today, like when we fly, even with all the technology we have on these aeroplanes today, it requires manual input from a pilot to get that aircraft safely from A to B, because even with the very best weather radars that we have, what we're seeing sometimes with our eyes is not being displayed on the radar. And if you were to simply just go, okay, we're going to draw a route around this weather system without having the human interaction, you would put the aeroplane in a situation where you could jeopardise people and turbulence in the cabin. But the big thing is when things go wrong, because the workload goes up. You need, and every single person I've worked with or been trained by or done checks with over the years who flew on aircraft like the 727, the 747-300s, where they had a flight engineer, they all said that the biggest thing that changed was the workload in emergencies. When you got rid of the flight engineer, because whenever you have a problem in an aeroplane that had a flight engineer, the flight engineer is in charge of sorting out the systems issues on the aircraft. The captain would simply hand over control of the aeroplane to the first officer, and he'd sit there with a silly look on his face and go, okay, so tell me, where are we going and what am I doing? And it was all unloaded and everything happened so smoothly. Now, even like on a very advanced airplane, like call it like an Airbus A380, we were talking about, things that can go wrong on these aircraft, is the workload can go from 0 to hero in the matter of 30 seconds.
We have redundancies for all of our mechanical components. You need to have redundancy in human factor.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
and there at some point, you're telling the computer what to do, not why you're doing it. And that extra layer of human is that why we're doing it that way. And so therefore, to me, you always need to have that second person on the flight deck, even just for backup, like where you go, look, because at the end of the day, I don't know everything.
Yeah.
And something will occur,
you need
and
a
I
counsel.
go,
you need a
counsel.
Oh, mate,
do you remember anything about this? Have we read this, or is it? I remember something, but I'm not sure where it is. When you have manuals that are 4,000 pages thick, you're not expected to remember everything. So that's what the part of the whole second pilot thing is there for. Is predominantly just for backup and a filter to ensure that you don't do something.
And predominantly safety.
You don't miss something. Now, even though we have, like on the 787, an amazing, incredibly user-friendly electronic checklist, what you're doing outside of that, one person's driving the checklist and one person's flying the plane. You can't have one person flying the plane and driving the checklist at the same time.
Correct. And look, even coming from an engineering point of view, I know technology can do this sort of stuff. It is not a problem. But being a victim of technology in the cockpit, I was supposed to be a flight engineer. I could not do it. And I can even understand how technology can carry my profession to a point, and it was probably a little stumbly over the years and even through to this day. But
if you ask any pilot now, would they rather have a flight engineer they would all say yes.
Correct. But to put the answer simply, I couldn't agree with you more, Darren. I think it would be completely insane and ludicrous to have single-man operations.
Yep.
2 pilots and I don't think I'll step on an aeroplane, certainly in an RPT category, without that configuration.
Even if they just go to single pilot, like they want to go like Airbus are pushing for single pilot in the cruise.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I don't think that works either.
Doesn't.
UPS
Because it
35
only
now
takes-
here, rolling, runway 34 left.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, he's up early. Look at this.
75, threshold winds calm, runway 34 left, please go in. Okay.
Wow, how quiet.
Yeah, that's a
amazing.
double D rate, fully ATM departure.
Are we even here? Are we present? 748, are you present? Wow, super quiet.
Yeah.
UPS 35, contact departures, good night.
A beautiful looking aircraft.
We did talk about that before because these aeroplanes, a lot of people may not know that when we take off in these big aeroplanes, most people in their car, when you pull out of the driveway, you don't put your foot flat to the floor to go down the street to buy a litre of milk. So we do the same thing to preserve the engines, to give them a much longer life. We take off with far less power than what we need.
Yeah.
I love you, Brendan.
Brendan.
So you're right.
We always take off, and like in a departure like that, that Kurt just said was basically the quiet engines means that they're probably lightly loaded and only using a very small amount of thrust for takeoff.
That's right.
Yeah. Wonderful. What's Brendan? I miss Brendan. What was he saying?
That's pretty fun.
Pilots want engineers in the cockpit. Brendan Scott, look out! Pilots want engineers in the cockpit because pilots need heroes too.
Shots fired! Shots fired!
Yeah, coming from an engineer himself, eh?
You're a good boy, Scott. Not Brendan.
Geez, too funny. Too funny.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. And look, on an engineering point of view, the reason you derate is because when you bring an engine up to the higher power settings, you're spinning it faster. When you spin it faster, you cut into the blades, or you wear them out, you're taking them to their limit. So you're ruining the life of the engine. Yep. So if you don't have to take it to its full power rating, you're basically making the engine...
Yeah. And you don't have to run it as hot, which means it cuts your thermal load down in the back half of the engine.
Yeah, so there's, apart from fuel saving and noise reduction and all that, but for us in engineering, it's definitely a life preservation practice that we all enjoy you doing.
Canberra Queen in the house. Welcome to the Bondi Beach Cabana. Thank you for joining us here today, Canberra Queen, and getting yourself up there. Nice to have your company. Canberra Queen, you know that one, Will? And Love A380s, Darren and Will need to be on a regular basis. Loving it. Well, there you go, Love A380s. We'll see what we can do.
Get back to work, Brendan.
We're very blessed to have both Darren and Will here tonight. And I know Will's been chomping at the bit to get on another show, and I think it is an excuse to be able to come back and visit us here in Sydney for sure. And we'll be able to do that. It's a shame, Will, that we won't be able to do it together in your home state, but you'll always be welcome up here and on the SydSquad show, mate. So we'll have to make that more of a regular thing for sure, indeed.
Thank you to all the SydSquad fan bam. This is fantastic.
JD's in the house. Evening, Kurt, Will, Darren and the SydSquatters. Thanks for another cracking night stream to help me relax before night shift begins soonish. Well, JD, take it easy.
Yeah,
and,
good luck, JD.
Friday night doing the night shift. The doggo, look after yourself, mate.
I know you're paying well, JD.
Thank you for being here, though. Thank you for being here. Oh, here we go. And just playing crazies now in the house, dropping in the 1-0, one for each of the special guests. And Will, what's the most challenging project you've worked on?
The most challenging project I did was the preservation program during COVID for the fleet of A330s down at Avalon. We had 6 737s. And
we were seeing 787s down there as well.
Had a big line of 787s as well. But yeah, look, managing that and keeping those airplanes serviceable in the horrible conditions of where they were parked and then bringing them back to life, that was about 9-10 month project during the first part of COVID. So yeah, that was my most challenging.
Big program, hey?
Yeah.
And just plain crazy, yeah. How do you manage automation and manual controls? Actually, it's like a reverse triangle situation in that when you're in a scenario where your workload is high, you try to use the maximum amount of automation, and when your workload is low, you can use the minimum amount. But invariably, sometimes it doesn't work like that. But basically, you find that the workload's coming up. You'll try to use more automation. And use the automation to advantage to the point where it's no longer advantageous to use it. Because a lot of the time you can simply just turn the autopilot off and just fly the aeroplane, because at the end they're just aeroplanes. And it's one of those things that they're beautiful aeroplanes to fly. They've been designed and they are like absolutely magnificent aircraft. So, and we probably don't take enough advantage of that, and probably we do a lot of hand flying in the simulator every 6 months on emergencies, flying in unusual configurations and that sort of scenario. But automation, particularly if you're tired, fatigued, you've flown all night, like you come back in, you're landing at 10 o'clock in the morning and you've flown 9.5 hours home from somewhere, you really want to use maximum automation as much as you can.
Yeah.
If you're just doing a 1 hour flight from Melbourne to Sydney, you go, weather's nice, okay, boom, here we come.
Hands on. It's funny, and we're talking on a generational point of view, but we're kind of experiencing the same thing in engineering. Certainly throughout my early years, airplanes weren't as computerised as what they are now. So you had to have a good understanding and a fair bit of nous and an intuition to fix them. You had to do your research, and you had to know what was going on.
Yeah.
What I'm finding with modern aircraft nowadays, everything's so computer controlled. Anything that goes wrong, the computer tells you what's wrong with it. And to us, that's a sense of automation. And you see generations come through that are relying on that. They don't have those basic skills.
And that have been built up, and that's probably a similar thing actually from the flying perspective as well.
So listening to you, it has a lot of synergy, that comment and statement. Yeah.
No, I think so.
Stephen Ames in the house. Hey, SydSquad, and what is the scary story that you have heard or have seen? Also, I assume that's in aviation. Something that scared you in aviation. Wow, that's an interesting one.
Oh, scary.
Good on you, Steve.
Well, many moons ago, I did have land an aeroplane on 2 wheels out of the 3 and shut Melbourne Airport down for an hour and a half.
Okay.
That through was out doing we used to fly a Cessna 404, and we couldn't get one of the wheels down, and the emergency extension system didn't work, so we had to fly around for 2.5 hours, burn off a whole bunch of fuel, and then do a landing on runway 27 at Melbourne.
A declared emergency?
Yeah. Wow. We had the fireys out.
That's a big deal, man.
Yeah. Sort of,
I think...
look at this.
Oh, that's light.
You'll be able to see the gear tilt as it goes up when that...
it's a good spot for that. You can see it there now, shortening.
Yeah. Straightening up the truck.
Hey, Will.
Yo.
Cathay Pacific inbound.
Oh, the nifty 50 grand. Yeah, talking about scary moments, we have them in engineering as well.
I'm sure you do, because you do some
close calls,
crazy stuff.
My most scariest moment, I was running a new engine on a 737 Classic, and we're doing what we call slam accelerations. It overboosted and got stuck at takeoff power. So I'm sitting there in a 737, one engine at takeoff power, trying to work out what to do to
get it out of takeoff power.
Yeah, and that was quite a scary moment. So
how did you get it out of takeoff power?
When we do engine runs on for the trimming of those old engines, you had to have all the bleeds off and bleeds closed and the engines unloaded.
Yep.
And first thing I did was open the bleeds up, put both packs to full high and just loaded the compressor, and that allowed the FCU, the fuel control unit, to have a de-acceleration schedule. Got it back down to idle, but next thing was to pull the fire handle.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is coming in now from H-Man. Back again, guys. Will, not sure if this question was asked yet, but what's your favourite aircraft to work on?
Oh, look, I could answer that twice. I mean, I love the A330.
Yeah.
I like it for a challenge, but really the favourite aircraft to work on is the 777, hands down. That's the easiest, well thought out, and just such a stunning airplane to work on.
no delay.
Szechuan now. Szechuan 3884 is now departing 33200. This variant off to Chengdu tonight, and then the Emirates A380 down there at the far end as well. Next heavy to go. Now those big bright LED lights will coming in the background, which the viewers can't see, but there it is now. You can see is the nifty 50 grand. Oh, we'll just there we go. You can see it now.
What a machine!
Yeah, what a machine. With Szechuan now rolling out, and a couple of aircraft coming out now. I don't know. Are we entering the hour of power for those playing at home?
Yes.
And this is a great perspective now to see all these heavy departures coming up straight over our heads. So I think the air traffic control gods had our best interest for the SydSquad show here tonight, which we certainly do appreciate.
Yeah, we've got all the arrivals, then perfect timing for the runway change for the departures.
Yeah, that's it. Let's enjoy this one together, guys. Here we go. Oh, bit of engine glow there as well. The US on engine number 1. Now the Emirates A380 down the far end there at just lining up at Alpha 6, 3-4 left. That'll be the next to go.
But more importantly, Kurt, easing into a nice stop after a lovely long flight from Hong Kong is the good old nifty 50 grand. There she is.
Yeah, quite bright,
they are, aren't they?
LEDs.
Emirates 417, runway 34 left, and takeoff.
Wow, jeez. Wow, Weezers.
I got a feeling we're going to have to get a nifty 50 grand emoji.
We're going to have to work on something, aren't we? Karen Griffith up there upgraded the membership to the Sydney Harbour Suite. Karen, good timing because we can dedicate the Emirates A380 to you. They're about to take off and come past our beautiful camera screens here. And so enjoy that one. And Karen, you're a legend. We'll get your name on the blue ticket for the next live show for sure indeed. And thank you for seeing value in the membership and getting up there at the pointy end, the hottest club in town, as we say. So get on your Karen and dedicating the A380 about to depart to you. So thank you so much. Hey, good mate Scotty Miller over there in New Zealand. And Boeing planes have yokes and Airbus planes have side sticks. What is the difference and what is better to fly or maintain? Well, that's a good question.
We can talk about that shortly. We'll talk about that after this 380 gets going.
And that's a good. I like how we strategically positioned that question there, Mr. Miller. There, the fly and then maintain. Fly being for you, Darren, and maintain for you, Will. Look at this.
Oh, look at this. This is great.
Oh, yeah.
Qantas 482, Sydney Target A traffic to depart off the obstruction power, runway to eastbound 737. Emirates 417, contact departure, fine. So they're both on that 401.
You know, it's really funny. Like someone will say to me, what's the most dangerous part of flying? Is it the takeoff or the landing? And on an engineering point of view, I look at the takeoff.
Aircraft's under the most stress. The engines are working as hard as possible.
And all that gear that the engines have got to bring up, and it is really earning its money at that point. And when things go awry, you guys really have to earn your money. I'd imagine certainly in bad weather.
It's really interesting, like because like from a pilot's perspective, sometimes you would say landing in bad weather.
Yeah, exactly.
Even though the aircraft's not under stress, the pilots are.
Yes,
because you have to manoeuvre that 200+ ton aeroplane to a set point in a set place, despite what the weather may be trying to do to take it off there. Oh, hello.
Nifty 50, beautiful. Yeah, and it's brilliant that the two different backgrounds have the two different points of view. You know, when I look at a plane working and
one thing I also know, which, you know, is that these aeroplanes have so much reserve power that, you know, it's very, very rare that the aeroplane will be on its performance limit. Well, these big aeroplanes anyway.
Yes.
Some of you were talking before about the performance requirements of things like the XLR and 321s and some of the older aeroplanes would have been performance limited. But these aircraft invariably at an airport like this, on a runway this long,
like this, in temperature
you've
like
got
this,
so much spare performance that the worst possible thing can happen at the worst possible time, and you've still got ample reserves to play with.
Look at the A350 1000. Airbus definitely got it right with that aeroplane.
Yeah, you're a big fan, Will. I like it. I like it.
Incidentally, it's Airbus have actually, at the Farnborough Air Show, have been that successful with their orders that they've actually stopped taking orders because they can't sell any more airplanes because they can't supply.
Can't deliver them.
Yeah, the supply chain is just not big enough to manufacture them quick enough.
Now, did we mention in...
Yes.
We did. We talked about it. Okay, good.
So we could talk about it probably now, actually. It's probably a good time. Really, to be short, the Airbus flight deck is very comfortable to operate in because you don't have the yoke between your legs. And so from a comfort point of view, I would definitely say the Airbus flight deck is advantageous by having the side stick. From a piloting point of view, though, I would say if we take comfort out of it and straight back to piloting, the yoke offers a lot of advantages, particularly when you're training pilots, because on all the Airbus fleet, when you move the side stick on one side of the flight deck, the other side stick doesn't move. So if you're training a new pilot onto the aeroplane, you have, when I'm sitting on the left-hand seat as a training captain, you've got a new first officer you're training up, and they're moving the stick around. All you see is what the aircraft is, how the aeroplane's reacting. And now these big aeroplanes, there's quite a bit of inertia involved with them, so they may have the stick all the way to the left, and then you then have to react once the aeroplane's now moving. Where with the yoke, I can see that the yoke is turning to the left because they're all interconnected. So I say, "Oh, what are you doing?" And I can correct it before I even know the aeroplane is going in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
So your ability to, and also too, your ability to assist by giving a little bit of assistance, like if someone's having a bit of difficulty, is so much easier on a yoke. On the Airbus, all you can do is hit the takeover push button.
Like the priority, as it's called. Yep.
Yeah. Priority left. Right. And which now means I have complete control, which is maybe not what you really want to do because that can damage someone's confidence. If I've said, look, I have control. Yeah. You go, oh, what was I doing wrong? And they may have only needed just a bit of a nudge. But on the Airbus, you can't just give someone a nudge. You have to take complete control. And that's the big thing. We're talking about the philosophy of Boeing and Airbus.
Yeah.
One, to me, is really focused on the pilot side, more so than I think on the Airbus side, which is, they're fantastic aeroplanes. I mean, like I said, the cockpit's beautiful to fly in, and if you're flying with a normal guy, it's all good. But in some scenarios, they can be challenging.
Yeah.
Particularly training. Now, Gulfstream have overcome that by putting
an induced force.
Yes, they've actually got the side sticks on the new Gulfstreams actually move in concert.
Yeah,
which I think I'd be surprised. I'd be very surprised if Airbus don't go down that road pretty soon.
They no doubt they will.
Yeah, they will. They're a smart company and they make great aeroplanes. It's
to put it simple, in the maintain side, just to put it simply, side stick is plug and play.
Oh, it is.
It's you can just remove it and
Pop it out and away you go.
and a couple of cannon plugs and put a new one in. What's interesting about the Airbus side sticks is that you can't tip them over on its side. You have to keep them vertical.
Oh, really?
Because they're full of a fluid. So you know how you've got that feel in the stick? Well, the actual mechanisms inside that box is there's a fluid, and if you tip it out, it can leak out and you can ruin the side stick assembly.
Wow.
So you've got to keep them upright and in a special box, and off you go. But generically, they're just drop in, drop out, plug and play.
And the side stick's lovely to fly with, like, you know.
Whereas a yoke in that is traditionally not so much the 787 and the 777.
Quite stiff, and you know you're handling it.
It's two hands. It's like you're driving a Greyhound bus.
No power steering there, mate.
They have cables that are connected to it, and that is just surgery like you wouldn't believe to try and rig
the
it.
777 and the 787, they're all fly-by-wire.
They're fly-by-wire.
It's effectively a force feedback situation where it changes the load on the control column very smartly based on how fast you're flying, the configuration of the aeroplane, so that you get a sense of flying a conventional aeroplane, i.e. the faster you fly, the harder the controls are.
So correct me if I'm wrong, like you have an engine failure on an Airbus, you won't know in the stick. You won't be able to. But if you have an engine failure in 777, it won't have you do the full deflection, but it'll give you a little deflection
to give you some idea,
give you a little feedback.
How amazing the fly-by-wire system is on the 787.
Yep.
So the 777 has a system called thrust asymmetry compensation.
Yes.
So what that means is if you trundle down the runway and you have an engine failure, you have to put a little bit of rudder in.
It won't tire you out, but it'll let you know it's there.
So if you're on the 330 or
320,
you've actually got to apply all the rudder that the aeroplane needs to keep it straight.
Yeah.
So you've got a whole lot of right foot pressure on the rudder pedal to keep the aeroplane straight. The 777, you have to apply 10% of the total rudder pressure.
which is brilliant.
So it's just enough to know, because it will also come up and say...
But it won't tire you out.
Audibly, it will come up and say, engine failure.
Yeah.
Now, on the 787, it has the same system, but once you're airborne, you take your feet off the rudder pedals. And the aeroplane automatically compensates for the fact that you're only flying on one engine, and the aeroplane wants to always turn in the direction of the failed engine. And it's automatically doing that the whole way around. So you fly the aeroplane around, and it just feels like you're flying a normal aeroplane with two working engines, but you've only got one engine going.
What sort of audible warnings do you get after V1?
You just get after V1, you'll just get a big red light will come on and say engine fire or failure.
Yeah.
On the runway, it will come up and actually audibly say engine fail.
Yeah.
Up until 6 knots below V1.
Or you get to about 1,500 or 2,000 foot, and then it'll start yelling at you, won't it?
Yeah, no, 400 feet. It will.
400 feet. Okay.
Things start happening then. But so that
fascinating machines.
That fly-by-wire system on it is incredible.
Yeah, no, fly-by-wire is just getting leaps and bounds all the time.
Oh, yeah.
It's really good stuff. And we had someone talking about Concorde before. What's quite interesting is that when Concorde was getting developed, they actually had a mock-up which was full fly-by-wire. But the problem was is the computers to drive it took up 2/3 of the cabin. But Aerospatiale did all the research and all the development, but they put it on the shelf. And when computers got down to a manageable size, hence when the 320 came out in the late 80s, they were able to get that technology that they had developed in the early 70s and put it straight into the A320, and that was all developed in Concorde. But as I said, the reason Concorde couldn't have it, the computers to drive,
just because we never had the processing capability to be able
in
to
those
do it.
days.
No. It's amazing though that even like realistically, like we've had Concorde, then we've had probably the first aeroplane that I would say that had was the F-16. Went into service in the late 70s, and it was the first military aeroplane that was full fly-by-wire. Then you had the A320 came along as being the first commercial.
Because the Concorde was fly-by-wire, but it was direct law
as opposed to having the multi-layered
protection systems.
Which people are listening,
where it's getting real super.
You're getting very complicated now, but it's basically
What have I missed? I've been hanging out with all these beautiful people here behind the scenes.
And the crowd tonight, it's all good.
The pilot and engineer are just running away talking, and we're up in...
Well, that's okay. I'm glad that you guys are doing that because there's so many beautiful people up here to come and say hello to SydSquad. So it's important that I also spend a bit of time.
The flag, mate.
Yeah, and it's great. But thank you guys. Keep going. Don't let me interrupt. No, well, let me interrupt for 2 seconds.
Yeah, better do some shout-outs.
A couple of messages coming through. Big Jacko's Gaming in the house there. 27 months of being part of the awesome community. Keep up the awesome work, crew. Well, thank you, Big Jacko's 27, just over 2 years there, mate. That's mega support. And we really, really do appreciate that. So thank you, buddy. And landmass, lost power at my house, so I had to wait till I got to work to watch. Great stream as usual. Well, you know, the good thing is
dedication. I like dedication.
Yeah, and commitment. And we're always available on the old replay as well, so you always go back and check us out. And Wilson, who was here earlier as well, watching planes on final from the balcony here in Maroubra and then switching to the stream to catch the landing. Well, how about that? Oh, good on you, Wilson, and I hope I get to catch up with you again real soon, mate. And lovely to have your company back again tonight. Wow, wing lights on the 330 down there at far end of the field at runway 34 left.
Thank you.
And it is China Eastern 736 going to Shanghai, the 359er now departing. Runway 3. Oh, wow, you didn't have to. Thank you. That's another one of those fancy chocolate snacks that I only seem to have. When I'm here on the live show.
Awesome.
Righto, here we go. 3:30 to rip it out. Runway 34 left. And it's the China Eastern 736 service. Wow, they got the memo. They've got the wing lights on. How about that? She's looking
Everyone's
pearler.
learning, mate. Everyone's learning.
Yeah, make sure you got your wing lights on at Sydney Airport, otherwise Kurt will be disappointed, yeah. Look at this, look at the ecto. Oh, the double whammy, the sod props in operation there. Look out. Man, are these all D-rated takeoffs or what? It is super quiet. It feels like quite a graceful departure. Not too aggressive, if you know what I mean. You know what, Darren?
Graceful's a great word.
It is a good word, isn't it? I'm sure there's lots of other words we could use, but I'm always witness to the Boeing 787. Their takeoff is a very long and lean takeoff.
Yes.
Keeps the nose down, not like an A330 where they yank back on the yoke and they rip snort up into the sky. Is there a what can you tell me about the long and lean departure for the 787?
We were talking before about the fact that we generally don't take off using full thrust.
Right.
Now, depending on the airline, like the Airbus the Airbuses that I've flown, you can't take off with the lower thrust setting that you can on the Boeing aircraft I've flown.
Right. Okay. And is that just due to
just the design of the system that Boeing use?
Right.
So it's very complex without getting into too much.
But I like high level.
You can. When you in the aeroplane, let's just say, for instance, that the engine was 100,000 pounds of thrust it can make.
Yep.
So on an Airbus, you can trick the engine into thinking it's warmer than what it is by telling it that it's got a new temperature limit. And so it only makes 70,000 pounds of thrust.
Okay.
But that's as lowest you can ever go.
Right.
The Boeing, you can tell the engine that, no, you're not actually a 100,000 pound thrust engine. You're an 80,000 pound thrust engine.
Yep.
And then you can trick it with temperature into thinking it's only going to create 55,000 pounds of thrust. That's why you end up with the very long takeoff rolls. What it means is also, too, that it keeps the accountants super happy.
Yep.
Because you get very little engine wear.
Yep.
You use quite a lot less fuel on each takeoff.
Yep.
And you extend the life.
No, it's a very deliberate. It's a very
very much so.
Yeah, right.
Very much so. And from an accountant point of view, it's one of the now on the A380 you can do the same thing. You can do the same trickery. And it's all legal because basically what happens is when every aeroplane that takes off, you have to be able to achieve certain performance requirements. So what you do is you wind the engine power back so that you can still meet all of those performance requirements. So it's kind of you're just using the minimum amount of power to get the job done. And it all allows for that
Yeah.
bit of start-up time.
Right, now, Qatari, the A380, the Super Q in front of us, going to be making their taxi all the way down to depart here, runway 34 left. And we will see them go out in a minute.
A387, Sydney Target 8, traffic departing opposite direction, parallel runways, an A320, you'll turn eastbound. Wind's calm, runway 34 left, clear to land.
Sydney Target 8, class 842, we are ready.
Yeah, so we just talked about that takeoff stuff there, just saying basically that you've got your legal requirements to meet, and if you can meet those legal requirements by only using 70% of the thrust the engine can make, then that's all you need to do.
Yeah.
Because you know, and you can still, all these requirements are all based not on a normal takeoff, are all based on the worst situation, which is losing an engine at the commitment speed, which is V1.
At the most delicate part of takeoff. Yeah. I know now when I watch our 787s depart, I'm more educated as to why. I don't like it, but I get it.
Yeah.
I'm used to, the 717s are just like rocket ships taking off.
We'll have to get you over Anchorage one time and set up on the mound next to runway 33.
I live vicariously.
Like you've got these.
I live vicariously through vortex.
You've got these super heavily loaded 747s all going out using full thrust,
full gas,
and you're only 130 metres on the runway. So it's like,
unreal experience, eh? That's mega. We've got a message coming in from Mark G, who's gone ahead and gifted one. He's actually gifted two. He's done it in sequence. He's done the double header of gifting memberships there, dropping in the one gifted. Thank you, Mick Gio, I should say, and really do appreciate that, mate. And very kind, and congratulations to all the newest members here at the SydSquad family, and really appreciate your wonderful support. And ASJE Aviation HQ. Hi, Kurt. Question for Will. And how do the pilots know where the taxi lines are whilst taxiing around an apron when sitting inside the cockpit? Cheers.
Well, it's not a bad question, actually. It's like, firstly, is that there are quite visible taxi lines.
Right.
However, when it's raining really heavily, those lines are actually really difficult to actually see. Particularly a lot of airports where they adjust the positions of bays and things, and so you have multiple old lines that are just as visible as the new lines. So they're actually very hard to see. However, what we do have now is you've got a lot of signage. You can see all the yellow signs out around the airport which tell you what taxiway you're on, what the next taxiway is you're about to cross. We have big, like you can see here at Sydney, you've got the hold point lights across the stop bars, the red stop bars, which are to tell you you're not permitted to cross the runway at that point. And the big thing we do have on aircraft like the 787, the 350 and the 380 is we have fabulous taxi maps. So on our navigation display, we actually have, it's effectively like a street diagram directory that we're actually following.
Zoom in and zoom out, and
it's a really advanced Google Maps.
And believe me, for many years, operating into somewhere like Tokyo Narita, which is a maze of taxiways compared to Sydney, far more difficult having flown in there in the 330 and the 320 where you have none of that information available to you. You only have, back then, all we had was a little white Jeppesen paper chart that was A4 in size to cover an airport that's 4 kilometres across and 5 kilometres high. It was like in the dark under a light while trying to taxi an aeroplane with confusing signs and lights.
Yeah.
Incredibly difficult. So this new, having the taxiway displays, everything on your nav display, just makes life so easy for people to be able to navigate your way around. And it is super important because some of the biggest accidents in aviation history have been caused by people stumbling onto runways or being in the wrong place or being somewhere they didn't think they were.
And it's amazing how challenging it is taxiing around airports because, once again, a lot of people don't realise, us engineers, we have to do the same thing. We get a engine run and taxi approval for aircraft types, and it's actually a half-day exam in the simulator for our aircraft rating.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be.
And the last time I did, I got Beijing Airport.
Oh, wow.
And that was just a maze of taxiways and
it's
runways.
It's a huge airport.
And you're taxiing across runways and you get an engine fire, and we've got our own procedures on how to deal with it, but it is hard work.
And then you throw in the added complication of we can now operate out of Sydney an 150 metre visibility.
Yeah, which
means you can't even see what the next taxiway is. So staying aware of where you are on the airport becomes super priority.
Yeah, that Jeppesen moving map that you have nowadays is such a lifesaver.
And hence why we have these stop bar lights, which are very obvious, saying you cannot go past this point.
Yeah.
Yep.
Super Q now, taxiing down Alpha.
Oh, yes.
Going to make their way all the way down to the far end of the field. Carla's dropped in a 1-5 there, message removed, but thank you for the kind message. In any case, Woody's in the house. Hey, Kurt, I'm back in Sydney. I'm in Blacktown, mate. I did read, Woody, that you're unable to make it back out here tonight, but that's all right. We'll catch you again on another day, for sure, indeed. Thank you, mate, for letting us know about that. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Tush is back. And great stream, Kurt. Do pilots have the same co-pilot most of the time? And what do you do when you get bored on a long-haul flight?
Generally, we don't have the same co-pilot. Yeah. Like, even where I live, I rarely fly with the guys who live in the city I live in. So you might fly with them maybe once every 4 months. So that's actually always good because you get to catch up with people you know and that type of thing. So generally, you're always got to, and now we have also you've got second officers who are sitting in the back who are relief pilots who are doing longer flights. So again, you've always got new people coming onto the aircraft fleet. So you're always flying with new people all of the time, or catching up with people you haven't seen for a while, which is always pretty good.
Yeah.
And in terms of getting bored on a long haul flight. Yeah, we've talked about that before. There's always plenty of things to do, but also too, like it's reading magazines and things like that is an approved thing by the aircraft manufacturers. I said it's been found to relieve fatigue and also to keep pilots more focused. What you're not recommended to read is things like novels or things that you can get involved in.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, but
no Enid Blyton
read the old
novels
days
up there,
the old days of gear up, pull out the Herald Sun and start flicking through the newspaper. That not quite.
What about the crosswords? You know?
Yeah, you can do a crossword.
bit of Sudoku.
Yeah.
We just had a beautiful question from DJ Raptor.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, he's asking if the engines are generally overhauled. They're certainly serviced in the country and on the aeroplanes, but when it comes to overhaul, quite often they go back to the manufacturer, depending on the airline and what agreements they've got. But engines really aren't overhauled in this country anymore, which is a big sadness for the industry. They generally go overseas to Singapore, New Zealand, or back to America or England.
Carla. Oh, Oh, now, so Carla missed the previous message. Come back in now. So best stream, little bias with Darren on stream.
With that said, I probably should send a big shout out to my lovely wife Carla, who's sitting in Brisbane after her cancelled flight today, going to Tokyo.
Now I know. It didn't occur to me before, because I've seen a message here from Carla and it got retracted first, and she'd actually dropped in a big Super 1.5.
Oh, nice.
And now she's come up with the
she's spending all my money on this.
She's got your credit card. She's got your credit card.
I'll tell you what, just let her know about Little Wings, and we can
all coming out of her overnight allowances in Brisbane. With that in mind, also too, if you don't mind, I better send a big shout out to the mother-in-law Andrea, sitting at home with the 3 kids, Millie, Gizmo, and Lucy. And she's minding our puppies, back up in Cairns.
Great
So a big shout out to Andrea back in Cairns.
Well, hello there to Andrea and Carla. It's lovely to have you here with us, and a great job to all the guys on the stream, as she's saying. So there you go. So you wrote her in to watch the show. So you gave her a heads up, Carla, I'm going to be on the SydSquad.
She's your number one fan, mate. Every time we're sitting at home, it's on the screen. Absolutely.
No, I don't believe you. That is unreal. If that's the case, I'm flabbergasted. Wow. Well, hello, Carla, and welcome. And we're looking after him. He's in.
She's married to me, so good judgment, does it? Conversely, does it really?
All right, look, I'm moving right along, right? Oh, that's brilliant. Well done, Carla, and thank you for dropping in and saying hello. And it's okay. He's still here. He's in one piece, and he's doing well.
Yeah. DJ Raptor, yeah, just on the back of your question, I know you asked. Yeah, the engines are generally removed from the aircraft in the country here, and they're shipped overseas. So very rarely will Airline, or certainly one of the Australian airlines, send the aeroplane to the country for it to be changed and overhauled there. It's normally changed here and sent away.
Mars Venus 88 dropping in 5 gifted SydSquad memberships tonight. Good on you, Mars Venus. Well, there's a profile name. I like it. And congratulations to the newest 5 members of the SydSquad family. Appreciate you guys getting involved there, and gifted 1 month up there in the lodge with an invitation to return, access to the emojis and the members-only content from time to time. But right now, at this time, it is time for us to enjoy the All Nippon Airways 880 service to Haneda, the Boeing 787-9. We were just talking about the Boeing 787 takeoff rolls, expected to be long and lean, not as dramatic and exciting and as aggressive as some of the other departures, perhaps. And
it's only a 9-hour flight on an aeroplane that can fly 18.
Wow. Yep. So is that the sweet spot, like a cricket bat, Darren?
This aeroplane has... Its sweet spot is everywhere from an hour to 18.
18, right. So
we're about 80, 90 tonnes, I feel.
Yeah, going up to Tokyo?
Yeah.
No, that'd only probably be around about 50, 56.
Wow. We used to put an 80 on a 747 going to Singapore.
Wow, look at this.
80 to 90.
We burn 1,000 kilos per hour less fuel than the 330, and we travel 30 knots faster.
Wow, that's impressive.
Yep, so that's about the attitude you'll get. Impressive.
Again, you can see how flat the departure is.
And they're not racing, they're just...
No.
There's that word again, Darren, graceful, I think. It just...
Yes. I must say I have a likening of growing up in Melbourne, and you could hear these 727s back in the freighter days taking off.
Where are we going?
On a cold Melbourne winter's night.
Oh, jeez.
And
you could be 50 kilometres away from the airport.
You could hear the crackle as it rumbled across the whole of the Melbourne CBD.
Man.
And no doubt you remember the registration of that 727 freighter.
Oh, there was Romeo Mike X-ray.
That's the one.
It was...
How good. Well, there she goes, the 787 off to back home to Japan.
I normally see those guys quite often, actually, because we'll be coming back from Osaka or Tokyo, and we cross over with them about halfway between Guam and...
Now, Darren, for somebody who probably travels to Japan, well, fairly frequently, how do you pronounce Haneda?
Haneda.
Like Canada.
Haneda. Hey. One of the good ways of learning to pronounce a lot of the Japanese names is you pronounce them exactly how you see them. So, Han for the E.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah.
I might have to-
Narita is actually Narita.
Narita. Like Narita.
We see Itami and it's Itami.
Yes.
So it's very much, you break the 3 syllables down and then you say each one the way that you see it in singularity.
Yeah. Well, I might have to change the way I pronounce it because I get a lot of stick on the show because we had a debate.
That's like Americans pronounce Nikon.
Right, yeah.
Even the Japanese pronounce Nikon.
Yeah. Don't own one of those. I wouldn't know.
Neither do I.
I know, right? That's why I said it. Oh, geez, too funny. Message now from Brownie Norman. You for 9 months. I remember going into the cockpit as at Ansett as a child, pre 9/11. Still such a special memory for me. I'm not old, by the way. Haha. Brownie, I'm the same. I actually reminisced in my own head. I couldn't get a word in because you guys were flying on the chat before. When Darren actually mentioned earlier in the show about going into the cockpit, and that was one of your first experiences, I think, in the jump seat or something like that on Ansett. Now, pre 9/11, I had the wonderful experience as a passenger getting up into the cockpit and hanging out with the pilots for quite a while. It was on a Sydney to Perth flight on Ansett, and it just amazed me. Just flying over the red desert, and then all of a sudden the coast just appeared and Perth just appeared out of that. It was amazing. It was mind-boggling just to be up in that cockpit there in a 767, just coming in over the Nullarbor, and then started to descend, and then all of a sudden it just this great population just appeared. It was such a I'll never forget it.
That I know what you mean by that awe-inspiring thing, because you walk out when you're sitting in the flight deck for hours, and then you go out. You go just to the restroom or something, then you come back in. Amazing view when you come back in.
Unreal.
A panorama.
Amazing.
There we go, the Super Q out the door to Doha tonight. A380, about 14 hours to go.
Long flight through the night.
Yeah, should be laden.
Now, I must say, gentlemen, you are showing your youth by admitting that it was a 767 that your childhood cockpit visit was in. Because I was reminiscing what my first childhood cockpit visit was. It was a DC-8.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. DC-8.
It was a DC-8.
Now we're talking.
Yeah. But I was a pretty young tacker, so it was a while ago, I thought.
The old DC-8. Yeah, it was a great experience. It would have been a 200 series there with Ansett. Would have been one of the Romeo Mike series.
Oh yeah.
Yep. One of the only 5 with the flight engineers panel.
Yeah. Alpha through Echo.
If my name
Romeo
was
Mike Alpha.
Delta to
Delta through
Hotel.
Yeah, that's it.
If my name was Luke Chittock, I would open my. If my name was Luke Chittock, I'd open my logbook and I'd have a look and see the registration. But hello there to Chuki if you tuned in. You're probably not, but anyway, too funny. Really good friend of mine, by the way. Oh, having too much fun here tonight, guys. And Alderton Dubai now gifting 10 SydSquad memberships as well. Wow, Alderton Dubai in the house. Thank you so much. Wow, that is a huge contribution to the show tonight, mind you. And what I mean when I say that is actually quite a financial contribution to the show by doing so and building the community here. And really, really do appreciate that. Thank you so much. And Alderton DXB in the house. Well, what do you got there, Will?
Just Michael Jackson there saying his first cockpit was at the DC-3 back in the 60s. So, yeah, he's a good young fella as well. Glad to have you here tonight.
It's coming out of the woodwork now as we see Qantas 25 service to, let me get this right, Hanado. No? Hey. Very good. A330-300, the longer of the variant, there now taxiing down its departure. It'll be a little bit further behind the All Nippon Airways that disappeared about 10 minutes ago.
It'll be even further behind it by the time they arrive at Canada in the morning. About
787 for the win.
About 50 minutes behind it.
Wow. So flying head to head on that route, you'd
it's faster. It's about
half an hour.
About half an hour faster. The big difference though is it'll use around about 7,000 kilograms less fuel to cover the same distance and carrying the same number of people
as the 330. You're breaking my heart.
And that's one leg, and then it's got to come back. So we're talking about we were talking earlier on tonight, we were talking about these infinitesimal small increases. This is not infinitesimally small. This is 14 tonnes of fuel per day, multiplied by 365, and it's about 4.2 million tonnes, which is, for one sector, one route, if you call it $1.50 a barrel, it's $8 million per route.
And you know why the accountants love them, and that's what it all comes down to.
And look, now the reliability of the aeroplane is
incredible.
Up there with the 777.
And yet the 330 had its day. You throw it up against the DC-10
absolutely.
or something like that, and the figures were just as startling.
It's one of those things. It's like a lot of the time there are these minute increase. The jump in efficiency.
Yeah.
In just that one generation. I'm interested what happens with the next generation, but I think
wonder
what happens
how the jumps can go.
The jumps will keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller because the gains, I don't think.
No, you're right.
Can be made.
It's hard. It's getting harder.
Changing the engines, the materials you make the engines.
It's the materials of the engines that is the governing thing, because you can make them more and more efficient, but you just got to run them at high pressures and high temperatures.
We were talking about, only a minute ago, we were talking about 727s, the old engines, like the old JT8Ds, where you could have a compressor stall in a JT8D and flames would come out the front of the engine out past the cockpit.
Yep.
And the engineer would reach over, grab the thrust lever, bring it back to idle, and then push it straight back up.
And you keep going.
And the engine just kept on trucking.
Yeah.
If you have a compressor stall in something like a Gen X or one of these big, that you've got a major problem.
You're going back to the gate.
Or you're coming back to land on one engine because the materials are not... The air control is so refined and so good now.
Yeah.
The probability of having a compressor stall where the air gets, which for people who don't know, a compressor stall is where the air inside the jet engine gets disturbed and the engine sort of has a bit of a hissy fit. And it generally involves lots of flames coming out the front and lots of noise. You often see it on YouTube with the engine going bang, 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 bang.
It's coughing,
It's not good for the engine, especially these new generation engines.
It doesn't like it.
No, because the materials are not designed to have these massive loads put on them. And so they don't need to, because the air control inside the engines is so good. And the only time they ever do it is if there's something actually else gone wrong in the engine. I suppose the flip side of that, though, is that with the air control being so good means that now your efficiency levels are going so high, and hence why 1,000 kilos of fuel per hour less fuel burn.
And that's right. And it's all down to the pressures it can handle, the temperatures it can handle. But materials is the limit, is what we have these days.
Darren, how does your shift work? How does your shift work go? What's your roster look like? What's your ons versus your offs? And
we generally work. It depends how, at different times of the year. Obviously, during school holidays and Christmas, it's one of those things you tend to miss out on a lot of the times that other people get to spend with their families. So getting time off over Christmas and school holidays is generally difficult, and we're generally busy at those times. So at the quiet time of the year, like for instance, I'd probably do maybe 80 hours of flying a month, which might be, say for instance, this could be 5 trips.
Yep.
The trips vary between, you might fly, like tomorrow, fly to Japan, spend one night up there, then I go actually fly back to Cairns rather than coming back to Sydney.
Yep.
But then it could also be fly up tomorrow, have 2 nights there or 3 nights and then fly home. So it does vary, but generally speaking, you tend to do a trip and then you may do another trip immediately the following day.
Back to back.
Generally, most of the time, it's 1 or 2 days off in between trips. And then if you're away for an extended period of time, then, you know, you have to have more time off in between. So you get some time sort of at home. It's generally not a... Generally, people flying a domestic sort of flying like these guys, generally in, day out.
Yep.
You know, 4 days in a row.
In bed by 11.
Yeah. Where are these guys going up to? Darwin. Okay, well
they won't be in bed by 11.
We used to go up to now. There's been some big changes coming with through the Civil Aviation Safety Authority over the last 5 years, with a lot more time spent involved with monitoring fatigue.
Yeah.
And restricting what you can do. We used to go to Darwin and back out of Melbourne, and you do that 3 nights in a row. And so by the end of the 3rd night, you were utterly exhausted.
Cooked.
Yeah.
But now you can only you can't operate up and back anymore. If you start at this time of the night, you have to get off, and then you fly back tomorrow night.
Yep. And there's a crew up there to bring it back on the night that you flew in.
Yeah, correct.
Yep. The Vince J. Pauly, welcome to the Bondi Beach Cabana here at SydSquad. Thank you, mates. Appreciate that. Wonderful, wonderful support. Robbo's in the house. Insert shout out to Robbo here. Well, there you go, mate. Lovely to have your company, Robbo, on the show. Hopefully doing well. Dropping in the cheeky 3 there, mates. Shout out to you received, no doubt. Johnny back there in Victoria is back again. Oh, yes, the 727 Romeo Mike X-ray. I did jump seat Melbourne to Gold Coast, VH on Alpha November Bravo. The 727 was unreal. And jump seated on Romeo Mike Hotel, the 767 from Melbourne to Sydney. You guys have been magnificent. So good. Well, there's some good memories there.
Yeah, thanks, John. That's brilliant. And
they're good memories.
They are good memories. And yeah, the 4 727 LRs, worked on those a lot. And RMX,
A Alpha November.
It was A and A, B, E and F. Yeah, remember them well.
273, no problem. 6 spots, okay, thanks.
Good on you, Johnny. The Lamb's here. Lamb's saying, hi, guys. Love the stream and the knowledge. And can you become a comm pilot whilst working part-time in corporate here in Australia? Corporate life might take it out of me.
Corporate's actually is very challenging flying, a very challenging lifestyle, because a lot of the time you are on call. From my experience anyway. It has changed, I think, quite a bit. So it could be a lot more approachable from a part-time sort of point of view, but a lot of the time when I was involved with it, it was a very you were expected to be available and to be able to go when they needed you to go. Someone would ring up on Friday night and say, oh, we're going off to LA in 3 hours.
Yeah. And correct me if I'm wrong, I've got a few friends who fly corporate jets all around the place, and one of the things that stands out to me is not only being on call all the time, but it's like, we're going to go to Singapore. Well, they have to organise the ground handling, they have to organise the catering.
We were pretty lucky with the
flight
aircraft
planning.
I was flying. It was all done through Universal Flight Planning.
Okay.
So they will look after all that.
The Qantas Dirty 30.
Yep.
Off to Haneda.
I mean, have a look how high that is already, and in comparison to the previous 2
the 787s.
Visual 109, calculate.
Qantas 124, ground 1260, good night.
And Francis Wade there saying, my cockpit memories were a BOAC 707, London to Sydney. And the DC-10 London to JFK, all pre-75. Far out. Come on back now.
Oh, they're beautiful. Beautiful memories.
We've just entered another year here. What's going on?
We're going to get some 70s music going.
81 Ray. Rank 6681, Sydney Tower.
I just said to Jason, I think you might have actually misunderstood what we were talking about there. What we're actually discussing. So a compressor stall is when the air inside the engine actually becomes turbulent.
Correct.
And by losing the smooth laminar flow through the different sections of the engine, you can then have a massive reversal of airflow that's caused by the incorrect process of the air through the engine. And what we're just discussing there was the old engines, which, like JT8s, which were made of really heavy metals. If you actually had that happen inside the engine would just suck it up and just keep on going without a problem. The modern engines, though, because of the lightweight materials that they're all being made from, if you were to actually have that happen, it can cause a significant amount of damage to the engine. So
what actually happens is you'll get a compressor blade, or the blades will, because they're quite flexible.
Yep.
And you can get and during a stall you'll get a compressor, what we call a compressor slap, where the blades will actually hit the stator vanes.
Yep.
And that can cause a lot of damage. You won't get that in something like but that's also more to the refined design of the compressor.
Yes.
What I mean by materials, and what that does is the materials is able to hold the higher pressures and higher temperatures.
Yes.
And you need higher pressures and higher temperatures to have more efficiency.
Correct.
And that's more at the turbine end of things, and more in the combustion case side of things. So, yeah, materials don't really, you're right, they don't have a great deal to do with it, but it is a combination of, the materials are a little bit lighter made, but they're certainly a lot more flexible.
The thing we have, though, is with these new modern engines, with the digital air control that they have through them, these days compressor stalls are
that's correct.
they're as rare as an actual engine failure.
Yeah.
Where in the good old days with JT8s and things like that, you did bang, bang, bang. And
the compressor control is certainly different nowadays. We have variable stator vanes, and that is really the key to superb compressor control that we have nowadays. We also have various stage bleed valves, which also can help with compressor control, depending on the manufacturer of the engine. But certainly materials we're talking about is at the hot end of the engine, and that's where you want to be able to increase your pressures and your temperatures. So you need the materials to be modern to be able to handle that, and that is the limit. And that's exactly what we're saying. Not so much to do with the compressor.
I remember doing some research actually for on the IAE V2500s on the A320 family, and when you start talking the temperatures on where they actually have to use pressurized oil. To stop the oil evaporating because of the incredibly high internal temperatures that the core of the engine is operating at. They have to grow the crystals that form the blades. So that they can't be machined, because you can create fatigue cracks in them by actually the manufacture of the parts.
How you actually manufacture and cast the metal. The science in that is incredible. And the blades have all got billions of galleries and holes in them, and you shove high pressure air in there to
cool them from internally,
to create a laminar flow over the blade, so the heat actually doesn't hit the stator vanes. And look, it's amazing this type of technology that goes on, and that's what limits efficiency nowadays. And that's what we were originally talking about, is how far are the jumps going to be, because the materials aren't there.
No.
And you need big jumps in materials so we can get big jumps in efficiency. I can't see it. The Cuz bus.
Hey, Will, have you been following the Boeing 767 freighter journey over the last couple of months, the EFR, and its journey? But I just wanted to pick your brain. What are your thoughts on the Boeing 767 freighter that Qantas is trying to offload at the moment?
Yeah, look, I really don't know anything about it or where it's going. In fact, is it back here in Sydney?
Yeah, it is actually. It's over at the jet base, but we're talking about it on the show on Tuesday, I think it was, or Tuesday, I think, this week.
I don't know its fate, but I mean, I can't understand why
Well, we don't have Qantas don't have any more Qantas 767 pilots. They're all now their certification lapsed. They're all going on to the 330.
My point, I think, is that why is it not selling or hasn't been sold? Maybe there's a complication in the sale, but it's quite a new aeroplane, and I mean the 767 freighter is quite a
they'll go
brilliant.
forever.
They'll go forever. So there's no reason for it not to sell quickly. But there's probably some complications. But once again, I'm only guessing. So yeah, no, I don't really know anything about it.
There's a relatively big aeroplane, 767, so it'd be very difficult. It's not like a new startup mob would be able to, like a 73.
No.
So you're probably looking more established operators, and then it's like, okay, what type of engines does it have? Like you'd think that maybe like UPS or FedEx might pick it up as
I thought one of those
good quality
would have grabbed
second-hand airframe. And
I mean, something like a 757, apparently freighter companies, hate to say pardon the pun, but they have punch-outs to try and get the demand for these aeroplanes are incredible. And yeah, I would have imagined that this aeroplane would have been snapped up very quickly. Being a dedicated freighter and being quite new.
the other thing also, sorry.
Oh, that's all right. No, go. We can.
No, I was going to say that one thing also too is that you may not want to sell it to the people who want to buy it.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Because, like, I remember having spent a lot of time in Alaska doing photography stuff. As Alaskan Airlines, when they retired their combis, they broke them up rather than sell them because the only people who wanted to buy them were their competition.
Were their competitors, yeah.
That's a good point.
So if someone in the Pacific, wanted to buy a 767 freighter, I think maybe Qantas might be a bit hesitant about selling it to them because it might end up coming in here and,
competing quite.
Being competitive.
Yeah.
We're going to Ansett Airlines, a pictorial journey. The guys run a wonderful page there on Facebook as well, on Instagram. And thank you, Curtin SydSquad, for a tremendous stream tonight with Darren and the wonderful Will. Is Ansett with SydSquad. Absolutely.
Oh, isn't that fantastic?
That's
love
awesome.
it.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, thank you for the big 2-0. That's mighty nice of you. And love your posts, and your Instagram is fantastic as well.
I was going to say, being my first time down here in Sydney, I must say to everyone, as a bit of a shout out to Kurt and Tim, SydSquad guys, is that you don't actually appreciate the amount of tech that it actually takes to actually do this.
Yeah.
And also then we were talking about, the skill of photography and then trying to juggle all these different things. Like it kind of reminds me of a juggler on stage. He's got a chainsaw going up on one hand. He's got an active flamethrower in the other.
Yeah.
And he's balancing himself on like a board on top of a beach ball.
The DJ Kurt in the house.
You and me, Darren, we have the easiest job in the house tonight.
Yeah, exactly.
What did I say at the start of the show? I said, all you guys have got to do is just talk if you want to.
Roger, expedite to the whole point and expect no delay.
I made it easy for you.
Just have to get us to shut up.
No, that's impossible. No, not at all. I'm having such a great...
You'll still be here at 5 o'clock in the morning, mate.
I'm having such a great time.
No, you're going to go back to the hotel to put the uniform on.
We've held a consistent crowd for most of the night, I've got to say, and I'm sure that everyone is... if they weren't, they wouldn't be here. But I'm sure that everyone is enjoying having you guys with us tonight, and I certainly am, and I appreciate every minute of it. So thank you from the bottom of my heart.
We get to share some of our enthusiasm, and also people share a bit of, Will sharing some amazing knowledge and that sort of thing. So if anyone's got any questions,
that's what it's all about.
Yeah, keep those questions coming. It gives us good prompts to talk about things and share our points of view, and also bring out the odd war story.
The odd war story or two, yeah, exactly.
Fantastic.
Oh, we just got a message from Spartan Banjo, who's just saying, hey, SydSquad, could you please film the JQ A320 on final? My best friend is the first officer. Well, that's probably them just touched down on 34 left, rolling through now. So there you go. Big shout out to the FO on board the Jetstar 320 just in from Hobart. Jetstar 724. How about it? There you go. I love that. I love that when we've got people that know people that are flying the aircraft. That makes it a little bit more special, a little bit more fun for us. And just down the far end now, it's the it is the final A380 departure of the evening. Here we go. There we go. The 5 Charlie Lima service, the 413 flight going to Dubai. It's the A380 out the door tonight. just rounding its way from Alpha 6 onto the active runway. And it is the final A380 departure tonight on the show. We are still expecting one more A380 to land, and that is coming in from Dubai, the A380, which will overnight here.
Here's a question for our viewers. If someone could answer this,
Yeah,
I'd be interested if they... does anyone out there know why Emirates uses the call sign Emirates 5 Charlie Lima
as opposed to
Emirates 413? So I was wondering if anyone out there actually knows. If not, we'll get an answer shortly. But
right, yeah. So
I'm intrigued.
I
know the answer.
You know the answer. I was going to say,
but I'm just wondering if anyone in the audience
is
does.
this rhetorical? Is it a statement? Where are we going here? Good job. I like that. I like this game. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the A380, the Emirates A380, to depart now, runway 34 left. Let's enjoy this one together. Here we go.
I have a question for the audience later.
Now, when you ask the question, you've got to keep your eye on the chat because you never know. Someone might get it.
Emirates 5 Charlie Lima, contact departures. Good night. Contact departures. Good night. Emirates 5 Charlie Lima.
So my question for the audience tonight is that Emirates A380, is that a Gen X engine on it, or is it, or the General Electric Pratt on, or is it a Rolls Royce? And I actually don't know the answer because I have to look that one up. But
so James Larkin actually nailed that. It's call sign deconfliction. EASA actually. So that flight will actually go all the way through to Europe. So unlike the Emirates 417, which left earlier on tonight, it's only going as far as Dubai.
Yep.
But this flight will go all the way through, probably I'd assume, to London.
yes.
So if you're operating now in and out of European airspace, call sign deconfliction. To give you an example, I was coming out of Tokyo about 2 weeks ago, and we had Jetstar 26 and Qantas 26 both on the same frequency, talking to a foreign controller.
Oh, it's tough.
Yeah.
So the chance of someone misinterpreting a climb instruction
Is high.
is increased. So now by going down this route of actually putting on, calling it Emirates 5 Charlie Lima, it's very difficult to confuse that with Emirates 417.
Is that
Even if you're listening in foreign languages. So, but it's only a requirement now going through to Europe. So you can tell if the aircraft's going to, or the flight continues all the way through.
It might not necessarily be the same aircraft.
No, it might not, but the actual flight.
The actual flight will carry that.
The way that it's scheduled in the Emirates network system.
And
you
obviously
can tell.
that's bleeding into a signal of demand nowadays. Like we're seeing registrations have numbers in them, which us growing up is totally foreign for us, but it's now becoming quite common.
Pilot briefing before takeoff there, Darren, and
Dust of thousands.
righto, lads, this is how it's going to go down.
Thank you, Vale, for that. That was one of the Rolls-Royce ones, so one of the newer aircraft that they've got. The latter series of Emirates aircraft are fitted with the Rolls-Royce Trent engines. And excellent response. Thanks, everybody. That's really good.
Outstanding.
Coming up to one of the most quiet periods on the airfield at the moment. We've got a Qantas aircraft that's just received a full roll-through all the way down to the far end of the field. This service in from Brisbane, the Boeing 737. And then we've got only two other aircraft moving on the airfield at the moment. And it's a Velocity 892 about to take off at runway 16 left as part of SydProps tonight. And then behind them a Rex 6334 Saab service going to Orange. Two aircraft heading out there to the runway 16 left for departure. And we almost might have zero aircraft on the ground on if you're playing at home on Flight Radar. It's a bit of an unworldly sight.
For Buzzdog, our flight's going into Indonesia, Craig, have to have a 3-digit call sign. So they put the 057, etc. So they just drop a 0 on the front. So and we generally in Australia, we just still call it 57. Once you go over to Ujane Control, which is the part of Indonesia we initially fly into, you then pick up the call sign Jetstar 05057. Some people still use 57, some don't.
Yeah.
But it was just, it came around about 6 years ago that the Indonesians wanted, with the increase in traffic going into a lot of the airfields, like Bali is one of the busiest single runway airports in the world now. Again,
we'll go on there soon.
Again, for call sign confusion reduction, they went to the 3-digit flight number.
An interesting question there, David Townsend. The A380 only having reverse thrust on number 2 and number 3. Do they have the thrust reverser equipment on 1 and 4? They do not. And the thrust reversers actually...
Was that a question from David?
Yeah.
Well, I asked that on behalf of David earlier, actually. Yeah.
Sorry. Yes.
Remember we started the show? That was one of my... There you go, David. I had you in mind, mate. but continue, Will. I digress.
So, just reiterating, the reversers are actually hung off the pylon. So, when you remove an engine, you open up the reversers and the engine drops out from underneath, and they stick with the pylon of the aircraft. And then you put the new engine in and you wrap the engine with the thrust reversers. But, 1 and 4 don't have that at all. They just have a generic... structured cowling setup.
But all 4 engines are interchangeable. So
all 4 engins are all identical, same power rating, rating, and totally interchangeable.
You can roll through, vacate at Bravo 4, wind in the field's calm, runway 34 left, clear to land.
Look at the refraction on the water.
Yeah, nice.
That's nice.
China Southern just popping up there, 302 service to Guangzhou, 787 to go. Hawaiian Airlines also on pushback in the Intel 4 region. Hawaiian 452 going to Honolulu tonight. So we've got 2 RPT services on the southern side of the airfield to go, and we've got 3 here on the northern side of the field. We've got our Qantas Boeing 787 in front of us here on Bay 8. We're going out Cathay Pacific, the nifty 50 Grand next to them on Bay 9er. And we've also got our Malaysia Airlines friends over the back there, the 330 going back to Kuala Lumpur. So still plenty of aircraft to see depart tonight. And local time now, 9:35 p.m. and just over an hour to go. We may get an early mark depending on when one of those last RPT services goes out the door. But thoroughly enjoying the show tonight and appreciating everyone's company here today. Pat B putting themselves right up the pointy end there at the Sydney Harbour Suite. Well, Pat, we've got the races on for either China Southern or Hawaiian to get out the door, the southern side of the airfield. So whichever one goes first is going to be dedicated to you tonight. Seeing value in the membership there and putting yourself up in the business end of Sydney, of SydSquad. And for that, we really do appreciate it. So thanks for your support and thanks for joining us. We'll get your name on the blue ticket for the next live show. And you've given yourself access to the members-only content if you haven't had it already. Steve Amer's back. Hey, Kurt, are you staying up till 3:30 or later for the opening ceremony? Having a great time here? Nah, probably not. Probably one of those things you can see on the old replay and perhaps in a highlights package as well, I gather. But no, I can't imagine. I can't imagine after spending all of last night with you and then all of tonight with you that I need to stay up till 3:30 in the morning watching the Olympic ceremony. But,
exactly.
Look, I'll catch up with all things sport tomorrow morning for sure indeed. But as Steve's saying, he's having a great time here today with us. Good on you, Steve.
Yeah.
And thank you, mate. Sorry, we'll go.
There was a question here. Just lost it. That was about the 5th pod. So remember the 747 has a 5th pod
on the Rolls-Royce fitted 747s, I believe.
I think the Pratt could do it as well. Could be wrong.
Oh, no.
Yeah. But I'm not aware of the 380 having the same capability. No. I don't think it does at all. So what they actually have to do is split the fan off the core of the engine and they can lay that down and then they can put it in the cargo hold.
Okay.
And that's how they'll transport the engine if it's needed in a foreign port.
It's been a while since I've seen a 5th pod used down under. I can't remember the last time I saw one. It's always quite a sight seeing 5 engines on a beast like the 747. It's certainly
the last Qantas one was maybe go to Johannesburg, and they had to stop in Perth, I think, to do a tech stop because the extra drag.
Yeah, I was going to say, as you would well understand, the fuel penalty of having a huge is huge.
Well, I'm sure it's there for sure.
This is not just high-speed tape.
Easy. Anna Plev in the house. Kurt, when will you be live again? Well, I'm live right now. I hope I am. It's a good question, Anna. I'm not too sure what the plans are. Well, I know what the plans are over the weekend. I'm sad to say it, but I'm pretty confident I won't be doing a live show over the weekend. There may or may not perhaps be a show from SydSquad on Sunday. Some more intel to come on that in good time. As we always say here at SydSquad, we're just out here plane spotting. It's just a hobby for us. We just do it in our spare time, of course, and family and work and things like that will always take priority for us. But as you know, if we get a spare moment, it's always great. We always love coming out and hanging out with you guys. If not Sunday, perhaps early next week. And make sure that you're definitely subscribed to YouTube. It's free to support us on YouTube. And make sure you got your notifications on, because as you know, Kurt's pretty good for a pop-up live show. You never know when he's going to pop up. And,
when or where.
Yeah, when or where. That's right. And thankfully we've got plenty of options around Sydney Airport. But it'll be soon, Anna. It'll definitely be soon. That's for sure. Now Herbie in the house, and just wondering how much zoom the iPhone 15 Pro Maxibond Plus Ultima Edition. Probably about 600 mil. I've got a good zoom on it, Herbie. Great question there, mate. And Shristy's in the house. Hey, Kurt and Will and Darren, thanks for the stream. Loving it. It's been so fun, and I love hearing how knowledgeable you all are. We've got SydSquad Aviation education session going. So interesting to listen to. Well done, Shristy, and I'm glad that we've been able to provide the entertainment and the knowledge for your viewing and your listening pleasure here tonight on this beautiful Friday evening. I can't wait to catch up with you again down at Sheps Mound again, no doubt, sometime soon. But thanks for tuning into the show, and make sure you have a lovely weekend. And appreciate the big Super 10 there. Very, very kind indeed there from Shristy. And Scotty Miller, more SydSquad Masterclass featuring Will and Darren, please. Well, you know what? It's really going to be up to them. I mean, they know where SydSquad is, and I think I think it's fair to say that you guys have enjoyed the show. Well, and look, if Will wants to come up from time to time and hang out with SydSquad, he can do that. And Darren, when he's passing through, we'll always have these guys. So for sure not. I'm sure it won't be the last time.
It's always good to know we're welcome. So thanks, mate.
Won't be the last time we feature them on the show. Oh, in fact, I remember Tim was actually trying to hook up a time with you as well. So maybe you might get a chance to chat with him. And Tim will have his own sort of spin on things, and he'll have his own sort of questions, and that'll probably appeal to it. Another side of your brain that you'll have to invest in.
But my other personalities.
Yeah. So, there'll be plenty more, no doubt. And Daniel Hick back there in the house again from yesterday. Thanks, SydSquad, # Little Wings. And I should say it's a special shout out to our charity partner of choice, Little Wings, and they're based out of Bankstown and also doing some work at Archerfield as well. And look, they are transporting sick kids in from the regional towns into the big cities to get medical treatment that they otherwise wouldn't be able to get in their hometowns. And for us, they're an aviation charity, and it suits the bill for us quite nicely. So we're more than happy and super proud to be involved with Little Wings. And just know that if you do head on over to our website and grab an item of merchandise, rather, just know that all the proceeds going to support our Little Wings charity, and they do a wonderful job. Now, for those of you asking about our Giver page, our support page on our website, I can confidently say that the problems that might have been experienced last night have been rectified. The site is up and running, and if you are inclined, and again, there is never any obligation with any of this, if you are inclined to give to charity, you can head on over to our support page, and tax-deductible donations start at $2, and you can get involved in supporting charity. I can confirm that website link is open and operating again. So thank you for all those that do get involved, and you're supporting a wonderful cause, and through the SydSquad name, of course, and for that we really do appreciate it. So well done, Team SydSquad, is what I can say there. Kicking goals, going above and beyond. I love it. I absolutely love it. You guys are awesome. Ali's there saying, I'm out the door. Thank you, Kurt, for another great stream. And And thank you to Darren and to Will for your aviation knowledge. Good night, SydSquadians. You? Good on you, Ali.
Good night.
Night, Ali.
We look forward to your company on the next live show, Ali. Appreciate you being here tonight. It's always great to have you. Great to have you on. So well done to you, Ali. And Grant Dwyer's there in the house. Jetstar 613 to Avalon is delayed to 10:45 p.m. departure. Does that mean we've got to be here for another hour? Well, we'll see. We'll see.
Curfew buster.
Yeah. So where do we stand with that? If will he be allowed to come?
Yeah, of course. I mean, curfew is not in play until 11 p.m. local time. The only thing that
3-4 left, he's got to be airborne by 11 p.m.
Jetstar to Avalon is delayed until 10:45. So long as you've got your taxi clearance by top of the hour, you can still proceed out to the active runway in play at the time and take off. So with a 10:45 p.m. departure, should be no factor. If they're pushing back and then they're receiving their taxi clearance to go to the active, it will be 1-6. It might be 1-6 left if SydProp stays into play. And so because at time 4-5, if we're in a 3-4 configuration, although we're not quite,
1-6.
we're only halfway at the moment.
Okay. Yeah.
They'll flip it around to 1-6, which we saw late last night. So that I mean, it's a good observation. Shouldn't be a factor for curfew. But hey, look, stranger things have happened, and we'll see how it plays out. What have you seen there, Darren?
Pammy, there's one question there about when airlines pick up new aeroplanes, who decides the crew flying it back to Australia? Basically, it's the airline.
Yeah, your boss.
I've been lucky enough to do a delivery on one A330. And basically, generally speaking, you may have, some companies have what's called a delivery pilot, and their job is to simply do the acceptance on if they're getting a large number of new aeroplanes. Otherwise, people will be invited to participate in the delivery program as a reward or payback for, work they've done for the organisation. Which is I was invited to do something like that, which was pretty cool. And it's a really incredibly cool experience to go. And I was lucky enough to go to Toulouse to pick up Echo Bravo Echo, and we had a great time.
Empty aircraft?
Sorry,
empty aircraft.
We had about 18 or 20 people on board. There was several engineers, both Qantas and Jetstar engineers, on board the aeroplane, and they'd been there for a while because they go over before you actually technically sign for the aeroplane. So you don't actually, it's a very official ceremony where they hand the money or the check over.
It's a lot of accountants.
And now it's your aeroplane and you leave that night and the aeroplane comes.
And then it's a key on a keyring, right? And it's one of those keys that says removed before flight, right?
Exactly. And then the aeroplane comes back here and it depends, Qantas will bring them into Sydney, Jetstar, generally Sydney or Melbourne.
Yep.
And then the aeroplane will have to go through acceptance, where I think they put in all the standard emergency equipment and things like that that's used on all the other line aircraft in the network.
Check. So
pre-service, that's it.
So you have an acceptance check where that's done at Toulouse or at Boeing in Seattle, and you go through the aeroplane with a fine-tooth comb, and very much like buying a new car in a way, but you go through that before you take it to the handover ceremony. And they're required to fix anything that you see. And it can be the most minor thing, but they're obliged to do it.
I remember when we picked up EBU, it had 13 and a half hours on it. And we picked it up.
And you do a few test flights. You go through that, and things like cupboards will actually work on the ground, but they won't work in the air. So you report that sort of stuff. And then, you have the acceptance ceremony, and then you take the airplane to the hangar in your home port, and you'll fit all the local equipment to it. Probably the best way to describe it. So you've got your local fire extinguishers. And
it is kind of like just go and pick up a new car.
Exactly.
You walk around, make sure it's all in good nick. And
there we go. Question coming in from Francis. Does anyone know if the Beluga ever comes to Australia?
Never say never.
Yeah.
But I doubt it.
Never say never. The furthest I know the Beluga did go was it went to Tokyo because it flew and I can't remember the name of the painting, but it came from the Louvre, and it wasn't the Mona Lisa. Well, maybe it was a Mona Lisa, but actually they actually used the Beluga to fly it to Tokyo for a famous art exhibition in Tokyo, probably 10, 12 years ago.
The other flight I've known it to have done is to Texas, to ferry some rocket components for NASA. Which were original guppies.
As you do?
Yeah, because the original guppies were originally built for that. And But look, if there's a requirement for it, I can't see why not. But are you aware if that was a direct flight from?
No, I think
because I think it's got short legs.
Yeah,
this
it
aircraft.
does.
Yeah, there'll be multiple stops.
Yeah, my level of knowledge on that does not go that far.
No.
But I just know that it did go to Tokyo.
Yeah. Whilst it'd be the same wing and same fuel load as a... Well, the original Beluga's an A300.
Yeah, and then there's
600.
Yeah, and then it was a...
Now we've got the 330-200 based on. So, look, it probably has a good range, but the fuselage, its fuel burn would be right through the roof.
Yeah,
so its range would be quite limited compared to a traditional 330.
I think Kyle Siddall, just one there for Sydney. Sydney does actually get some quite bad turbulence, particularly on landing with the northwesterlies blowing during wintertime over in August, September and October. It's even started this year already, actually, with Sydney was on runway 25, I think only a few days ago. And you get quite bad turbulence with the air flying off the terminal building and blowing across the landing area where you're coming in from, and it can actually get, quite bumpy indeed. Aloha.
The most turbulent and frightening airport I've flown into was Christmas Island. The turbulence coming off the hills there. That made me take up nail biting again.
Lord Howe was a good place to fly into. You get some entertaining turbulence there.
4 knots, runway 3 for left, please left.
Clear for left, clear land, 789.
Bob Brown's asking how come they didn't make cargo variants of the 380. Well, I just think weight and complexity.
I think it was to do with the floor, and also I think it was to do with the floor.
The upper deck floor would have been the issue. Yeah. The structural strength you have had to have made on the side of the fuselage between the upper deck floor and the lower deck floor just would have made it not cost efficient or effective, and plus also ground handling would have become an issue as well.
Yeah.
I mean, how do you get the freight containers up to the upper deck? Would have meant a whole new set of
ground loading equipment,
etc. So
very expensive.
That'd be your primary reasons why the 380 freighter never took off.
Geraint Heim is here. Will, how long are aircraft off the flight line for a major check? What is involved? Example of the wings or the engines removed for inspection?
Well, obviously it depends on the check. An A check is only a couple of days. C check can be up to a couple of weeks off the line, and a D check can be 6 to 8 weeks depending on what's called up. That's probably what you're referring to more than anything else is a D check, which is where the engines would come off, and certainly do any modifications to the pylons or any modifications that you need access for that. Wings on aircraft never come off, or certainly not on major aircraft. Major RPT aircraft, you would just, once the wings are made to the aeroplane, that's it. They're there for life.
They're on. Is it Grant Miller asking about a replacement for the Lord Howe?
Yeah, well, actually, if they're going to get rid of the 400s, I think we're trying to work out how is Lord Howe going to get serviced, and from what RPT operator.
I actually don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question.
And it's a very, Lord Howe's very unique in terms of its distance from the coastline combined with the runway's just over 800, from memory, only just over 800 metres long. And being so short, it places a lot of performance challenges on any aircraft that's carrying passengers out there. Now, the Dash 200 could carry 36 passengers out, and we were basically full every time we ever went to Lord Howe Island. So I actually, prior to
I wonder if something
Qantas Link, there was a company that used to operate at Port Macquarie, and they used to fly out there in King Air.
Okay.
But from an RPT point of view these days, I don't think there's any other turboprop that could actually replace it. Certainly no jet.
I'm just wondering something like an A319, or they're probably too big for Lord Howe.
Too short.
Yeah. Has
The
XR.
shortest runway I know that is
the
390.
A319 is pretty short.
But Santos Dumont in Rio is the shortest runway I know of in the world that a 319 used to go into, and it was about 1,300 metres long. That's 50% longer than the amount of runway they have now. And then there's a sand dune at one end, and they have it's really not suited to a jet of any shape or form. Oh, his beacon's stuck on the bottom.
Yeah. That is unusual.
Yes.
Now, is that... now, we've had this conversation on the live show before, and somebody was saying that is... it's deliberate. But is it... Do you know of that, Darren?
No.
I think
that's a malfunction of the anti-collision system.
You don't want to I mean, I know it's LED, but you just don't want to leave it on all the time because it'll have a heat component that you don't want. As XR asked me my thoughts on the 350 freighter, I think it's going to be a sensational aeroplane. That'll really come into its own, and you'll see a lot of them kicking around.
The mustard duck getting away there in the background, making its way down the sleepish taxi all the way down to Alpha 6. So it'll cross at the 0725 and then go all the way down.
Give us those custard duck emojis.
Yes, please do. And service 7441 going to Singapore, the 777 freighter there. And we've got...
Bring on the ducks.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love the custard duck.
Yeah, what have you started, Will? What have you started? I love it. Message there from Katsopolis. I flew down to Sydney last Friday, and I can happily say watching these streams has helped so much. I loved it in the end. Thanks again, Kurt. So perhaps a fear of flying there, Katsopolis. Cured there by watching some of the SydSquad live shows. How about it? Oh, that's awesome.
Good work, mate.
Oh, that's brilliant. You see subprops there in the background. I don't know about you, but the temperature feels like it has dropped in the last sort of 10, 15 minutes.
The wind's
and there's
started to pick up
a lot of humidity now in the air. It's you can see the tents under those lights are certainly cooling down a little bit here now.
Yeah, I think I'm going to have to break out the scarf very soon. That's going to be cool.
Well, there we go. Is Brian Bruce watching? gives me grief, but good on you, Katsopolis. Thank you so much for the $5, and I'm glad that we've been able to cure perhaps some of those fears of flying and
some of the nerves.
Yeah, and that's awesome. Great story. Love to hear it. Biggie Spell in the house. SydSquad with beer buzz. Yes, well, we're almost off the clock. Hello, Biggie Spell. Thanks for the 2. Appreciate that. Oh, Rhino, he's in the house. Thank you, Kurt and the crew, for meeting up today. Blair is over the moon meeting you. Good on you, Ryan. And Ryan came out here with his family. We had him on the BTS camera earlier, giving everyone away, but they've gone in to retreat to warmer conditions. And lovely. Good on you, Rhino. Thanks, mate. And pass on our regards to Blair. And also your other son, of course, and appreciate you guys coming up to say hello to us here at Sydney Airport, and very, very kind indeed, mate. So well done, Rhino. 14 months up there in the lodge, which is just brilliant. Trevor's in the house, just wondering, how does the fuel for planes get into the planes? As I never see the fuel truck.
Yeah, they use. At all these big airports, they actually have hydrants on all the gates, so the fuel truck actually doesn't carry the fuel. What it does is it has a hose that it connects into the ground fuel hydrant.
Yeah,
and then they put it into the refueling point on the aircraft, which is generally under the left wing somewhere.
They're merely a network.
Yeah, correct.
They're like
they just use a pump to.
They're a router to your modem.
So it's basically the truck is a driving pump, and it will connect to the ground and connect to the aircraft.
One goes in the ground, one goes in the plane,
and they'll pump it in directly from the refinery, which is based on the airport. And you do have some airports like Canberra, unfortunately. They don't have hydrant refueling. We have to. You will see the truck driving around, rocking up to the aeroplane. So, yeah, common sight there at that airport, but larger airports like this, all hydrant.
And actually, one thing that a lot of people don't understand, actually the refuelling system on these aircraft, on all commercial aeroplanes, they're all quite sophisticated, actually. You've got, even though you've got to have the right amount of fuel on the aircraft, it's got to go into the right tanks, the right places. So it's actually, the aircraft do actually have a relatively sophisticated system for being able to get fuel on board so that it's all in the right place.
Yeah, no, it's actually quite interesting. You just dial up what number you want, and the computer will just distribute it where it's needed. It's quite good.
Good question, Ash. What do the flaps do? So you would know what the flaps are. They're a control surface that comes down on the rear of the wing of the aeroplane. Basically, what it allows the aeroplane to do is it changes the shape of the wing. And if you actually have a look at the leading edge of the wing, there are actually another control on there called the slats. And so they also help they change the curvature on the upper surface of the wing, making the wing more curved, which means the aircraft can fly a lot more slowly. So you can see in that frame now, those canoes which are on the back with the orange tips on the end are the flap fairing covers, which are the controls that actually move the flaps out, and they're currently in the retracted position. As the aeroplane slows down, what will happen is the flaps will get lower and lower, increasing the curvature on the upper surface of the wing, and the slats at the leading edge will also come out. And that just basically means the aeroplane can fly a lot more slowly. So it allows you to slow down for landing and takeoff, meaning that you don't need to use so much runway. And on aircraft like we talked about the Concorde earlier on, which didn't have any flaps, anything like that, meant it led to exceptionally high takeoff speeds. So the advantage of flaps is it basically just means you can slow the aeroplane down to take off and land.
Land at safer speeds and take off at safer speeds. Yeah. If we can...
Great question there, Ash.
Excellent question.
Singapore 7441, the freighter service now off to Singapore on the main camera. Wow, look at the humidity down there. It's getting a bit dusty.
A bit hazy.
Yeah, it is getting hazy. And now these guys will be departing to Singapore. Ready to go. Cleared for takeoff. Runway 34 left.
Singapore 7441, thank you.
Big question there from HazXR. What's my favourite gate to park on in Sydney at Kingsford? I actually quite like all these gates down here where the Qantas 7.8's parked and the Cathay 350. All quite nice where you can sort of see the runway and that type of thing. Easy to get into and out of, close to the end of the runway.
We've got the Singapore departing and the Emirates A380 landing.
All happening again.
All happening again.
It's been non-stop all night.
So there's the Emirates about to come in there, reflecting over the water, and
wind at 300 degrees, 6 knots. After landing, roll through and vacate Gulf. Runway 34 left, clear land. Clear land, runway 34 left. Gulf
Ooh, like a homesick angel.
I think that's the highest rotation we've had from this vantage. Only because I'm cracking my back to get it.
I think you're right.
I don't think we've had one that rotate that early and get up that high yet tonight. So
it's interesting. Winner must have ducked for dinner.
Sorry for the break of the neck there, but yeah, the Emirates just coming in now as well. 3-4 left. This service in from Dubai, and it'll stay overnight. And this signifies the final A380 movement on tonight's live show.
Bit of rudder action there. And he's actually using the reverses.
Yeah, gosh, you hear that?
Yeah.
It's very hazy out there now.
I see 443 Sydney Town.
Interesting before talking about gates is that we take a different point of view on an engineering side of things. Can depend on, obviously I never worked in Sydney, I was in Melbourne, but depending on the aeroplane and the gate and where air traffic control wanted you to disconnect, which used to be a concern for us. So if you had a 330 that was full of fuel and heavy and wanted to do a sharp U-turn to somewhere, and more often than not I'd say to the skipper, no, can we go to another pushback point? It's just too much load on the tyres and the gear, and it's amazing. You can have favourite gates and so on, and depending on what aeroplane you're handling.
Hey, Will, we've had a question there from Alan Clark saying, great stream, guys. I don't know if we talked about this. Did Darren talk a bit about the pilot's bidding system?
Where is this?
That was the question. Can you talk a little bit about the pilot's bidding system?
It's really company dependent, but basically what it allows you to do is you can bid for priorities to go to different destinations, different trip lengths, whether you want to, like if you're doing, if you're, say, a domestic pilot, you may not want to go away on multi-day trips, so you might want to just do day trips out of your home base and just go so it gives you some flexibility in terms of trying to get a roster that is more conducive to the lifestyle that you want to have, whether you want to be away from home, whether you want to be home every night. So it just gives you some input into a system that allows you to get something back in return. So you can work harder or not quite as hard.
Chris Reid, good evening, Curtin, everyone. Just tuned in from Auckland. It's been a while since I catched a live stream. We'll catch the replays. Awesome show, as always. That message coming in there from Chris Reid, dropping in the 17 in Kiwi for us. Well done, Chris, and appreciate your company on the SydSquad live show here tonight. Thanks for being here. And a very generous contribution to the show tonight, and a lovely message to boot as well. Thank you very much, Chris, for that.
Wade Perry, Will and Darren, can you explain what forces are being imposed on an aeroplane during bad air turbulence and what shows up on the flight deck instruments?
Well, you would have to probably answer the flight deck instruments.
The forces are basically that the air around the aeroplane is turbulent. So what you'll find is you'll get, from a flying point of view, you'll get variations in the speed in the aircraft. We often hear people talk about air pockets and the aircraft descended several hundred, which is...
In an air pocket.
Yeah. There's no such thing as an air pocket. Airplanes don't descend several hundred feet in a second, because at the speeds that we fly, if that happened, everyone would be pinned to the roof for 10 seconds. So what it basically is instantaneous changes in the direction of the airflow around the aeroplane. Now, that can lead to big increases in lift on the wing, which causes that sinking feeling you have in your seat, and also the reverse, where it reduces lift on the wing, and then you get that floating feeling like you're going over the top on a roller coaster. And as we've seen over the last few months, there's been several instances now of quite bad turbulence in flight. And if you have enough of a reduction in lift, you can actually find that, yes, people can hit the roof of the aeroplane. And that's why we always say when we are flying, I always do when I'm a passenger on an aeroplane, doesn't matter how tight you keep your seatbelt, just keep it fastened up.
That's
even if you're going to be
sleeping.
sleeping. Yeah. Because there are no, like I said, there's no signs up there, and
you can't see it.
There are certain parts of the world that suffer from the probability of clear air turbulence more significantly.
Yeah.
But Australia could be one of them, because we have in the wintertime, this time of the year, we have very strong jet stream that blows over between Perth and Sydney, and it varies in its position. It can go as sort of far north as just north of Brisbane and as far south as directly over Melbourne and slightly south of Melbourne. So as you go in and out of that, there's very big changes in wind speed. So in terms of like the loads, the aeroplane can easily deal with the load. That's not the problem. Yeah. It's the people inside who can't deal with the load when the aeroplane is put under into that sort of environment.
One of the best bits of advice I was given years ago about turbulence in an aeroplane, how to understand it, it's exactly the same as driving down a rough road.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, when you're flying, you generally can't see it.
No.
But it's exactly the same. You can drive down a nice smooth highway and everything's good, and then you hit a bump or you come across a really rough patch of the highway you're on. And it's exactly the same, and it's nothing to be afraid of. But the best advice, once again, is what Darren said, is always keep your seatbelt loosely fastened.
Exactly.
And it should never be an issue for you.
One of those things, because the thing is that when you're sitting in your lounge room at home, you're not moving very fast. When you're travelling at almost 1,000 kilometres an hour, a slight angular change in the direction you're travelling can lead to a big physical load being placed on a loose object inside an aeroplane. Yep. That's primarily what it is.
The nifty 50 grand is pushing.
I had the camera perfectly ready for that one there, Will, because I knew that was going to be one of your favourites. Beacon on first before our Qantas 103 service, which is next door to them on Bay 8. Actually, I thought it was going to be a race to see who was going to push back first, but there you go. But a big hello to all of the viewers tuned into the SydSquad show. We're still here. Will's got his scarf on now. So, Brian Bruce, let it fly.
I got my Canberra uniform on, so I'm all set.
And we are still out here enjoying the planes. We've got Cathay Pacific now pushing back here on the bay. We've got Qantas 103, which is next door on Bay 8. There you go, you can see there. We've still got Malaysia Airlines to go out tonight.
Shouldn't be too far away.
And Dynasty is over there as well, which is China Airlines 52. They are coming out of the international apron to the south. So 4 international heavies still to go within the final hour now. We're 51 minutes away from curfew coming into play. And I dare say once those 4 aircraft, those 4 international heavies have made way, that'll probably allow the SydSquad team to make way as well. And we'll certainly finish off on a high, though, with a couple of these heavies to go out tonight in the final hour. It's been great. Have you enjoyed yourself here tonight, Will and Darren?
It's magic.
Oh, it's been great fun.
It's absolutely brilliant.
Learning a lot of stuff off Will. His experience and knowledge knows no boundaries.
Knows no boundaries. I think
and vice versa.
I think the two of you together has just been an absolute... My brain is exploding over here. All these things. I'm going to have to go back and watch the live show to be able to just absorb everything that's been mentioned on the show tonight, so I can take it all in. And bestow that knowledge upon all the viewers that weren't here tonight, perhaps. So,
and I think to me, what we get out of it tonight is that people can see the two professions of the industry and how we work together and how we talk. And we're just like we're at work now, so to speak.
Exactly.
And that's, I think, one of the great attributes of Australian aviation and engineers and pilots all around the world.
Absolutely.
And we have a passion which is infinite, and we just love working together and talking about planes and sharing our experiences.
And I'd say to anyone who's very young and things like that too, that we're talking about passing something back on, that if 2 old blokes can stand here and talk about this thing after so many years with so much enthusiasm, it must be a pretty decent way to go and spend a career.
We must be onto something.
Yeah. and you know what? I'm pretty glad that you just said 2 old blokes. So I'm sure you weren't referring to me there, so I'm glad about that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Will, we did have a question earlier on the show about that. Did you want to...
Yeah, we'll see now... What that is, that's a vent of compressor air. So what we have the compressor leading air into the engine oil system. Now, the oil system has to be sealed because that's a pressurized oil system, and we want to be able to contain that within the bearings of the engine. We don't need that getting pumped out down the shaft and out the stream. So what we do is we take some air from the compressor of the engine and we use that air to hold the oil pressure back. But when the engine's idling, it is quite of a low pressure or a lower pressure as opposed to when the engine's running. So we can get a little bit of oil leakage, and that hot oil runs back out and gets vented out through that vent. So that's why you'll see that excess bleed air pressure taking a little bit of sort of hot oil out with it. And when the engine's been running for a while at higher power, that's all nicely sealed up, and that problem will be solved. But it's quite common with those engines that you see on the nifty 50s. and many others. And when we have the same thing deteriorate, we'll have some of the oil seals on the CFM on the 7.3. It can become quite common.
I think what's going to happen is next time I'm going to have to regurgitate what you just said there over the last 5 minutes every time somebody asks. Or I just get Will on the bat phone and... Oh, yeah, wow, okay.
But yeah, no, look, it's a common trait with those Rolls-Royce engines.
The V2500 on the A320s
did the same thing.
Yep.
And it's just, as I said, it's just generally at idle. And once the engine's warmed up and settled in and the pressures are all there.
The 320, I think you had about, if I remember correctly, it could vent for about 4 to 5 minutes.
Clinton Mead in the house. If they're just going to miss curfew by like 5 minutes, does the plane have to wait around for 7 hours, or can they pay a fine and depart slightly late? Right.
There is a story here.
I'm sure there's one coming. Look, with regards to the curfew, there is a certain ability for the airlines to apply for dispensation as well. If there is a genuine point where we know for sure that the aircraft isn't going to depart by 11 p.m. There is a process that they can apply to a local minister of government, that representative rather of government that is available on each night to approve certain dispensations for whatever reason. But if it doesn't fall within the exceptions for departure after curfew, then that may well very be denied. And we touched on it on the show the other night with Nigel, whereby if an airline then chose to break curfew and depart after curfew without permission, the fine is quite a hefty fine. It's almost $1.2 million, and so that's really in place to negate really the desire for an airline to actually want to go ahead with an unauthorised departure after 11 o'clock. Normally, as we get closer to the pointy end, the picture becomes a little bit more clearer as to whether there's going to be, they'll be able to get their taxi clearance before top of the hour, and that's normally the aim. And they'll work with air traffic control and their best of the ability to be able to do that. But more often not, if there's a genuine reason for that delayed departure, they'll seek an approval and for dispensation to get that the ability to depart within a certain time frame thereafter the fact. And so that approval from the local from the government minister will actually come with restrictions thereafter as well. They'll then be given a time to depart by as well, which you'll often hear in the conversations between air traffic control and the pilot. But I'm not expecting any of that to take place today. Darren, you had a story that you wanted to.
Oh yeah, the increased fine came about because of a departure out of here where the aircraft was substantially late, and the fine at that stage wasn't what it is now.
Right.
And the CEO of the airline gave the go-ahead.
Economic decision.
Yeah.
Yeah. And without realising that the fine had actually gone up. So it was...
No way. Well, hello, here's a rude awakening for you. So, and it's slapped with quite a large fine. So, and it's not a casual like, oh, look, we're 5 minutes late, we're just going to go. I mean, we're talking $1.2 million decision to go unauthorised, and it is really
effectively it's cheaper to put everybody up.
Yeah, right,
to put everyone up for night,
and that's the purpose, and the purpose is to discourage an airline to break curfew in that scenario.
Invariably, when you've got weather around, like there's electrical storms,
right,
which close the airport between 9:30 and 10:45, you'd find that, there'd be no problems with, dispensations.
That's what I've always, there's no problems with getting
generally
when you're infected by weather or something.
Yeah, generally.
However, the Act is not in place for that kind of dispensation.
For many years. If
you read it, by the way, toilet reading.
No, exactly. Oh, hello.
Bit of dynasty,
a bit of ecto going in there on the...
and the humidity is kicking up because you're
look at it
fog in the engine.
It's coming our way. It's the China Airlines 52, Dynasty 52 going home to Taipei now. Ripping it out, runway 34 left. Let's enjoy this one together. Here we go. Oh, that's spectacular.
Super cool.
Understeer 052, contact departures.
It's always interesting to note when we talk about curfews of Sydney, it's not so much, it's not always a Sydney problem. We had the problem of the Sydney curfew in Melbourne, for example, where we had to get, and there was a lot of pressure to get an aircraft out.
And gone,
so we can
otherwise
get
they would
to Sydney before the curfew, and has massive flow-on effects all around the place.
Absolutely. Happened actually not that long ago here where no aircraft could get out.
Yeah.
So there was electrical storms in Sydney, and it meant everyone was delayed, and then they didn't give a dispensation for anyone to leave. And that then meant that, like, the aircraft that are supposed to be sitting in Cairns and Brisbane and the Gold Coast are all sitting in Sydney, which then mean not only does it cancel the flight from here tonight, they're going to put everybody up in hotels at Sydney, but then all the passengers who are turning up at the airport in the morning who are expecting to get on the aircraft that's sitting on the ground in Sydney.
Yeah, that's right.
All those passengers, and it can flow on for half a day to an entire day. It can, one close down can actually devastate operations for a solid 24 hours.
The knock-on effect is just
it's huge.
Is huge, and when it's at its most severest, I think Sydney also suffers single operations when you get the really strong
the westerlies blow.
Yeah.
It tends to. I think it knocks the capacity of the airport down to only about 25 landings per hour, because you've also got to get departures away as well.
Yeah.
Not so it's just arrivals. You've got to get aircraft to depart too.
Cathay 138 Heavy, are you with the town?
When you get in a single operation scenario with the winds that you do get in Sydney 2 or 3 times a year, do you carry taxi fuel?
Yeah, well, absolutely. You'll definitely carry extra taxi fuel. Like I've had one occasion here on the 320 where it took us almost an hour to get airborne from the time, and you're actually you're delayed on the gate, and they won't let you push back until you've got a position in the queue.
Yeah.
And then you taxi out into the queue, and then you sit there for an hour.
Yeah, and an hour in the queue.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay. But, you can only do what you can only do, and they're only doing what they can do, so it's just a restriction that you only have every now and then. So
depending on your wide-bodied aircraft, that could be anything from sort of 800 to 2,000.
1,400, 1,500 kilos.
Of fuel.
Yeah. Easily be probably 1.5 tons.
But to translate to litres, that's about 2,000 litres of fuel.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can start doing the math very quickly on what it costs to stay in the queue.
At $2 a litre.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can add up pretty quick. Likewise, coming in, you can be out holding for an hour, waiting to get getting a landing position. Then you come in, and it can get pretty bumpy here on runway 25 when those northwesterlies are blowing. Probably one of the bumpiest places in Australia.
Sydney?
Yeah, runway 25. Just because you've got all the hangars over on the eastern side of the airport and the terminal buildings, so you get this bubbling effect as the wind blows over the terminal at 80 to 90 kilometres an hour.
Race these rotors.
Yeah, and so you get them for probably about the last 200 feet of the approach.
Is Brisbane Airport like that with the hangars that are there?
Not as bad as Sydney.
Yeah. I would have thought Gold Coast and Cairns probably would have been a bit challenging with the mountains.
Cairns with the westerly winds.
Yeah.
It is actually we get quite, but they're very rare.
Here we go, Will. Are you ready, Will?
I'm ready.
Here we go.
What a machine.
The big moment, Will. The big moment. Don't ruin it, Kurt.
And good to see the anti-collision beacons working on that one properly.
Yes, exactly.
Kelly 138, triple punch 7. Departure, Kelly 138,
A nice left turn off into the stars there as well. The nifty 50 grand is out the door for another day. That's all of a sudden picked up again, and it's quite busy on the Northern Apron here. We've got 2 departures. And there you go, just in the background there when you guys were chatting, we had the Malaysia Airlines A330 pushback, and now they're pretty much ready to go. And then Qantas 103, which is the 787, getting an extended pushback to allow the Malaysia A330 to have space to push back as well, just in the interest of time, of course.
Yep.
To allow them both to take advantage of pushback at the same time and freeing things up. There's nothing else coming onto this apron tonight, so it made sense to do that. And even with the extended push there from the Qantas,
a good thing, because there are airports around the world that won't do that.
Yeah.
And they'll just let you sit.
Well, they've got the
wait.
flexibility to do it at this time of the day as well. And look, they've even got out. They got the jump on them anyway. So how about that? Which is great. So the final couple of aircraft movements on tonight's live show coming up. Wow, what a bonza show we've had tonight. One for the books, I think.
69 with 2703, 6 knots.
We got our
34 left, clear land.
Qantas 103, so this service travelling to Honolulu tonight. The second of the Honolulu flights, the first being Hawaiian, 452 I think it was. It went out just a little bit earlier. Malaysia 140 will go to Kuala Lumpur. Go back home, Malaysia. And now they are vacating the apron here to the north as well. Or from the north, rather, to the south. They'll make an all the way down the far end of the taxi on Alpha, down to Alpha 6. And will join us for a departure in just a moment. Got a message coming in from Clinton Mead. If they're just going to miss curfew. Oh, no, we had Clinton. Sorry. Apologies. Johnny Logan. And can't remember when, but the Beluga came to Brisbane with 2 defence helicopters.
Nice.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Johnny Logan up there in Queensland, one of our longest-standing supporters of the SydSquad fan band. Make sure you say hello to Annette for us, Johnny.
Johnny, do you know if that was the Beluga A300 600 or was it the Beluga A330? I'd say the A300 600.
Cap Steve Kremer, is Will going to do any more A380 footage for YouTube?
Oh, no, I'm terribly sorry, Steve. No. Not working with Qantas anymore, and, don't have that sort of access. So, yes, I must apologise. That won't be happening anymore.
And Johnny Vogel's back again for more Ansett memories. Will, the BAE 146, the Whisperjet, A320 Skystar, Fokker F27, 28s and 50s. You engineers were amazing. Awesome stream, great guests. And thank you.
I worked on every one of those aeroplanes there.
Game on.
We had when I started and I was a first year apprentice, we had the last F27 in the hangar, getting overhauled before it was sold off, and that was MMS. And they were all replaced by the Fokker 50, and that was the start of my career.
Message there coming in from Peter Seville. Is the autopilot actually nicknamed George? In radio, all the computer, where are we going here? Authorised automatically on was Allied Fred, which was an acronym. Where are we going there?
I don't know, but George is... these days, the airline industry is so procedural and so standard operating procedure driven that the phrase George went out a fair while ago, just simply because it's like the standard autopilot on, and then it's either autopilot off or disconnecting. So you don't really refer to it. We call the flight management computer, you call that the box.
Yep.
Can you put that in the box for me? If you get an instruction from air traffic controller, we need you to track direct to Bathurst. You go, okay, direct to Bathurst, thanks. Can you bang that in the box for us? And whoever's not flying will be doing that, and the person flying will be sort of giving them a few instructions on what to do. But George, I like that name as sort of...
I think that went out in the 60s.
Faded out.
Certainly.
Just simply because of the development of, the more structured use of SAPs and that type of thing in the industry.
But I shout out there to Nigel on the airfield tonight, and hello there Mr. Car 2, head of the airport operations tonight. Blue lights. Very cool indeed.
Expect departure behind the 737 at 5 mile.
Show off.
Oh, too funny.
103 copy.
Yeah, certainly nicknames. I can't think of anything off the top of my head at the moment, but I know when I'm driving home tonight, I'll remember about half a dozen and I'll kick myself.
And take them for the next stream.
Yeah.
Joe Kremen is here. Is 3 months in the penthouse. Good on you, Joe. Happy anniversary there to you, mate. Appreciate that. Chris Paddy, I know we called it the hot dog stand, but is hot dog and hot hot dog and a custard dog. Man, we're not going there. Yeah, we can't improve on perfect. I reckon we just leave it.
If it's not broken, don't fix it.
Yeah.
Good on you, Chris.
Someone who's this Imi heyday, at what point do you engage the autopilot on takeoff and then on landing? Well, basically, it's up to whoever's flying. Someone might go today, it's a nice day to go for a bit of a fly. I might fly the aeroplane up to like 20,000 feet. Weather's a bit average, then might put the autopilot on very early after takeoff. There's some challenging departures, like if there is a northerly blowing in Sydney and you're departing off runway 34 right here, one of the departures going up to Brisbane, Gold Coast, takes you out across the eastern side of Sydney Harbour. But with the runway orientation, you'll have aircraft coming down from the north and they're descending down to 6,000 feet. And the departing aircraft are climbing to 5,000 feet. So you have in a jet, 5,000 feet is a very low level off. Mm-hmm. So you'll find generally, again, even if it's a nice day, you'll be asking whoever's flying to put the autopilot on at a relatively early stage because you want to make sure that you don't pop through that 5,000 feet mark.
With a slight distraction, you could do that.
With aircraft coming in the opposite direction, descending down to 6,000 feet. That gives you a much more control. Likewise, off 34 right, going to Melbourne via Wollongong, you've got aircraft tracking down off the coast here at Sydney, off to the east at 6,000, and they do the same thing. So, and with the noise requirements out of Sydney, you've got to maintain a relatively low speed until 3,000 feet, which means in only 2,000 feet you've got to accelerate the aeroplane, and the aeroplane's already going up like a rocket ship. So the last thing you want to have happening is someone not getting their level off correct, and then you're blowing through your assigned altitude with a lot of aeroplanes in the area. So in that's a scenario where you definitely be putting the autopilot on nice and early. It unloads the crew from workload, and also to any kind of a failure, abnormal situation, it's autopilot on, because that means you don't have to think about flying. You can start thinking about managing how you're going to get the what's actually gone wrong, how serious is it, how quickly do you need to get the aircraft back or not. It just frees up your brain capacity.
Just one there for you, Will. If I had $1 for every time you said the custard or the mustard duck, I'd be able to retire. Good show again, guys. Good on you, Ben. Ben Allen in the house, dropping in that. Very, very kind indeed. And thank you, mates. And we've got our Qantas 103 service now on the roll. It's a Boeing 787 departure. The final 787 departure on tonight's show, going to Honolulu, this service. And here it is, runway 34 left. Aloha. Lovely.
Qantas 103, contact departures.
Qantas 103.
Yeah, can you see that strobe there with the, is that brake dust? What?
No, that's not brake dust, but no, the Qantas ones always do it. It just
Lights up the...
you just get this instinct there's like a hydraulic leak coming out of the...
Yep, just lighting up the back of the engine.
Yeah, but it's coming off the logo light on the right-hand side, just behind the fin.
Yep.
Yeah, but it'd be a fluid of some sort that's just... Obviously, the aeroplane's cold from the previous flight, has a lot of frost condensation on it, and then as it's rolled down the runway, that water's collected and
Get the moisture coming off.
Yeah, that's all it is. But, geez, it's a bit disconcerting. When, as an engineer, you look at that and you go, oh, my God. You can just see it now, a little trickle
even a
behind
little
it.
bit, every time it strobes.
Every time the strobe's on.
And there, isn't it?
Yeah, as I said, it just gets a little bit like, for me, I just go, oh, my God, is that a hydraulic leak? You know?
I got maybe had the APU going on the departure, possibly.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, no, I don't think there'd be nothing coming out of the APU. I mean, if there was any oil at that capacity coming out of the APU, that won't be running for too much longer.
Me's got a question. What would happen if an inbound plane missed curfew? Similarly, if an inbound plane was going to miss curfew, they have the option to apply for dispensation. If it doesn't get granted, they can break curfew, or generally 99 times out of 100, they'll divert to another airport that can accept them.
You will know well before you get to Sydney.
Yes.
If you're going to miss curfew, because the ATC will have the slots allocated.
Yep.
For the arrivals and the departures, and they'll be saying, you're going to be missing out. You're going to be arriving 1 minute too late.
And they get a lucky bonus on having an overnight in Canberra.
Yeah, exactly.
Can happen. Has happened. Ladies and gentlemen, the final international departure now. Malaysia 140, rolling runway 34 left. And let's enjoy this one together. Here we go. The service off to Kuala Lumpur. Oh, geez, very dark. No tail lights, no wing lights. My goodness.
Stealth mode.
It is stealth mode.
Oh, yeah, he's got that. Forgot to put the landing lights on too.
Malaysia 140, contact departure.
Engine glow. I think that's what they wanted to do. They didn't want to blind us with any of the other lights, just so that we could enjoy a little bit of engine glow there.
The consideration is endless.
Yeah. Hard to see as he's banked that port wing over, but it was there. We had a sniff. Probably the only sniff of engine glow on tonight's show. And, Will, you'd remember the show that we did over at Shepsmount. It was a plethora of engine glow that night.
Oh, yeah. You seem to get the engine glows at Shepsmount really well.
Yeah, I think it's the oblique angle where you are a lot closer to the aircraft as they're taking off, and in fact they're turning away from us from that vantage as well, because we're on the eastern side.
You're
of the...
You're looking more up the engine as it goes around the corner.
And we got a couple of messages now to go through as well. Marianne B in the house. Brilliant stream, boys. Thank you to Kurt, to Will, and to Darren.
Our pleasure.
Thank you, Marianne.
Marianne, one of our moderators there. Well done, Marianne. A very generous contribution there, dropping in that wonderful 1-0. And really do appreciate that. So thank you kindly. Your message now coming in from Geraint, he's back. Darren, when the rudder moves around a lot on landings, is that all from the pilot?
It's a very good question these days,
on
because
the
things have changed.
Or does the flight control system contribute as well?
It's generally, on 95% of the aeroplanes, it's the pilot using rudder to steer the aeroplane down the runway. The only exception to that is the 787.
Oh.
And the 787 has a crosswind compensation system built into it. So it can actually, if you ever at the airport and you have a close look at the tail on a 787, it's actually got two static sensors on either side of the vertical stabilizer. And it can sense a reduction in pressure on one side of the rudder or the other, and it will automatically feed in compensating rudder for what it believes is the amount of rudder needed to keep the aeroplane pointed straight down the runway. So when you take off in a 30-knot crosswind in the 787, once you get up to about 40 knots, system starts to work, you find that you're still using a bit of rudder to keep the aeroplane straight, but you don't need the full amount of rudder like you would on traditional aeroplanes to keep your aeroplane straight on the centerline during the takeoff roll.
I just wonder how that would go in a gusty wind situation where you're getting...
It's really good.
It still works through it.
Picks up immediately, and it's compensating for gusts as you travel down the runway. It's a phenomenal system.
I mean, it's just unthinkable, the technology that's in some of these airplanes nowadays. In some of the corporate jets, some of the technology and that, you just you think twice about talking about it because you just think people might think you're loony, but the things that they can do are just amazing.
Matthew Claremont dropping in the... Claremont dropping in the 1.5 there. Good on you, Matthew. And no message there, but message received loud and clear. Got the super sticker there for the thank you. And, well, I think it's more about thanking you, mate, for your wonderful support and appreciating your company here on the show tonight. So thank you very much there, mate. And Kevin Kelly up there in the Bondi Beach Cabana celebrating 1 month. Good on you, Kevin. Thank you, mate. And, just bumped the tripod. Well done, Kurt. And Alex lives in Australia. I see something flying in the sky from the southwest of Sydney. So that's behind us. There's probably still a couple of aircraft coming in at the moment. I haven't had a look around on the old flight radar. We've got a flight coming in from Brisbane. And there's still the Perth flight coming in as well. Then there's another one coming in from Adelaide behind that, and another one from Melbourne behind that. So there's still
a bit of action.
Still a couple of aircraft coming in on the domestic runs at the moment. So perhaps it was one of those, Alex. But good on you, mate. Hey, Pete from Adelaide, I'm here. What did I miss?
Oh, not much. It's been a very quiet evening.
It's been a very quiet evening. I tell you, Mr. Plane Spotting with Pompous and Mark, you will keep, my good friend. And good thing SydSquad is on the replay at any time at your available choosing. So make sure you get versed in that one, let me assure you.
Bay 49 at Sydney was always our favourite domestic bay because there was a coffee shop right there. So when you would come in from Cairns, you could immediately dash off the aircraft.
It's pretty quick out the door.
Oh, they're fantastic.
Like once you're off here at Bay 49, you go through, chuck a left down the escalators, you're out the door.
Yeah, but the coffee shop's just here. That was all I cared about. Because you had to go and get a coffee and the carrot cake, because they also make great carrot cake for the flight back to Cairns.
It could be a 3-mile walk to baggage, but provided there's a coffee shop there, that's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
Robert McRosty's in the house. I flew Cathay from Ho Chi Minh City to Hong Kong during COVID. There was the A350 1000 Cathay with less than 10 passengers on board during COVID. Very cool. Wow. And, well, that's quite an experience, isn't it? So I assume that you sat on most of the seats then in that aircraft and familiarised with yourself with all of the windows up and down the aisle. My goodness. Ho Chi Minh to Hong Kong. How long would that flight have been? A couple of hours? Ho Chi Minh, Vietnam to Hong Kong?
Maybe.
Wow.
I'm trying to think.
The 350 grand servicing that route. Well, there you go. Big shout out to FOAG. So Alex Gregory's actually here in Sydney tonight. He's bunkered down in a hotel. So big shout out to you, mate. Thanks for watching. We've featured FOAG on the show before. It was the Retro Roo call out, in fact. And he's passing his regards on to you, Mr. Darren.
AG, how are you going, mate?
Yeah, there you go.
Hope you're well. Enjoying your Sydney overnight. Don't get up to too much mischief. Probably got a 7 a.m. sign on in the morning or something.
Oh, jeez. Samil Bandari's out the door. Good night to you. Thanks for joining us here tonight. And appreciate your company. Local time now, 10:40 p.m. We're getting down to the business end of the show tonight. Mostly a couple of domestic arrivals coming in. I think the last is the Jetstar 532, and it should be here in about 5 to 10 minutes time. Look at that, there's the windsock. Not much going on with the wind on the airfield tonight now. She's
nice and calm.
Yeah, looking a little bit tired there. And has had enough. And we've got a Steve Murray coming in, late night snacks. Yeah, well, we've got the Pringles in the house tonight, courtesy of Darren.
We had the Tim Tims. Tim Tims.
I don't think we've ever actually featured the old Pringles on the SydSquad live show before. So I think that's a first.
That is a first.
That's absolutely a first.
You know how addicted to these things I am.
So we could share the old Pringles around. There you go, Steve. That's catering. We're all going well here. Big special shout out to everybody tuning into the SydSquad show here tonight. It's been a pleasure having your company. We've really enjoyed it, and I say great thanks to you guys for coming out and
thanks to everyone at home
keeping
for all the questions, keeping us busy.
It has. It's been brilliant, and just what we love doing is just talking about aeroplanes. It's just really good.
Yeah, it's been great actually, and you've kept the SydSquad family nice and warm with all of your beautiful knowledge and expertise, and we're just really, really gracious for your time and your company. So you make sure you have a nice, safe drive home tonight, Will, as well.
Yeah, I got a 3-hour drive ahead of me after this, but
it is the full 3. It's full 3 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours 50, 3 hours. I won't go too hard.
No rush.
I really enjoy it, and yeah, it's no real problems. You can listen to some nice radio or some podcasts.
It should be quiet on the road this time of the night.
Yeah, sure indeed.
But just got to keep an eye out for the kangaroos. That's the only issue.
Yep.
But
this service here just rolling through the inbound flight from Brisbane, Qantas 559er.
I'm here all night.
Yeah, normally only one controller in the tower at the moment. It's a tandem team at this time that they operate. So one will be in the bunker, and well, let's have a look to see how many heads we've got up there, shall we?
Quite a yellow tint, I reckon, those landing lights on that 7.3 just rolling through at the moment. Very warm looking, you know, like that.
Oh, the old halogens.
Yeah.
The old halogens. Where are we?
I can see that 7.3, but you can see the outer spoiler, light spoiler. It's sticking up higher than the rest. Well, that's the older generation 737. It's a non-short field performing aircraft. If you see the 737 and the spoilers are all roughly lined up, that is the later generation NG 737s, and they're what we call short field performers. So yeah, you can see the kick in the spoiler, the flight spoiler. Just looking at that, that's one of the older versions of the NG.
Will do, Has. Just a quick question. I remember sticking my head up in the wheel bay of a 737, and it's like looking at the internal workings of the world's biggest organ with cables.
Oh, wow.
And it's an incredible piece of engineering.
Yep.
The way the mixing works. So for people, I don't know if you know when you roll an aeroplane, so you want to steer it to the left. And the cables all have to move the aileron, so the outer wing control on the right-hand side goes down and the left one goes up.
Yep.
But if you're also using the speed brakes at the same time, which control all the spoilers on the top of the wing, they also help you roll at higher speeds. So it's this amazing piece of engineering that runs all these cables, and I think it looks at the speed, and it's just an incredible piece of...
it's a mechanical computer in retrospect, but it will just put in flight spoiler inputs, comparing the aileron input that you want to assist your downforce in your ailerons, and at the same time, if you're putting in speed brake,
and then you go and have a look at the fly-by-wire system on the A320, and the amount of weight that you would save, like in that.
Well, the 737 MAX, that's taken out.
Yeah,
so the spoilers now fly-by-wire. The ailerons are still cable-driven and hydraulically cable-driven, but the spoilers
all the mixing stuff's all now gone.
All the mixers are all gone. But to change that was a 2-day job, nightmare. Change that if that was to ever go out.
Oh, nice moonrise over the back there.
Oh, look at that. It's gorgeous.
So you were saying about those 7.3s with the short field
performance
package. Yep. Was that a mod that you could then retrofit, or was out of the factory?
Out of the factory. And also had flap relief as well. So that old version, you had flap relief.
Yeah, well, flap 40 on the 7.3s a very, very small speed window.
So the flaps would auto-retract to 30 degrees if you overspeeded.
Yep.
On the short field performers, it went right up to flap 10, I believe. So from 15, it could go up to 10 if you over. So it had those protections, but once again, it was all all factory incorporated. And for me, I can look at the 737. There's many different variants through the NG series, and looking at things like that, I can say this was made in the first generation and second generation. So, looking at this 7.3, now you can see the flight spoilers are all
It's very uniform.
It's very uniform. So that is a more modern. Once again, it's got the sky interior lighting. So that's another indication that I'll look that it's a more modern 737 NG. We're not talking about a MAX. And the spoilers are all roughly equal. So
The
that's
whole
a
way
short
across.
field performer. Also, there's no eyebrow windows on
Yes,
the more modern
the later
ones as
ones,
well.
yeah.
The early ones had eyebrow windows. A lot of them were modified out. There was blanking plates put in.
Tower car 1 and company, request backtrack 16 left, please.
Car 1, backtrack first.
But yeah, so just looking at those items there, and now looking at the Rego XZL,
Yes.
well, straight away, that's one of the latter 737 MG series, where if you looked at VXA, which was Qantas's first one, it had all these differences, subtle differences throughout the airplane that you can see from a distance.
Two more aircraft to land, and then it's curtains here at SydSquad. I'll tell you what, we've taken it all the way, gents.
It's been brilliant.
Qantas 748, next service in from Adelaide. Finals now just south of Cronulla. Behind him, Jetstar 532 service coming in from Melbourne on the Milk Run. And that pretty much rounds things off here tonight at the show. And that also concludes, will conclude the double header of the SydSquad show. We were live last night, this time last night, and we're back again tonight. And
what a stellar effort!
Yeah, thank you. And I've really enjoyed every minute of it.
The marathon man.
I had a couple of days away over the last couple of days. I had like a couple of weeks away actually. I had a break, and then unfortunately fell ill for a little bit. But, glad to be back and sharing it with you all again. And we got the air show coming up on the Gold Coast in a couple of weeks as well. We're going up to say hello to Matt up there, and
that'll be exciting.
Might even get to catch up with old Muzdog as well.
The Muzdog.
A lot of other viewers of the channel, I believe, will be up there and enjoying the delights of the Pacific Air Show, which will be a lot of fun.
Isn't it amazing how the community just knows everybody all these decades? We've all sort of online known each other or of each other, and it's just brilliant, you know. And I think over the year, we've reached out to each other occasionally with the odd question.
It's just like it's such a brilliant community, you know.
It is.
Hey, Alex was saying that the VX series have got the angle of attack in the flight deck too. And that was an American Airlines option, not on any other than the VX series.
Yeah, I think the first four that came out had a lot of subtleties, and there was initially some interior subtleties as well, because they were bought from American Airlines in response to them not wanting the aeroplane straight after September 11th. The first one came in November, which was the day after September 11th. So that's how quick the purchase was, and a lot of American Airlines equipment and options were already fitted. I think they were then modified out over time, but yeah. Interesting to see how things have evolved and stayed even with the NG series.
And hello there to AG, watching from the comfort of your hotel, you cheeky devil. Very good. Got a message coming in from Vince J. Pauly. Great show, guys. I'm a new member from the UK. Look forward to more shows. Have a great evening. Dropping in the £5 tonight. And, well done.
Good on you, Vince.
Thank you, Vince, and appreciate that wonderful support, and welcome to SydSquad. Mia Boudou is here, and have you ever played Microsoft Flight Simulator, and if so, is it like the real thing, or at least similar?
Well, it looks pretty real.
Don't look at us as though we can answer the question, because I love it how Darren just turned around to us and as though we were going to help him with that question, because the question was
Flight Sim has
versus the real thing. I've actually often wondered the same thing, to be honest.
Like, to tell you the truth, Microsoft looks more like the real world than the simulator that we use for our training.
Wow.
Looks like the real world.
You mean the visuals outside the actual cockpit itself?
Yeah. The differences lie, though, in then when you get into the subtleties of how the aircraft fly and things like that.
What about like flight dynamics or something like that?
Yeah, well, at the end of the day, it's produced sort of to be played on an Xbox or a home computer, so you're not going to expect to have the same flight dynamics.
Yeah, we're not talking about that three-dimensional depth of field.
Yeah, exactly. But still, it can provide you with a really cool experience and a great way to see the world in with full orthography.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's and it can look remarkable.
I have seen some advanced Microsoft Flight Sim packages and you look into the systems of, like, they've had a 747-200
Well, they
out
just
there.
released PMDG, a very famous software developer. There's the two big ones were Flight Sim Labs, which I was working with
For the Airbus
doing
stuff?
Airbus development.
Yeah.
And you could literally build your own home Airbus cockpit
Okay.
from something like that. But then now PMDG's just released a 777 for Microsoft Flight Sim. And it's excellent. Like, you know, you've got the full similar checklist to like the 7.8. They're pretty authentic to the original 777. And it's very, very cool.
But they'll operate the
For
systems in
someone
there
at home,
Yeah.
for someone sitting at home to spend a couple of $100
It's incredibly accurate.
and, you know, be able to run an engine failure on a 777-300ER and do all the stuff that we would do, and the processes you can do all those. Like, I've got a computer at home which I do all mine on, which I bought for prior to COVID, because living not in Melbourne, we have access to the flight sims down there. So if there's sims available, like on Wednesday night at midnight,
You can use it. Yep.
I can go out and hop in. Now, you can't turn the motion on, but seriously, you don't need the motion on to believe you're actually flying in a real aeroplane. But when we can't do that, by not living in Melbourne, I went and bought a home system to be able to practice, you know, engine failures and, you know, that sort of thing in between sim sessions and stuff like that, so you can stay nice and sharp.
Microsoft Flight Sim to say, like, I'm going into an airport that I've never been into before.
To have a look.
There is terrain, there is probably these obstacles, or
There's
peculiar procedures.
There's several really good sims around there. Microsoft is definitely visually the best.
Yeah, and then you
there's
can just
another one called
practice
X-Plane, and there's another one called P3D, which is a bit more older technology now, but it has some incredible high-fidelity aeroplanes in it. So
have you got something like a peculiar star approach or a Canarsie approach into New York?
But the first time I went into Incheon. So Incheon has an incredibly complex arrival process and taxiing process.
And you find it's helped you before you've gone away?
Because you turn up somewhere and you feel like you've actually been there. Visually, you feel like you've been there before, even though you've never been there in your life.
So if you had a trip to New York and you might be given the Canarsie approach, for example.
Yeah, I could probably fly it pretty well.
Yeah, and so you do that at home before
come in over the old Canarsie VOR, come in and pick up the lights and do the turn onto 1-3 right or left. It's
incredible what they can simulate, and you have a go at it before you do it for the real thing.
Look, I mean, he's really at home playing in Kai Tak all the time. Let's be honest.
True. Yeah, totally. Shooting the checkerboard approach.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final RPT service. It's about that time, actually. It's just dropped in there on 16 right. It is the Jetstar service. It's the 5:32 flight in from Melbourne, and it is the final RPT service. There is an air ambulance 250, Beach 350 coming in just behind this Jetstar, and then that's it. It's curtains. We've pretty much made it to the. We delivered on what we promised at the start of the show, did we not? Curfew to Curfew. It is now 5 minutes until curfew, and we will wrap the show at the top of the hour. And wow, what a wonderful show that we've had, and I appreciate everybody hanging out with us tonight. And for those of you who are still here, and it's been great. Really do appreciate it. And no,
it's been good people dealing with our Avio talk over here, going round and round, talking tech speak and, you know, that sort of thing. I hope we managed to explain a few things to people.
We did.
And, you know.
Simon up there in the Gold Coast penthouse. Well done, mate. Welcome to SydSquad. Thank you there. And Alex is saying the lights in the sky look like orbs, and they're still there. In the southwest, I don't know, man. It's hard to see. We've got a lot
Looks out towards the port, still looking a bit hazy over there.
Yeah, definitely out the back, still a little bit of haze. Yeah, from our view, we've got the city lights here, so it's going to be hard for us to pick them up. Are you sure you're not seeing satellites? I don't know. Nigel had that problem once before. Message coming in there from Sensei. Welcome to the Bondi Beach Cabana. Well done, Sensei. Thank you, mates. And we've certainly gone above and beyond here, because this is the final movement on the airfield as we speak tonight. As we know, there's none of the freighter movements tonight. Oh, actually, no. There is a Jetstar flight going to be departing off one of these. It is. It's actually pushed back. It's over there. We can't really...
Probably go off 16 left.
Yes, I believe it will be going 16 left. So there you go. It's on screen now. So that'll be the final movement on the airfield today, as we just watch our air ambulance coming in down there at 3-4 left. The Beach 350
So just to be clear, so provided Jetstar asks for a taxi clearance before the hour,
yes,
he is good to go.
Yes.
There you go.
And I'm confident that'll be imminent. Unless they may have already got it, and we've spoken over them, so we'll see.
Thanks, Michael Garcia, Harry T. Glad you had a good night.
Oh, good on you, Johnny.
Taxi when you can to.
I think you've said it already, mate. What else can I say, Coach? Simply marvellous, mate. You've done well, Johnny, and I'm glad that you've been able to reminisce with the lads as well tonight, especially on all that Ansett history as well.
Yes.
Cross runway 25 and taxi by.
It's always a pleasure having your company, mate, and thanks always for your support there in Victoria. And well done, mate. I appreciate that, John. Thanks, buddy. Thank you so much. Good on you, Steve. Mr. Steve Murray there in the house as well. Lovely to have your company. Life with Noman is here as well. Thank you, Life with Noman. Appreciate that. Karen Glenn's still with us. Good on you, Karen. Michael Garcia, yes. You thanked him as well. And Darcy as well. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Darcy. Lovely message there.
Thanks, Jenny S.
There we go. Their taxi clearance was received because they're now on the move.
1 minute 30 seconds.
How good is that?
That's brilliant.
Timing is impeccable.
It is impeccable.
I do love the nail biters here.
You'd be calling for taxi clearance even if you hadn't finished starting up. There's a very famous story here one night where someone did that and they'd still had the door open and the air bridge connected and they called for pushback clearance.
We're going. Doesn't matter what you say. Oh, too funny, guys. Oh, cheeky. Are we seeing a taxi down Bravo, or are we seeing a departure out here at Bravo 4 for off-front runway 16 right?
Maybe
a sneaky 16 right.
This is kind of them, isn't it?
Always cooperating, Sydney Air Traffic Control.
They knew we were here. They had our best interests at heart.
It is indicating car 3. You called yourself 5 there, did you? Okay, thank you.
Well, that makes handy sense. Closing down runway 16 left now. The ground vehicles, Tim and company can get out there and do their relevant runway inspections. There are a couple of cars on the runway at the moment, so we're just, I dare say, we'll be waiting for those guys to vacate the runway. And then Jetstar 613. This is a service off to Avalon tonight, the final departure. We just take a quick squiz down the runway. We can see those cars mincing around on the runway down there. There we go. Curfew has officially started. We're 30 seconds in. And that's that. Sunrise in 7 hours and 49 minutes. I don't think we're not staying. And that was a joke we had last night as well.
Isn't it amazing how quick it goes?
Oh yeah.
We had 27 movements in the last hour. Still reasonably respectable there.
No, it's been pretty consistent for most of the night. Actually, we didn't have too many big gaps in between with our traffic, which has been good.
No, and Friday is a little bit different because we operate our It's busy Monday to Thursday. There we go, the line-up call there from the Jetstar. Yeah, no 146s. None of the additional 767 hot dogs or the A330 movements. So those would have been the gap fillers. But pleased to say it was a...
we had plenty of other gap fillers.
We did. We had a wonderful audience looking after us tonight with all the wonderful questions. And you guys are absolutely awesome. Well, this is going to draw a close to tonight's show. It's the final movement now coming out to play, the A320. A couple of passengers on there that'll be happy to be getting out the door, going home to Avalon tonight, Friday night, getting ready for the weekend.
Wind to the upwind end, 160 degrees at 4 knots. Runway 16 right, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 16 right, cleared for takeoff. Yes, 613.
Sydney Tower, contact.
Well, that's Tim.
Hello up there. Can I just confirm the 34 left and 16 left ILSs have been deselected, please? Cat 10, that is correct. Thank you very much.
On you, Tim. Do you miss the 320, Darren?
Yes and no. The flying in it is very cool. Like, you get to do a lot of, go into some small airports, get a lot of hand flying, so, but after time, like a lot of domestic flying, a lot of sectors, it's just nice to sit back and relax.
Is it a nimble jet?
It's incredible.
Wow.
There's a lot of myths about the Airbuses, and when I first got exposed to it, everyone's going, it's got this, you never hand fly it, and the autopilot's amazing. Well, it's actually the reverse. The autopilot's not that great. It's got some limitations, but it is the most beautiful airplane to hand fly. So trustworthy, because all the full fly-by-wire, very similar to the 787, but just for your first fly-by-wire airplane, it's just fabulous. Great airplane.
As I said to you,
probably.
As I said, a lot of time, the best airplane in the world is the one that's paying your home line.
As I said to you,
the one that's helping pay the bills, eh?
Airbus aircraft, the first thing you teach them on about an Airbus aircraft is if you're stupid, it'll look after you.
Yeah.
If you try and be stupid, it'll bite you.
Yeah, exactly right.
I don't think there's too much else to say, ladies and gentlemen. These guys deserve all the accolades that you can give them there in the chat. I've just been blessed having their company, I've got to say. So we'll put it there, mate. And thanks for being with me again tonight. And
been a good one, mate. It's definitely been a good one.
And I really do appreciate it, and I'm sure the viewers do as well. It's been a great show. As you can see, the chat flies, and you're looking at something here, and it's already gone off the screen, and you're like, oh. You can see how well, the flow of the show goes. And I've just got to take this special moment to recognise everybody that has been getting engaged and involved in the show and keeping the chat flowing. And, for without that, obviously we wouldn't have the same vibe about the show that we have. Right. And we really do appreciate
all the questions,
all
the input from everyone.
Really good questions tonight as well. And I think people really put their thinking caps on, because if those were questions I was getting on a standard show, I'd be way out of my depth. I'd be on the bat phone to Will going, help me out, man. Let's get you on the virtual channel, which we should do, by the way.
It's good to get in and be able to dispel some myths and, a bit of misinformation that sort of comes out there from people sort of guessing
Absolutely.
Answers. It's a highly technical field. It's like medicine.
I think we all learnt that tonight, and we're going to be all that much better for it. So,
it's been great to be here. Thanks.
Hey, I've got to do a special shout out to our wonderful moderators of the show who are there in the blue there, that have got their spanners. For without them, we couldn't do these shows. They do a wonderful job keeping the show, first of all, family friendly, akin to the values of SydSquad that we've built so hard to implement, that we're so proud of as well, that you're part of, and they also interact with you as well. They are real people, and we thank them for their support and the humanity that they actually bring to the show and the chat. And they're just amazing people. I love them, and they do a lot of work with me behind the scenes to make sure that we've got a good a good flow and a good approach to how we do things here at the channel, and very much responsible for the culture that we've got. So we thank them for that. So big shout out to all the mods. Most of the Aussies would have been on the show throughout the evening tonight, and they're just awesome. So thank you guys from the bottom of my heart. Appreciate it. Another cheeky little plug to the Little Wings family, the charity partner of choice that we're supporting here as well. If you want to get involved, all the details are over at sydsquad.com.au. Go and check it out. Don't forget to follow us on Facebook. It's where the after party's at, and we always get on there and have a bit of a chat with our regulars. So if you want to get involved, go and do that. And that's it. Next live show probably maybe Sunday, and it may not be in Sydney. So chickadee, make sure you subscribe to the channel and have the notification bell on. It's free to do, of course. And if you haven't already, don't forget to hit the like button before you exit the door here tonight. Great indication of how you've enjoyed the content
The like button comes for free.
It's all for free. It's all for free. So it's the only kind of support that we'll promote on this channel, and that's the way we like it. So that's about it. And between now and the next show, maybe next week, maybe Monday or Tuesday next week, or for sure on Sunday. So just see how we go. And you're out tomorrow. You're off to Japan.
Off to sunny Osaka tomorrow.
Well, have a wonderful flight. Look after yourself.
Much.
Stay safe.
Arigato gozaimasu.
Arigato gozaimasu, yes. And pass on our regards to Carla as well. And we'll catch up again real soon, no doubt. And
I look forward to the next time.
And to Gail, please do. Yep. And drive home safe. And we look forward to having both of your companies on the show again sometime
I think we
soon,
will have to do it again. And I think
definitely.
Us two getting together was really good.
It was very good.
Next
time I'll bring a bottle of red wine for
wow. Okay, now we're really talking. Eh?
As I said, it's really good working with professionals in the industry, and it just shows how we all work together and communicate and how we share the love of the industry. And
both in people who work inside it and people who don't work inside it.
Absolutely.
When you go around airports around the world, wherever I go, you go to Japan and you go to these amazing observation decks, and there's thousands of people on them on public holidays, which people in Australia don't sort of get. But it's incredibly popular up there, and just the people and people have always loved aeroplanes. But one thing that I want to thank Kurt and Tim for, and all Big Jerry and Big Jet TV and all those guys.
Yep.
They have really if they've brought back, they've done something that you would see occasionally at like places around Melbourne Airport. At some of you'd see the little cars, and you knew that people still loved aeroplanes. But what's amazing is you watch the audience participation, and the number of people who are watching aeroplanes now is an all-time high for decades. Yeah. And it's all been because of this sort of stuff, like being able to stream live from around the world.
The advent of the internet and being able to bring it.
It's been great. It's a big resurgence.
Bring it to your lounge room, really.
It's a resurgence of people in mainstream media sort of accepting that, going, it's amazing. There is something special about lifting 300,000 kilograms of metal off the ground at 400 kilometres
still
an hour.
Amazes me today as we watch it. We watch it
flying through the night to automatically land in a foreign country 13 hours later.
Yeah.
And Kurt, what's really special, and the reason I love being here and being involved with any of the organisations that do live streaming, you've opened the cockpit door again. And I think that's living through September 11th and seeing our world being closed up. You guys have opened the door back up again, and we're here for you to inspire new people to get involved in the industry and be a part of what we do.
What we do. And I would highly recommend to everyone who flies, if you want to have a look in the flight deck, don't be afraid to ask.
Yeah, wow.
Because when you get
That's a really good message.
When you get to where you're going, the guys and girls in the front are more than happy to share their workplace with you as much as they can, given the time constraints that they may be under.
Right.
We always have kids coming up, they want to get a photograph in the captain's seat. Well, we can't let them in during the flight, but we can certainly let them in after the flight. So don't be afraid to ask, because when you walk in, you go, wow, this ain't Microsoft Flight Sim.
Wow. Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. That's a really good thing. I'll do that next time I fly. Oh, geez, I really enjoyed myself today. Thank you for being here and teaching me a thing or 10. I've had a great time, but
we'll definitely do it again.
Yeah, we'll do it again. We'll do it again. All right. Well, I think that is it. Right, team. Let's wrap it up.
Darren, it's been a pleasure talking to you.
Been fantastic.
Good to catch up.
Really
Well
good. Really good to catch up to you too, mate.
Awesome,
Appreciate it. Thanks again, Will. And look, whatever it is that you choose to get up to between now and the next time that we see you on the next live show, look after yourself. Stay safe, of course. Have a great weekend. We've set you up for a wonderful weekend, and we'll see you very, very soon. So from all of us here at SydSquad and the extended SydSquad family, take care and bye for now.
Everyone.
And we will see you later, indeed, for sure. And that's it. We are going to wrap it up. So bye for now.